Boys, we are so back. The West has risen. Billions must live. Hell yeah, brothers. Finally. It took decades, but they finally gave Wolverine his goofy ass blue and yellow costume. And look, it looks pretty good. They kept saying, "Oh, you can't do that. That would look dumb. He has to have a white tank top and that's all he can wear." No. Yeah, the boys are back in town. Hugh Jackman is getting old. Yeah, well, that's how time works. He looks fine. I mean, it's a faraway shot, but still. Your opinion on the Deadpool movies? They're fine. The style of humor doesn't resonate with me. But they're fine, right? I didn't see the second one. The first Deadpool movie was pretty good. I like two. Yeah, okay. Have you seen the new Mapman video? Not yet. Mapman. Not being into Deadpool is the most Vosh thing I've heard all day. Okay, to be fair, Deadpool is. You do know that Deadpool is like the most Reddit humor you can get from superhero comics, right? Like it's a huge part of Deadpool is literally like him going like banana and then killing a guy by doing the monkey crash symbols on his head. Like so much of it is like Reddit tier shit. Not to say there's not, good stuff, but it's not exactly like high level comedy. It's been known to be soy. It means she's cool, Keffels. Vosh, you are literally a Reddit Andy. Nah, that's not true. I'm way too contrarian to be a Reddit Andy. And I hate the Marvel movies. No, that doesn't fit me at all. I'm something worse. I don't know what exactly I am, but I'm something worse. That definitely does not fit me. Have I seen the bonus hole discourse? Wasn't this like mail online? Wasn't this like one place put out one paper where they were like, call vaginas bonus holes, which is retarded. Um, and now this gets framed as now health professionals are urged to call yeah, right. It's always like that. One trans person will do a goof, and then it's like the next day all the headlines are like, the entire medical community has conclusively decided. Anna Kasparian went nuts with it. Did Anna Kasparian actually talk about it? Because it was literally like one clinic, wasn't it? She did. Was it on Twitter or was it on TYT? She like deletes all her tweets, so it's impossible to see. She dug herself into a massive bonus hole. Yeah. It was on Adam and Sitch, I thought. Yeah, okay, that tracks. These fucking docs, man. Bonus hole is such a goofy term. Yeah, it is. It's also like problematic. It's also problematic. I actually actively dislike that one. It's really funny, but it's really stupid, you know? The idea of like the asshole being the default hole and it's so stupid. Like it summons so many weird associations and implications that there's no way to like reconcile the term without thinking like, well, wait, what do they mean by that? Wait, what do they mean by that? Like it's stupid shit. I don't know, man. if you're in like a clinical or medical or professional setting, like trans people have to like suck it up and just it's a dick, it's a pussy, whatever. I don't know. Just the idea of catering beyond that seems really weird to me. Um, and like every trans person that I've interacted with hasn't been a freak about this, by the way. Like you'll find some trans girls who, if you're fucking them, they're like, oh yeah, you're fucking my pussy. Like whatever, okay, fine, well, great, whatever. You're fucking their pussy, great. But like I've never met a trans person who's actually like actually weird about it. You know what I mean? Where like to like in a way that I got the feeling that if they talked to like a doctor, they'd be like, no, use this term. I've never seen that. So I I feel like so often it's like an attempt to accommodate like a not real demographic of people. You know what I mean? Like a this is what I call like consultant brain. The same thing happened with Robert D'Angelo. What's the white lady who wrote all those books that I hate about anti-racism, and she gets paid $5 million an hour to talk to a bunch of corporate guys about how like you can defeat racism. Oh, it is Robin DiAngelo. I thought I had that wrong. Yeah, Robin DiAngelo. It's like consultant brain, right? Where if you sound to the executive team like you have the most compelling and authoritative and forward-thinking vision for progressive messaging, then you can convince them to pay you to spew absolute bullshit. Yeah, they have to justify their paycheck because nobody's going to get the consultancy paycheck for saying, "Okay, guys, don't be transphobic and like, just be nice to people." Like that's not going to get you the paycheck. But bonus hole, now that's some avant-garde shit. That'll get you your fucking consultancy paycheck. To be fair, this was probably made by like a well-meaning person, but like, yeah, you gotta wake up. Do trans women have a bonus pull? If you were mid-sex and she said, "Can you fuck me in my bonus hole?" Would you immediately stop and leave? Like if I was fucking some, you said she, so you're suggesting then that I'm fucking a woman and we're doing anal, and then she's like, "Can you fuck?" Well, hold on. At that point, that's just kink, isn't it? That's not even gender politics. That's just kink. That's like I like anal so much that for sex purposes, my vagina is like a secondary. Okay, well, hold on now. Okay, this is different from a clinical setting. This is like this is a separate case situation. This is different. Okay, we don't need to get into that. China has suffered its first stabbings in a long time. What? There are plenty of stabbings in China. There's 1.4 billion people there. There's no way people don't die from stabbing there. A 25-year-old man was suspected of attacking a kindergarten in China's Guangdong province on Monday, killing 6 people, injuring one, triggering an outpouring of concern about violence against children at school. And they say China isn't westernizing. And yet here we go. A young man killing children at school. Media report the attack in Lianjiang County in the southern province was a stabbing. The suspect, with the surname Wu and from Lianjiang, has been detained, and they are investigating. While violent crime is rare in China due to strict gun laws and tight security. Okay, I don't think I buy this at all. Like, even a little. China's, like, super totalitarian, monitors everything you do and everything you say shit. That's in the cities. A huge number of people in China live in rural, not like, okay, rural areas in China aren't the same as what, like, when you think rural, like in America, at least when I think of rural, I think of like large swaths of the Midwest or whatever. There are parts of China that are like really far behind socially, and I don't think they document that shit. There's a lot of like really back alley, yeah. Authoritarian governments like to present the image of having really, really low crime rates because it gives like the impression. It's the same way that, like, if you see China defenders online, they'll pretend China doesn't have homeless people because, like, they build all those giant apartment blocks. They have homeless people, like, objectively, but the government doesn't fully track it or, like, monitor it, because if they did, it would be admitting to a social fault. It's like how if you go to, like, South Sudan or Omar or Qatar, it'll be like, yeah, according to the government, no woman ever gets raped here, you know? Because every woman who comes forward with a story of having been raped gets, like, flogged for adultery, and the guy gets off scot-free. So, yeah, so it's like, yeah, it's, you know, I don't buy this bullshit at all. Did I say Omar? Did I say Omar? No, Oman, sorry. Um, but they couldn't hide this because it's like a stabbing of, like, 6. Well, not, like, actively hide. They just can't ignore it, I guess. Vosh been watching The Wire. I actually haven't watched The Wire. I keep wanting to. I really want to. It's been on my list for a while. The news sparked emotive debate. Top trending discussion, 290 million views. Oh my god. Jesus. Some social media users call the suspect to face the death penalty. Does anyone know? China has a death penalty, right? China, do they? Wait, do they? I think in the Philippines? I don't know if they do. They do? Okay, yeah. Well, if anything's going to get you the death penalty, stabbing 6 babies to death is probably going to be it. So, yeah. They have literal mobile death penalty vans, so yes, based. In 2021, a man killed 2 children and wounded 16 at a kindergarten in the southwest region of Guangxi. Okay, can we roast this guy for a second? If you're a grown-ass man and you have a knife, how the fuck are you killing 2, wounding 16? What are you doing? Are you, like, running forward doing, like, this really quickly with, like this, and you're just, like, running at people and just, like, scratching them? What are you doing? Soy. That's soy. Huh. Yeah, someone also did a bomb. Naruto running with 2 knives held behind you. Yeah. Why specifically kindergartens? That's weird. The kind of people who want to kill large numbers of innocent people usually don't have moral qualms about them being young. Like, if you're the kind of person who thinks, like, oh yeah, I want to go out killing innocent people, they're not going to think, like, oh, well, obviously not young ones. That would be wrong. You know, it's just like, it's a pit of moral depravity. I'm sure it varies person to person, obviously. It's just, yeah. And they're easy targets, of course. Well, it's very unfortunate. He'll probably get the death penalty. Wait, then what age range is morally okay to kill? Probably like 150, because at that point their age could only be attributed to, like, dark powers intervening, and I think that at that point, like, they're kind of a threat, you know? I think there's going to be a lot more, like, weird antisocial behavior in China in the coming years as a consequence of their COVID lockdown policy. You know, people got pretty weird over here, and we didn't even have lockdowns, really. In China, they did lockdowns. So, yeah. Do you think serial killers got replaced by mass murderers? Um, there are still plenty of active serial killers, but it wouldn't surprise me if whatever personality matrix leads you to be a serial killer is now more likely to turn to mass killings now that it's easier if you're a psychopath who gets off in the attention that you get from doing those kinds of things. Mass media makes it easier for that to like take root, if that makes any sense. So it's possible that if there is like a personality type that does serial killing, maybe they've been more drawn towards mass killing, but that's just a guess. I have no idea. It would make if somebody had a paper demonstrating that though, I would think that makes sense. 20% of Chinese 16 to 24-year-olds are unemployed. It will get worse and cause issues. Damn, really? Even with their population imbalance, like with too many Chinese people being old relative to like the proportion. Oh my god. Wait. It's always been this bad? Wait, which one's no, wait, China's pink, not blue. Italy is blue, right? Oh, they're right next to each other at the end here. Yes, wait. Yeah, Italy is blue. So wait, no, Italy is pink? I genuinely can't tell. China is blue. Okay, well, if that's the case, then this has been an issue for a while. This is a shit graph. I don't know why they wouldn't. It looks like China is pointing at pink and Italy is pointing at blue right here. See? If you look at the little bracket right there on the edge, you can see that China's points down to the very edge, the tip of the pink one, and Italy points the blue. So I think China's pink. I think China's pink. So China's yeah, China's coming up. Read the thing, context clues. Okay, yes, context clues right here from the actual text of the tweet make it clear that China is pink. I didn't read that. Yes. So it's climbing upwards. You know, the United States had a huge spike with COVID, but it's kind of back down to normal. God damn, look at how low. Dude, look at the Japanese unemployment rate. What is going on over there? You're telling me that for some periods of time it was like at 0 to 1%? It's so fucking over for Japan, man. It's so bad. Oh, God. No youth means no youth unemployment. Yeah, they have 5 young people, so it's really just them, like, cycling between jobs. Proportionally, there aren't enough youth in China, either. Thank you, Castix. China is so fucked. Their population bubble. The fact that Italy is just like permanently... The fact that Italy is a clown country, like it's not a real country, is still very funny to me. Like, Italy's youth unemployment was barely even affected by COVID. They just had a 30% unemployment rate. Look at Germany's line, though. Well, the smoothness of the line for Germany suggests to me that they take that data really often. They've been in hyperdebt for ages. They're the geopolitical equivalent of a ghetto no one can escape from. Wonder what... Was Greece here? No, Greece would be even worse, right? Or, well, maybe. I don't know. Well, to be fair, I wouldn't want to be working when I was 16 either. Well, yeah. The amount of unemployment in Italy is really insane. Much of it is encouraged by EU-enforced austerity politics, though. Yeah, I gotta say, it probably doesn't help with the whole, like, rising wave of nationalism and Euroscepticism in Europe that the EU seems to have some pretty, like, I don't know, inconsiderate policies when it comes to economic development. What happened in the U.S. for half the year there? COVID. It was COVID. The spikes of the U.S. and Canada are insane compared to Europe. Yeah, we had a different kind of lockdown bump. It's a problem of the EU being a fiscal union without a unified economic policy. Yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of the Dutch government resigned, or not the whole government, but look. Oh my God. So as we all know, the Dutch are extremely racist. They can't help it. They're very weak. And I guess a guy racism so hard that he left. Didn't we talk about that yesterday? Yeah, but it's like an ongoing situation. He racism super, super hard. The Dutch government has collapsed because of a disagreement between coalition parties over asylum politics. So, in other words, brown people. It's as is always the case with political schisms in Europe. It's because of what if brown people move into our country, you know? It has a complete hold over their minds. Also, they have a king, Lamau. Coalition partners had objected to his proposal to restrict the scope for immigrant families to reunite. Opposed to migration for some time. Limit the flow of asylum seekers. Look at these bitches, dude. Asylum applications. This is just applications. This isn't even how many people actually got in. This is just applications. Jumped by over a third last year to more than 47,000. 47,000? Are you kidding me? Seriously? That's just the applications? That's big compared to the UK? Yeah, because the UK didn't take many asylum seekers. The UK, which left the EU in large part over racism, took like less Syrian refugees than anyone. They were the biggest whiners and the weakest workers. They did nothing. And keep in mind, European countries need all those people since population is aging so rapidly. Yes, because immigration is a net good for your country. There are problems to deal with if you're taking in refugees. Yes, that's true. But that's governing. Governing involves dealing with problems. But there are benefits, too. It's just racism. It's just racism. That's it. That's it. I don't want to repost links, but a children's asylum center in Kent, UK, was forced to remove its painted murals because they made the building too welcoming. That's sick. The UK immigration minister ordered the removal of cartoon murals at an asylum center to avoid, quote, an impression of welcoming. That's sick. This is a sick country. That's genuinely despicable. Look, they have like cute paintings. So, like, the kids can stare at a wall or something while their parents do paperwork. This was just 5 days ago. Even conservatives have said this is too far. Yeah, well, because it reveals ultimately that, like, there's no, like, higher policy sensibility behind any of this. It's just hatred. That's it. Like, that people, again, the term here is informed simplicity. Sometimes it takes a lot of knowledge to learn that a problem is very simple. And that's like the name of the game when it comes to fascism and reactionary politics in general. There's a whole bunch of complicated stuff behind the scenes when it comes to why they're like this. But in the immediate sense, like if you want to look at the justifications for their behavior, it's because they hate you and they want you to die. The Dutch Miss Universe is trans? Yeah. Well, I didn't say I didn't say the Dutch are transphobic. I said they're racist. But they're also transphobic. It all comes crumbling down or tumbling down. Isn't the current Italian government weirdly glorifying or like Mussolini? The current Italian president, prime minister, I keep forgetting which one. I think it's president, is a fan of Mussolini, and her party is as well. It is PM? Okay, it's PM. Got to do a deep dive on Italian politics at some point. Isn't she related to him? No, she's related to people who directly served him, I believe. Meloni, yes, Meloni. Quoteth, we can't use Twitter API for the site anymore. Elon broke it. Don't forget they have a shrine to Mussolini, which never got removed. Yeah. What is all this? Ghanaian children wrongly taken in raids backed by U.S. charity IJM. What? Ghanaian children have been taken from their homes in an operation backed by one of the world's leading anti-slavery organizations, according to a BBC Africa Eye investigation. What? International Justice Mission aims to rescue trafficked children and reunite them with their families, but serious concerns have been raised about their West African operations. Okay. A little after midnight on the 6th of September 2022, Musa Mustafa emerged from his thatched roof hut to relieve himself and saw 4 cars speeding towards his tiny village. Before anyone could act, the men entered the huts and forcibly removed 4 children, carrying an 11-year-old girl called Fatima by her arms and legs from the room where she'd been sleeping with her grandparents. In the eyes of Moyigna's villagers, a violent kidnapping had taken place, but this was not a kidnapping. Officially, it was a rescue operation carried out by Ghanaian police officers under Ghana's Human Trafficking Act. The children were transferred into the care of social services. The operation was instigated by IGM. With around 100 million in funding annually over the past 2 years, IGM is one of the world's leading anti-trafficking organizations. In the UK, IGM says it can count on the support of nearly 300 churches. Okay. With more than 280,000 raised last year. 280,000 out of 100 million in budget. I don't think they're contributing that much. And other donors by IGM UK to support activities in Ghana. Other donors. But according to our investigation, IGM has removed some children from their families in cases where there was scarce to no evidence of trafficking, and this aggressive approach may have been fueled by a target-driven culture inside IJM. What? In Ghana, IJM focuses on rescuing children who have been trafficked to work as slave laborers on Lake Volta, one of the world's largest man-made lakes. About 300,000 people depend on their lake for their livelihoods. Why are they doing this? The evidence shows that while IJM was telling their partners in both the police force and social services that the 4 children had been trafficked, internally the charity had reached a different conclusion. An IJM legal officer said in an internal message sent after the raid, the charity had already concluded there were, quote, no elements of trafficking in the case of Fatima and 2 of the other children taken that night. Only one of the 4 cases, Fatima's cousin Mohammed, included elements of trafficking, a conclusion disputed by Mohammed's family. And why'd they do it? Okay, if before we read this, or if we don't see it in the article, one of the reasons that a lot of Africans are really suspicious of Western NGOs is that these NGOs have served as a front for pouring money into and legitimizing reigns of terror committed by Western governments or by their puppet states and their allies in Africa. So, like, for instance, If you're like a warlord or a corrupt leader and you want to like oust people, kill them, make them disappear, or just generally control people, it is way easier and confers much more legitimacy to do so through like a, oh, this is like an anti-trafficking operation. We're ensuring law and order, than it would be to just like have death squads. I mean, they would probably do both. That's just a guess. Is there any more info down the line? A little curious? It could also just be trying to meet a quota. Like, hey guys, we're doing work. We have $100 million annual budget. We're doing work. Hey, get some kids. So it seems like we're doing work. It's just like a quota thing. Like cops handing out tickets. You supposedly scrolled past it. I didn't. 2 years later, in a bizarre turn of events, Miss Amlade's conviction was quashed after an intervention by another U.S. NGO, the Sudre Global Justice Institute, a partner of IJM. Freed Miss Amlade through an appeal process, also advertised her case as a miscarriage of justice. Okay. Yep, it's a quota thing. In a secretly filmed conversation with a senior IJM staff member, the reporter was told IJM staff needed to rescue a set number of victims and secure a set number of prosecutions every year. Another staff member said that IJM staff were denied pay rises or were at risk of being sacked if they did not reach these targets. So functionally, because they knew these children weren't trafficked, they're just kidnapping children and prosecuting innocent adults so they can keep their jobs and their paychecks. Which, pretty straightforwardly evil. There's not much abstraction there. The fear of losing a coveted position when people are going the extra mile to meet the targets. Yeah. Who the fuck set the quotas? Probably the people giving them $100 million a year. Our approach has always had the welfare of the child at its core. The 76 operations that IGA in Ghana has supposed to lead hundreds of children to. Man, okay, $100 million a year. Do you have any idea how much $100 million is in Ghana? And after all of this, their claim, just their claim, not even what's true, is that they've saved hundreds of millions of or sorry, not hundreds of millions, sorry, hundreds of children. I feel like with that amount of money, you could literally just buy the kidnapped, enslaved children, like, and then save far more. Like, I don't know, with the way money runs in like Ghana, I feel like you could just show up there with like a crack team and a suitcase full of money and be like, yeah, we're just gonna buy them back, and also you're under arrest. Haha, we got the info on you, or whatever. Like, yeah, you buy the country, like literally, yeah, buy Ghana. Buying slaves isn't a great way of solving slavery to encourage slavers. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Kill the slavers. Whatever. Buy them, and then you'll be like, oh, thanks for the money, and then shoot them. I don't know. There has to be a better way to use $100 million than this. Than like faking exposés to do kidnappings and innocent children and spend money prosecuting innocent adults so that you can, like, this cannot possibly be the most efficient use of that money. They tried that in Sudan. NGOs bought slaves. Then the Sudanese militia started enslaving Christians to ransom them. Okay, then honest question. If you're going to go this route, then why not spend the millions of dollars you have on, like, funding military operations to kill slavers? Real question. Maybe that seems a bit extreme, but they're already working with the Ghana police to, like, storm and kidnap innocent children. I feel like if you're going to use that money for anything, like, Jesus. How I know a lot of these warlords are untouchably powerful, but if you think you're capable of kidnapping enslaved children back, then you're probably powerful enough to off some of these slavers, right? Like, think about it. If a warlord is so powerful that hundreds of millions wouldn't be enough to, like, mount an operation to off them, then how are you taking kids back from them? Like, you shouldn't be able to do that either. I know this shit's complicated, but it's not like they're not currently fucking it up, right? It's just a waste of resources. Oh, true. IGM is a worldwide org. The 100 million is not just in Ghana, but still, I do not believe this is an efficient use of money. It's one of those things where it's like, you know, you for like $20,000 they were able to set up a water filtration tank in like some village or whatever. But then it's like, oh well, for that amount of money, if you went through like a real existing effective charity, you could have bought 10 million trillion water purification tablets. You know what I mean? It's like that scale of practical help. And who decides who the slaver is, Vosh? They'll start doing slavers killed quotas. Well, there are a lot of slavers in some parts of Africa, so to be fair, there would be a lot of people to go after. I just think there's probably a better way to use the money than kidnapping innocent, untrafficked children and stealing them from their parents. Getting a lot of links today before we get to the Tim Pool, Emma Vigeland stuff. Tomato crisis hits India. Oh man, a delightful taste of things to come. Rain ravages crops and prices rise 400%. Consumers, farmers, and even McDonald's struggle in shortage blamed on irregular weather. That irregular weather is going to get increasingly regular with time. Maybe you shouldn't be eating tomatoes, a shit tier food. Slimy snot mucus in poor tasting rind. Maybe you should get better food choices. Oh, they mad. They mad. They mad. They're on McDonald's side. They want their tomatoes. In branches of McDonald's across Northeast and South India, signs were put up to state tomatoes would no longer be put in burgers or other dishes due to a lack of availability. Man, when McDonald's is struggling with their supply lines, that's rough, you know? It's not like McDonald's is farm to market or whatever. You know, they have pretty well established lines of supply. Is this just in India? Yeah, it's talking about India. I'm sure if it's affecting India, it's probably affecting, you know, Pakistan too. I mean, you know, countries in the area, but probably hit hardest here. India does have a lot of people. Ugh. You know what's going to be like an increasing... Oh, man. You guys, including myself, need to start adjusting your dietary interests because I guarantee you that the market in the coming decades is going to shift towards agricultural production for foods that are very resilient in varied weather. Like, it's going to become more and more economically sensible to heavily invest in food that is like okay in a wide variety of potential climates because things are going to get more variable. Yep, it's potato time, baby. It's beans and rice time. Let's go. Is it possible for heavy rains to fuck with a rice crop? They're literally grown in water. I feel like they're solid. Lentils, lentils. It can? Ah, that sucks. Well, potatoes will be fine, probably. They're grown in water for pest control reasons. They don't need water. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Huh. Okay. Yeah, everyone's going to be eating moss and bugs or whatever. Hmm. Learn how to urban forage. Man, okay, kind of a tangent, but does anyone else think that those like urban gardens are big LARP? I think those are really cute to like get local people to like have fun growing a tomato plant or like, bring your kids there. But a lot of people seem to think that the solution to climate change issues is for everyone to have like a plant garden. No, it's not. That is mathematically the least efficient mode of food production possible. For the amount of space that you have in a yard or a garden plot that you could be using to grow plants or whatever, like it is objectively less efficient than a comparable space in a farm plot. A lot of people that, well, like, we'll be sustainable and like every city, like people will grow their own fruits. Why? Why would they do that? Why would cities be made 30% less dense, therefore more expensive to build, maintain, less efficient in every conceivable way, just so that you can have a tomato plant, you know? Like, if people want to have rooftop gardens, go for it. Like, if you have room, sure. But some people seem to think that like the future of sustainable agriculture is interpersonal, and it's not. That's like feudal shit. That's medieval shit. The whole point of Vosh out here with the atrocious takes today. I'm literally objectively right on this, and you're a naive fool if you disagree. No, you're completely naive. Literally, the entire point of civilization is to diversify people's labor, so you can have people doing specialized labor and do it more efficiently. You don't want to go back to a world where everyone is doing the farming and the hunting and the managing, because that is a less efficient world. You want farmers to do farming because they can do it better than you. Also, have you seen how much food actually gets grown in like a city rooftop garden? You know it's like nothing, right? Do you know how much space it would take to produce enough fruit and vegetables to feed a family? Not a rooftop, I'll tell you that much. Certainly, since you're not benefiting from the enormously efficient agricultural production of a modern farming system. Um, one tomato per person per year, true. Holy shit, Vosh is right. The majority of my yard is a garden. You can't even eat a week off a garden that size. Yeah, I don't think people think they think it's all like Farmville or whatever, or Stardew Valley. Like we'll live entirely off of this like 4 foot by 4 foot little block that'll have cherry tomatoes growing in. The point is never to supplant industry; it's to supplement it. Yeah, but it doesn't. You can if you want to, but it's not something that should be invested in on like a systemic level. Um, I'm okay with those community gardens though, but mostly for social reasons, not for like actual food production reasons. Shit like this. Like if you're doing something like this, have fun with it, but you're investing dozens and dozens of hours so that when picking season comes, you can have like 3 meals with the food that you've grown. The time invested to food output ratio is insanely inefficient, It's like trying to supplement like metallurgy by having an aluminum foundry in your garage so that you can like custom make your own like aluminum cans, so you're not all getting them from like for like 5 cents at the store or something, you know. It's yeah, or like yeah, like making nails. Like, okay, well, I'm not trying to replace like nail production on an industrial metallurgic scale. I'm trying to supplement it as you're like burning your hands trying to like manually cast a nail that would cost you 1/8 of a cent or something. um Do it if it makes you happy or whatever. I just, you know. Sounds like Vosh didn't have a bountiful harvest Omega Lol. The sea thing, the Chad Vijajir with their gigantic like gourd that weighs 800 pounds versus the virgin Vosh with his 8 cherry tomatoes. Oh my god. Vosh didn't pray to the right pantheon, Pepe laugh. Didn't even sacrifice a lamb at an altar. Vosh out here stomping on cottagecore dreams. I do. I do like to stomp on cottagecore dreams. I don't like it when people act as though the solution to our like urban ecological problems is that everyone goes and lives in a manner which is objectively less efficient when it comes to labor investment and material production and transportation. We will all live in the cube. I am a cube-pilled leftist. It's not about efficiency. It is always about efficiency. We will all live in the cube. Observe. This cube could hold every human on Earth. Here it is placed in New York City, alongside a hypothetical Burj Khalifa, were it in New York City. I'm cube-pilled. Get in the cube, Shinji. Think of how cozy it'll be in there. Think of how comfy it'll be. We're joining in with the LCL slop, okay? You hear the song playing. You hear Come Su Sartad playing. You see Rei Ayanami approaching you. She is judging you for your internet browsing history. You explode into orange goop. You're joining all of humanity in the cube, okay? Can it be a hexagon? Well, it's a 3D shape, so it can't be a hexagon. It could be something other than a cube. New York City fleshball render. What if you blended everyone together? How gross is this? It's pretty gross. I don't know if I want to show that. Vosh literally doesn't know what a cube is. What? No, a beehive is the hexagon. It's a 2D shape that gets pushed into 3. We're moving on. Jesus Christ. No wonder the youth unemployment rate in Italy is so high. Raised temperatures to 48 C. Ooh. Oh my god. That's, hold on, 48 C to F. 118 Fahrenheit, yeah, 118. This is like Death Valley shit. Jesus Christ. Could get close to breaking a European record this week as a fierce heat wave grips much of the continent. Ooh. With the islands of Sicily and Sardinia predicted to bear the brunt at 47 to 48 degrees C. Jesus. This is like post-apocalypse shit, man. This is like, guys, get your fucking snorkel and fins. We're going to spend this weekend underwater. Get your air from the little tube. You are going to stay down there. The water is still going to be like 65 degrees, or not 65, 95 Fahrenheit. A lot of places here in Europe don't really use AC either. Yeah, don't a lot of places near the Mediterranean not really use AC because A, the temperature tends to be nice, and B, there tends to be a nice, like, oceanic breeze, or, like, sea breeze, I guess. The Mediterranean's pretty big. No AC and thin walls. Ugh. When I was in Italy, they had AC, but it was shit. The intense heat is expected to last about 2 weeks in central and southern Italy? What? They're gonna die. They're gonna fucking die. 2 weeks? Now they'll be cooking their pizza on the pavement. Yeah, I guess they know. England barely lasted through the last heat wave. Yeah, I know a lot of people made fun of the UK because they were like freaking out about a heat wave where it was like 88 degrees or whatever. But what people don't understand is like a heat wave in different parts of the world means very different shit. Some houses are built to keep in heat and some are built to expel heat, right? Like in Los Angeles, houses are built to expel heat. If it's a hot day, the house is doing everything in its power to let heat out. That is not the case in the UK. The UK is far north. People don't realize that. The UK is far north enough. It's more north than like almost all of the United States. I think that the UK, in terms of like height on the globe, is closer to Alaska than it is to like Ohio. Like it's much further up than a lot of Americans think. It's cold up there. So 88 degrees? Insane. Also, there's acclimatization to heat. If you live in a hot area, if your body gets used to it, your skin smooths. And if you live in a cold area, your skin corrugates. I know that sounds insane, but there are literally, if you live in a cold area, or people who live in cold areas, have like microfolds on the outside of their skin that retain heat, like air pockets, kind of. I know that sounds really dumb, but that's a thing. It's not like a genetic evolutionary thing. It happens to you if you acclimate to the temperature. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, the way your fat distributes, like there's a lot of stuff when it comes to like how much you can take heat-wise. Epigenetic activation. Just to confirm, because I'm positive that I've read this before in a study. Cold skin folds, wrinkles, corrugates. One of those words should bring it up. Skin folds, wrinkles, corrugates. To acclimate to cold. Human physiological response to cold exposure. The pattern of acclimatization is dependent on change in skin and core temperature and the exposed. Three primary patterns of cold acclimatization have been observed. A, habituation. B, metabolic adjustment. And C, insulative adjustment. It's that last one right there, insulative adjustment. Dependent on changes in skin and core temperature. I'm not going to look into the whole of the article, but yeah, it's interesting stuff. So there's a physiological reason why people who are born in warm environments tend to get cold easier and vice versa. It's not just what they're used to in like an emotional sense. Man, I feel really bad for fucking Italian people are gonna die in this. Jesus. Are China and India doing better at us at transitioning to green energy? Are we just fucked? No, no. There's some sensible stuff that China has done in terms of like how quickly our economy could shift into green energy, though. I'm pretty sure America is pretty much top of the line for a large country. Like in terms of like if we decided to commit to it and flip all the switches, we still have more of an ability to do that than anyone, just because we're so wealthy and we have the infrastructure to manage a lot of those changes. Yeah, China is still putting out quite a lot of fossil fuel. 61,000 people died of heat in the last heat wave in Europe. In Europe! The mortality rate was highest in Italy and Greece. Of course it was, yeah. Italy, Greece, Spain, Portugal, the hottest countries there, yeah. God. Can't wait for it to be even worse next year. India has done a good job of switching to solar energy. Is that true? Cough's doing pretty good, feeling pretty good. Hey, that's nice. Sunny makes money. India installs a record volume of solar power in 2022. That's cool. I like that. Ah, that is such an interesting aesthetic. I don't know if this would be considered like a poor looking building in India, but to me it does look poor. And to have on its roof these like solar panels, it's just like an interesting, because that's the world I want, right? I don't want there to be poverty, of course, but like the idea of green energy being so normalized that like you don't just see it as a glamour affect in wealthy areas. It's like, oh, you go down to where the tenements and the poor people are. Well, they've got solar power too, you know? India's really fucking hot right now, apparently. Yes, it is. It's like, yeah, it's rainy and storming and hot over there. They're government subsidized. They basically pay you to get these installed. Yeah, they did that. They've done that in a lot of countries. They did that in Australia. I have a friend who got like solar panels on their roof basically for free because of a government subsidy. Whereas over here in the United States, Jimmy Carter had solar panels put on the roof of the White House, and Ronald Reagan had them taken down out of spite when he entered office. That's where we're at. Solar energy right now is incredibly cheap. It's cheaper than any other kind of energy. Nice, MSDXR. I have a lot of hope for India in the future. I know they're currently led by a Hindu fascist, but there's some stuff that their government has been up to that I feel positively about. Oh, they do, Perel. The majority of solar power in India comes from their like giant deserts, you know? Because the difficulty with placing solar plants is that you can't just place them anywhere. There is an efficiency runoff if you transmit energy across too long of a line. Or to put it another way, if we put a bunch of our solar plants down in like New Mexico, that energy would not reach New York with peak efficiency. Not even close. It's a shame because if it did, it would offset the need for batteries by quite a bit because you could have solar plants running like all over the world, and in any area where it's nighttime and therefore not generating power, you don't need to build up a battery storage from the daytime. Instead, you just transmit energy from where it's daytime. However, there is a fall off. India's got some pretty big deserts that are pretty well positioned when it comes to like covering a majority of their people with fairly easy to access solar power. So for them, I feel it's like a decent shot, right? Can't the Sahara Desert support the energy of the whole world? Sure, yeah, if you want to spend like $50 trillion building over there and then maintaining it and then like keeping it free from people trying to do suicide bombings on it, fucking whatever. Like, you know, like fucking ISIS 2 shows up. Like, you need political stability in an area where you're going to invest an ungodly amount of climate infrastructure. And then also, the energy would not efficiently make its way everywhere. The AC/DC AC loss over about the distance between Cali and New York is only about 12%. 12%? Wait, hold on. Electricity efficiency loss per mile of cable. Around 2% over what distance? Wait, yeah. How much electricity lost? The overall losses between the power plant and consumers is 8 to 15%. But over what distance? What's the fall off, assuming everything's working properly? See, if there are states where even within state power production, you're getting energy fall off of like 10%, I feel like moving it thousands of miles would be a drop off of at least 20 to 30%, right? Yeah, still, it's worth investing in. Blanket the world in solar power, you know? Solar is very space inefficient for the amount of power generated. Right, but it can be built in deserts, which are otherwise unusable. Like, there are parts of the world, like some deserts, that are completely unviable for anything except for solar plant production. Like, that's the thing that they could be used for, you know? Solar in deserts takes so much maintenance, though? Yeah, but compared to the cost of operating, like, everything that it takes to do coal, right? I mean, it's still a big saving. Imagine all the money we spend on fossil fuel production, burning, plants, all that stuff, going towards, like, solar. In fact, let's do the math right now. Hold on. Total cost of fossil fuel production, extraction, total cost of fossil fuel. Okay, 700 billion to 1 trillion roughly every year on fossil fuels. Nearly a trillion. Trillion with a T. Of solar plant. Solar construction costs averaged about $1,800 per kilowatt in 2019. So it's gone down since then. Now, if that's the construction cost, about 1.3 million for 1 megawatt of power. Here, 2023 average cost of a solar farm. Cost by megawatt, about, let's just say, $1 million. So if we go by $1 million per megawatt, how many megawatts of energy are produced annually through fossil fuel? USA fossil fuel energy megawatt annual. Give me the number. Please. Megawatt of fossil fuel energy, USA. About 60% of electricity generation was from fossil fuels. Okay, so 60%. But that's electricity generation, not all energy generation. We're not factoring like cars here or whatever. How much total energy? 60% of what amount? Megawatts. Total annual energy electricity production USA. 4 million gigawatt hours. Megawatt, gigawatt, that's up by 1,000. 4,000 times 4,000. So wouldn't that mean that in order to, so it's 60% of that, but then we could go by like 80%, even if we factor in like theoretically everything associated with like gasoline or non-electricity production. So that would be about 3.2 million gigawatt hours. So wouldn't that mean 3.2? It's about 1 trillion for 3.2 million gigawatt hours. So it'd be cost by megawatt production. Nope, lost my train of thought. Anyway, solar's good. All right, we're moving on. Should have had my notes app out. Lost the numbers. Wasn't committed enough. Listen, it's doable, okay? It's doable. Sociology degree, by the way. Oh, yeah. We need an add button emote. After that rambling nonsense, okay, I'm going to finish looking through all of this current news stuff, and then we are going to take a look at Emma and Tim Pool. But first, I'm going to hit this button. Fuck you. Beep. Gotcha. Okay, close this. Close that. Close this. I hate this guy.
24. All our friends. Malia comes to me. She says, you know what? She's 24. All our friends. Sometimes we talk about climate change and we just feel like there is no way we're going to be able to solve this. We're looking at the science. It feels as if we're on a trajectory that we're going to sail past this.
What show is this from?
2 degrees centigrade benchmark, where after that, potentially things are getting cataclysmic. And so I'll be honest with you, Dad, a lot of my friends, they just feel as if, what's the point? Because the world's burning and there's nothing I can do. And I said to her, well, she asked me, what should I say to them?
Right.
And what I said to her is, look, we may not be able to cap temperature rise to 2 degrees centigrade.
Remember how before it was 1 degree centigrade and then it was 1.5? And now it's like, we might not be able to, might not be able to cap it at 2. Like 1.5 was the mark that they set for that UN report where they were like, yeah, this is like the world ending, you know, basically.
But here's the thing. If we work really hard...
It's like, hey, listen, I know we all wanted to keep the temperature increase down below 1 degree centigrade, but hey, there are worse things than it going beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade. In fact, I've read multiple papers which suggest that even past 2 degrees centigrade or, anything like that, it's still possible for us to bounce back. 2.5 degrees centigrade. Personally, I say bring it on,
We may be able to cap it at 2.5 instead of 3. Or 3 instead of 3.5. That extra centigrade, that might mean the difference between whether Bangladesh is underwater.
Right.
It means the difference between hundreds of millions dead and billions dead. Right, of course.
Might make the difference.
He's doing it.
As to whether, 100 million people have to migrate.
He's doing it.
Right.
Or only a few.
No, it's 100 million or a billion at these numbers, but
incremental changes
that matters.
Yeah, I see what
it makes a difference.
Sure.
And
it's worth fighting for, and
it's worth fighting for.
And you can't descend into nihilism and not try to save the.
So this is I guess like the best thing you could call this is like toxic optimism. Obama can't not be cool. Like he always has to be cool and collected. It's his whole thing. So he can't sit here and go, like, we're on the knife's edge and it's all going to end unless something is done. Because as a paladin of neoliberalism, it's his role to sit here as the world crumbles and go, well, incremental change is necessary. Yeah, no, I agree, Arscarva. This is a kind of nihilism because he's not fronting the actual change or moral weight of the conundrum we're being faced. Imagine if like this was being done in reference to any other mass death event where like there's an ongoing Holocaust and Obama's like, well, maybe we won't be able to keep the number of people killed below 3 million. But that difference between 4 million and 5 or 5 million and 6, that's a big difference. It's like, but it's sickening because it's avoiding the right response, which is a deservedly alarmist and aggressive and fierce attack on the underlying logic of the scenario. It's complacency, it's acceptance. It's fake change. Oh, we did nothing to stop us from arriving at this point. Oh, we were weak and ineffectual and abstemious in getting to this point. But hey, that doesn't mean we can't keep keeping our chests puffed out in the future. And well, okay, I agree that we shouldn't just become nihilistic, but I think this is kind of nihilistic because constantly painting over reality with a, well, change matters attitude doesn't really speak much to the reality of the problem. It's like being told to keep calm and carry on or keep smiling through it all. It doesn't like, well, it's always better to keep calm than it is to not keep calm while carrying on. Well, okay, maybe, but that doesn't fix it. And that's all you're saying? He had 8 years in office. I love that every once in a while when Obama says something online, you'll get like these like 16-year-old Zoomer neolib or SOCDEMs who will be like, actually, there was nothing Obama could have done but bring out a watered-down Medicare for all bill that would insure a bunch of previously uninsured people without changing the fundamental structure of the insurance system, and it barely provided them any coverage, and then a lot of it would be stripped away anyway. There's only so much you can do when you're a president for 8 years, and during portions of your presidency you have both enormous popularity and like significant legislative support. Just like, I don't buy it. It's just so interesting how Republicans and Democrats theoretically follow the same rules and are limited by the same powers, and yet for some reason nothing seems impossible to Republicans. They can do anything they put their minds to. But for Democrats, they are sickeningly weak. World news, World Star. Really? I come in with that, and this is what I get? Really? Really? Okay. All right. Fine. Sure. Sweden is being allowed into NATO. Or more accurately, Turkey's Erdogan is agreeing to back Sweden's NATO bid. Turkey has been a colossal dick in the past few months. Turkey has always been like the worst NATO ally. I hate them. They've tried to do this like Tito-esque Yugoslavian posturing as the bridge between the East and the West, where they will be an authoritarian dictatorship that maintains ties to like other authoritarian dictatorships. Not that we don't do that as well. Saudi Arabia, cough, cough. And they'll like fuck over or at least delegitimize Western efforts to expand. Even in elements where our expansion is, I think, quite warranted, like say, for example, Sweden joining NATO. They're trying to massacre the Rojavan people and destroy Kurdish independence in eastern Syria, which is not good. And we'll talk about that more in a second because that's relevant to what we're looking at right now. Basically, Turkey was blocking Sweden's entrance into NATO because Turkey didn't like the fact that Sweden and its institutions were sympathetic towards the Kurdish people. That was the gist of it, right? Correct? It was literally like the Swedish government considered the Turkish or the Kurdish independence movement in Turkey to be like not a terrorist group, and they were providing humanitarian aid. Yeah. So great, that's great. So Turkey was blocking the NATO bid because Sweden isn't evil. Well, they are evil. But they weren't being evil on this one specific issue. So after a year of blocking Sweden's NATO bid, we're now moving forward. But what has led Turkey to change their mind? Well, where is it? Sweden's NATO accession has been held up by objections from Turkey since last year, accusing Stockholm of harboring Kurdish activists and Karabakh guards as terrorists. But a joint statement issued after three-way talks stated Turkey and Sweden would work closely in counter-terrorism coordination and also boost bilateral trade ties. Oh boy. This means almost certainly compelling Sweden to extradite Kurds and Kurdish activists to face Turkish justice. Not good. Joe Biden praised the commitment by Erdogan on Sweden's NATO bid later on Monday. I want to see more details. NATO ally tier list. Turkey would be at the bottom. I want to see more details on the arrangement there. Is it literally just anti-terrorism cooperation? No more details offered than that? Hello, CNN. What do you have for me? More text? Vosh, Sweden's right-wing government, is basically turning the country into a police state. They are constantly trying to pass laws to allow the police to spy on people with no criminal suspicions. Yeah, I know we talked about this a bit before with the Dutch, but the Swedes are doing something kind of similar, where one brown person once entered their country and they haven't recovered from it yet. It always comes down to, it's the exact same fear-mongering over refugees and migrants. It's the same. It's just, it doesn't change. Give me the correct Chud Jack. Here we go. This right here, okay, is your average Scandinavian voter after seeing one light-skinned guy hit on a white woman at a McDonald's when he was on his lunch break. Okay, he's here at the voting booth, and he's ready to save the West. Erdogan wanted Sweden to ban public burning of the Quran. Cool. Sweden is considering law change to stop public Quran buildings. Aftonbladet reports. Super cool. I love the idea of like an Islamic dictatorship getting to impose religious exemptions to free speech so that they will let Sweden join our ostensibly, nominally secular mutual defense group. Erdogan is such a dick. Yep, but he won re-election. Burnings, not buildings. Did I say buildings? My apologies. Quran burnings, not buildings. Quran buildings would make sense. Yeah. Well, why don't we just kick Turkey out of NATO? The sea passages they control. There's a lot of reasons. Also, America and Westerners in general don't really mind dictatorships. It's strategic importance, you know. Erdogan has to go, man. It's not good. There's no process for expelling someone from NATO. I'm sure they could make one if they really wanted to, but no, we're not going to oust Turkey. Ugh. Whatever. Look at these law changes. Turkey claims Sweden allows members of recognized Kurdish terror groups to operate, most notably the Militant Kurdistan Workers' Party, or the PKK. Sweden changed its terrorism laws earlier this year, making it a crime to be part of these groups, though that had not yet been enough for Turkey. Like, please, Turkey, we have cucked ourselves so much out to you. Isn't it funny that Sweden is pivoting to the far right because they're terrified of brown people? Meanwhile, an Islamic like pseudo Middle Eastern nation is like dictating laws to them from the other side of like Central Europe. Is the line Central Europe? Europe map. If I drew a red line between Sweden and Turkey, it would cut through Central Europe, right? That's what it cuts through in my head. Yeah. Sweden, Turkey. Cuts through Poland, Romania, Slovakia, Bulgaria. Yeah. That's Central Europe. Yeah. Billions must die. The West has fallen. Now let me restrict the fucking free speech of my citizens, my pasty, pale, blonde citizens, so that Erdogan will let us into NATO. By the way, saving the West. By the way, ethno-nat. By the way, billions must die. Politics is such a clown show, man. It's such a fucking clown show. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Politics is so fucking dumb, but important. But it's so dumb. Can't they just undo the laws after joining? I guess technically, right? They're not going to be ousted from NATO. That would make Turkey so fucking mad, though. That would make them so, like, they get admitted into NATO, and then Sweden's like, PKK party, boys. Let's go! Bringing them all over. That'd be pretty funny. It's not going to happen, but it would be funny. You know, it's been a while since I've read up on the PKK. I don't actually fully remember how based they are. I'm pretty sure they're on like the based and cringe, like the you know, the Schrodinger's, the vibrating guitar string where they oscillate between both positions, because they've definitely done terrorism, but they're also, as I understand it, definitely trying to seek legitimate autonomy for an extremely persecuted ethnic minority. So I think this might be a broadly complicated issue. The YPG is based, though. Yeah. The YPG is yeah. They're bad, but the PYD are good. The YPG, yeah. They're one of the less based Kurdish socialist groups. Yeah, but the problem is, because what Turkey has been doing for a long time, Turkey does the same thing with the PKK that Israel does with Hamas, where if you're an advocate for Palestinian autonomy, you're automatically a part of Hamas, right? Like, Hamas does really bad shit, but like, the problem is everything gets roped in with the PKK, and they become the scapegoat for everything good or bad that gets done, even like remotely in the name of Kurdish activism. look, size, estimate 5,000 people. Like, that's like nothing, you know? But everything gets pinned on the PKK. It's complicated. It's complicated. Yeah, Turkey says if you're YPG or PKK. And YPG is fine. I mean, I'm sure there's complexity there as well, but Kurdish militant group in Syria and the primary component of the Syrian Democratic Forces. And they have how many people? 100K? 78,000, yeah. These are our Rojava boys. You know, there's overlapping groups, but like these are our boys. They're over there in eastern Syria trying to set up a safe place for Kurds. PKK bad, but PYD, YPG good. Yeah, I think that ideologically the PKK has made some good arguments, but the stuff they've said or the stuff they've done, like the things they've done to achieve it, are often like indefensible. You know, revolutionary terrorism is one of those really tricky things where, depending on how like thinly you thread that line, you get remembered as George Washington, or you get remembered as like, fucking Osama bin Laden. Don't let people like Erdogan claim they're the same. They're not. No, they're not. They're distinct groups. YPG, Rojava, they're in Syria. But Turkey will treat them the same. There were also Kurds in Iran. Yeah, and Iraq. This is one of the reasons why the Kurds are one of the very rare times where I'm actually fully on board with like an ethnic independence movement, because normally stuff like that goes very poorly, and I don't necessarily think that you being a member of a like oppressed ethnic or racial group means that you should have your own country, because that's like, history rarely pans out towards that being a clean solution for these sorts of problems. Oftentimes there are better solutions, but the Kurds should have had their own country. This is 100% like a Western governments drew the lines wrong kind of thing, Because like Syria is a despotic hellhole for the small portions of it that are still controlled by Assad, and basically lawless for other portions. So you have like the YPG and Rojava and shit that are trying to set up some kind of autonomous space here. But like, there are Kurds in this chunk, basically. Like, here. They're in Iran. And hey, remember those anti-hijab protests in Iran? The young woman who was killed by the morality police was Kurdish. Syria had Kurds. Iraq has Kurds. Turkey has tons of Kurds. And they're all like right here. And what Rojava, what the YPG has done, is they're trying to create a safe space for Kurds over here. And what Turkey has done, because they don't want Kurds to have any kind of safe space, is they've been shelling Rojavan positions across the border. In fact, Turkey has been so aggressive in shelling Rojavan positions that they did so when there were American troops in the area. Turkey and America are both part of NATO. Can you imagine how desperately Turkey wants to kill Kurds for them to shell Rojavan positions when U.S. military personnel are stationed in the area? Insane! But it's the same with Iran, and to a lesser extent, at least now, probably in Iraq. But hey, it's not like we haven't done the same thing. When Iran and Iraq were at war with each other, we supplied chemical weapons to Saddam Hussein so he could use them not only against Iran, but he also chemically bombed Kurdish neighborhoods who were promised by Iran that they would be treated better if they lived under an Iranian regime. So the Kurdish folk within Iraq were accused by Saddam Hussein of being collaborators, and he chemically bombed their neighborhoods and committed genocide against them. And we knew about it, and we gave him the chemical weapons to do it. If Erdogan were gone, would they still go as hard on the Kurds? Maybe. It depends on who replaced him. No, yeah, Quoteth, like that kind of drawing the lines wrong. In Iraq, the Kurds have an autonomous region. Yeah, well, since Saddam Hussein, things have gotten better for the Kurds in Iraq, as I understand it. Saddam Hussein was, literally genocided them with the mass chemical weapon shelling. So, in his absence, I think things have calmed down for Kurdish people in Iraq. But again, that's what Rojava is trying to do over here. They are trying to. In like the broken husk of the former Syrian state, they're trying to create something autonomous. Yeah, here's a map with positions of Kurdish people in the area. I feel like we're learning lots today. This is a nice stream. I like this. See? And if there was any sense, if there was any rhyme or reason to the drawing of the lines when the Western powers broke up the Middle East and parts of Africa, the Kurds almost certainly would have been given their own country. That would have been like a smart move, you know? Like that would have been a reasonable thing to do, I think. Yeah, we kind of ruined the area forever. Saddam had a sign in his office that read, "God should not have created three things: Kurds, Iranians, and mosquitoes." The Kurds were promised their own country by the Allies for their support in World War I and World War II. Were they really? I'd have to look into that. This was the ethnographic map of the Ottoman Empire. Oh, the brown section right here is the Kurds? Interesting. I don't know much at all about the Ottoman Empire. Turks, Armenians, Greeks, the Kurds, and the Arabs. Isn't it wild that, like, look at this big brown chunk right here. Like, the Kurds, that's not a small population of people. They were distinct a long time ago. The fact that they didn't get their own country is so wild. Well, where did all the Armenians go? Armenia. There was a genocide. No, the Kurds were allied with Turkish nationalists after World War I. Oh, okay, gotcha. Kurdish total population. 5.1 million. Oh, no, that's just in the Kurdistan region. The total number of people thought to be Kurdish around the world is 25 to 30 million, because a lot of them fled because they're treated terribly in their, like, homeland. So, yeah. Wait, no, according to Wikipedia, it's 30 to 45 million. Whew! Total population in Turkey, 14.7 million. 18% of their population? It's a huge group of people. Proposal for Kurdistan. The Kurdistan region, including the Mosul province, was scheduled to have a referendum to decide its fate. There was no general agreement among Kurds on what borders of Kurdistan should be because the dispute between the area Kurdish settlement and the political administration boundaries. Neither proposal was endorsed by the Treaty of the Sèvres, which outlined a truncated Kurdistan in what is now Turkish territory, leaving out the Kurds of Iran, British-controlled Iraq, and French-controlled Syria. The current Iraqi-Turkish border was agreed upon in July 1926, and then it just didn't happen. Cool. Wow. Yeah, the French and the British didn't want to give it the colonies. Yeah. No, if you trace stuff like this far enough back, it almost always leads to the West was a dick, you know? It almost always goes back goes back to that. Excuse me. Oh, man. Guys, we've learned so much today. I think we have finally caught up on all the, like, current news stuff. One second. Hold on. Apparently a volcano has erupted. I have to make an account to see it, though. One second. I'm going to hit the add button. There we go. Who gets the ads? Only some people. Tempest, I've been a good boy today. Okay. Reykjavik eruption. Is this a big deal? No. Seems fine. This volcano goes off reasonably often. Just making sure. Happens all the time. Lol. I'm just looking. Somebody said a volcano has erupted in chat. I look at it. You know, is it a big deal? Doesn't look like it's a big deal. But it's good to check. Can we get, like, some good news? Are you guys, like, disappointed? This is good. Every other story we've looked at today has been depressing. Now we look at this, and it's like, oh, you know, not a bunch of people are going to have to flee and evacuate. It's like, oh, great, you know? Nice. Good. Good news, Norway found the biggest phosphate deposits in the world. Huh? $77 billion tons of phosphate rock could satisfy global demand for fertilizer and electric vehicles for 50 years. Really? Wait, what does the phosphate rock contain that could make it usable for electric vehicles? Is there, like, lithium in there? Phosphoric acid. Lithium ion phosphate batteries, which power solar energy systems. Nice. That's pretty good, right? That's good. It's all under land where natives live, though. There's always a catch. What natives live in Norway? I'm not being dismissive. I'm genuinely asking. I have no idea at all. The Sami people? Okay, well, I hope they're duly compensated for their for any inconveniences they experience. I don't know what phosphate rock mining does to the environment. I don't know if you do shaft mines or if it's surface stripping, or I don't know what process is done, but you know, they will not be. Yeah, I know they won't be, but I can still say I hope they will. It's strip mined? Okay. Does he not know about the Sami? No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm learning this right now. I don't know everything everywhere. In a vacuum, this discovery is good. Okay. You know, normally when I look up Tim Pool and then a guest that he talked to, the first thing that I see is all of the, like, Timcast stream clips. But in this case, it's people going over Emma trashing Tim Pool. So that's good. That's nice to know. The only thing I know about this thing with Emma and with Tim Pool is that he got really like upset with her, which is funny. I don't actually see the Timcast segments. I just see the live stream that he did. Did he not upload segments of this? Did it go that badly for him? Did he not? It's literally just the live stream. He started calling her a pedo afterward. Well, that's, as we know with me, that's like the cope accusation that you when you've lost. Does he upload segments of all of them? Usually, but I don't see segments here. Well, I guess we'll have to see a little more of it than I expected to. The culture war.
I'm back. First thing I want to say is thank you to Jack Posobiec and Seamus Coughlin for guest hosting Timcast IRL while I was out. I wasn't not, in fact, dead. I just lost my voice, and that really sucked. I think on Sunday I was kind of sick.
I get it.
And it sucked, so I just hung out and played
video
games all day. But then Monday, I see the news, show that the core really so
early core.
You called.
Oh, now I care. What's up?
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Emma Vigeland. I'm the co-host of the Majority Report. Thanks so much, Tim, for having me on. I know that it was a little dicey with you and Sam in terms of him coming on, but I'm happy that you had me on. Honestly.
Absolutely, I'm glad you came.
Yeah, and it's. I just want to clear this up because I know that you didn't want to have Sam on because you called him a grifter, right?
Yeah.
And part of the reason that you called him that is
That's hilarious, by the way, that he did that. The reason he called Sam a grifter was because Sam didn't want to fly like across the country to go to Tim Pool's secret forest compound where he and his 30 heavily armed friends, like have you on for a debate when you could just like call a person in the modern world.
is because you said that we put your song through a filter on our show, and I just want you to know I was hosting that day. We don't have the technology to do that, so I did not do that. So there you go. Clearing that up for you.
The song. So that specific issue was the song we put out, played on your show, had like the mids ripped out of it.
We don't have the technological ability to do that. We're just a bunch of leftists with like a soundboard. I promise you, nothing was intentional.
You don't have Audacity? It's free.
Well, no. The issue here is likely
I don't really
that
know. I don't know anything about.
If you don't have proper ingestion, then like the audio is going through a TV or something, it's going to sound really bad.
Right.
So if we were to like play music on the TV and then put the mics up to it, everything would be ripped out from it. And then if we were to say, listen how bad this sounds, it's misleading the average person into thinking that's what the song sounds like.
But I played that, and look, I mean, we're here to have a great discussion, I think. But it's interesting that even though I played it, that was your justification for calling Sam a grifter.
It's not, though. The issue with Sam was that I put out a tweet where I said, we try to invite people on the left all the time. They always say no. And then Sam tweeted, challenge accepted, or something to that effect, like, I'll come on. And I was like, oh, this is great, because, Sam was actually the first person to ever shout me out, ever, in my career.
Yeah.
Praising me. And so I said, we will.
Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. That's a sting right there. For those of you who don't know, Tim Pool pretended to be left-leaning back in the Occupy Wall Street days, like Vice and stuff.
We'll cover travel accommodation. We'll fly you out. We'll take care of everything. Let me know what day works for you. And he said something like the 13th. And I was like, this is fantastic. And then he DM'd me and was like, I'm not coming on your show. And I was like,
it was because of COVID restrictions. I've seen the DMs. I told him he should put it on. I've told him he should put it on Twitter, but he's too good of a guy. I mean, maybe. Well,
no, I published all the DMs. Yeah. Because then what he did was he then it's mostly water under the bridge, but he made some comment about me backing out or something. And I was like, what are you talking about?
I don't care about any of this.
I messaged him. I was like, are you kidding, dude? Like if Sam is unable to,
oh my God.
I mean, Sam's had way more subscribers than me for a long. The podcast version of things, I think we have like 6. On the YouTube side of things, we've actually gotten rid of all advertisements. So now it's just like whatever YouTube does, they do. Right. And then we're starting our own company. Gain is a hoax.
It's not a manipulation. That is the kind of thing that's going to continue to happen as abortion restrictions happen throughout the country.
Politics. Getting blindsided over here. Oh my God.
How the law is written? Do you have to prove it, or does it have to be alleged?
I mean, first of all,
let me just answer that
one
point real quick so we can clarify the thing on.
Sure.
I never said it was a hoax that the girl was abused. That is
Okay,
incorrect.
but I mean, but honestly, this is a part and parcel of what you do. Is you put that kind of statement out there, and then you put caveats in to protect yourself.
Like
but
me saying that someone manipulating a story for political gain is a hoax.
It's not a manipulation. That is the kind of thing that's going to continue to happen as abortion restrictions happen throughout the country.
It's an
There's a
opinion.
particularly egregious example used to shine light on broader restrictions on abortion in this country. I mean, it's an opinion, but you haven't retracted
Yes.
it. It's false.
It's not false. If there is a story and the story is exaggerated or manipulated in an effort to sway people into believing one political faction over the other, you are engaging in a hoax.
I mean, isn't that what you guys do when you post like extreme videos of crime and things like
We
that?
don't do that. What are you talking about?
I mean, you respond to videos that are taken completely out of context, isolated instances.
I don't think you watch the show because that doesn't sound
I mean,
cool
I
to you.
do a little bit.
No, you don't. Because
Yeah,
we
I
don't
do.
that.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
Well, that's not true because we don't do that. In fact, one of the points we make specifically is
You show subway crime to talk about all these inflated crime numbers. Crime is down in New York City in 2023 by every metric.
Down compared to what?
Down compared to 2021 and
Don't
2022.
don't change the subject.
No,
you
I'm not.
accused us of publishing videos we don't
minute.
publish.
If it's down in compared to 2021, and there was a giant year-over-year increase from 2020 to 2021, then you're talking about something
It
that's
wasn't
down.
giant. It was a small bump from the
A
pandemic.
47% increase in homicide
a
in the city of New
small
York is not a small bump.
It was homicides have been on a persistent.
Asking for examples in the moment, such an easy win. Yeah, if you're talking with somebody who acts in bad faith, even if the claim you're making about them is obvious, you have to be ready for the immediate follow-up, which will be, oh yeah, prove it. I think in cases like that, because like they'll never let you take anything for granted. I think in cases like that, it's almost better to never make statements about them and only make statements about like yourself and stuff you're willing to do or willing to say, because you want to put them on the defense, or you want to put them in a position where they have to challenge what you've said. Like they have to feel as though they're the ones who needs to prove the point. So you can say stuff like, we're the only ones who covered this story honestly, as opposed to all these other publications that, and then explain a thing that like Tim Pool also definitely did, you know, because then he has to accept that he did that. And therefore he can't later walk that back and go, oh no, well, I just like rationally presented that story.
Precipitous decline since the 70s, since the 80s, since the 90s. There was a bump because of desperation in the pandemic, and now it's back down in 2023.
So, like,
that's irrefutable. That's the NYPD's own data. That's on all major crimes: murders, rapes, grand larcenies, robberies.
This is an argument I'm often confronted with, and it's actually pretty terrible. So crime is down from the peak, for sure.
Wait, is this actual Justice Warrior? Oh my God. He also kind of looks like the Chud Jack.
Sure, right? In some years in New York City, we had 2,100 murders. I think that's the largest ever in the history of the city of New York. However, my standard it's not as bad as the worst time in the history of the city of New York. When I see murders jump year over year from about 319 to 469.
What do you mean year over year? The 2 years that I just
year
listed?
over year, as in from 2020 to 2021. That would be a year over year increase.
So like colloquially, anyone uses year over year to literally refer to 2 years, right? Like, look, all these years the murders have gone up. It's been 2 years. Yeah, years, plural, you know. Oh, yeah, huh.
Is a dramatic increase, and it's the largest since, I believe, 2010, the greatest year-over-year increase of all time in the city of New York, by the way. But it's all the way back to 2010 numbers.
It's down.
Yeah, it's down compared to the increase, but it's not down compared to 2019.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic where people's desperation and their mental health was severely harmed. People were out of work, and that kind of desperation leads to more crime. That's the reality of how crime works. Poverty leads to crime.
I would imagine. This is inaccurate.
Why do you think 25 people got shoved in front of trains last year?
I don't know, dude.
Well, that's a legitimate question. You're saying that.
Notice how he doesn't engage with what Emma just said and just completely pivots to another thing. Because right-wingers will never accept crime as like a sociological phenomena, because if they did, they would have to acknowledge that civic policy could change it. That the implicit suggestion that people like Tim Pool want to push is that it's a like race or degeneracy thing, that people have become degenerate, or that it's like black people or whatever. But on an explicit level, it's like framed through the personal responsibility thing, where it's like, oh, well, people are just bad because they're bad, you know?
You're saying poverty and desperation results in crime. I'm wondering why it is that you've had these homeless guys. They've been predominantly, I think it's almost entirely these homeless guys, shoving people in front of trains. Last year it was 25. And so that is...
So that's a mental health problem. I mean, we do have a mental health problem in this country. We have an issue with not having socialized healthcare, where people are unable to access healthcare, mental health care in particular, but also every other kind of healthcare. I mean, 28 million uninsured people in this country. That's a massive problem. I mean, what is your stance on Medicare for all and healthcare?
I'm for universal healthcare.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to have some kind of like basic coverage for universal
He still says that he in practical terms he's against everything, but he still LARPs as like, oh well, yeah, I want this. He doesn't, of course, but like he'll pretend.
Standard meaning like if you're having an episode, this is particularly where we bring you in, we help you. If you're broken bones, flu, things that it's like relatively simple and knowledge based. The challenge with it is that we got limited space, we got limited doctors, but I don't think we can function as a society if we have people just dying in the streets like we do with drug abuse and
Well, then you should promote housing first policies on your program. Like in Houston, what they did, there was a pilot program under Obama. It was a HUD grant, and they reduced homelessness by 63% over 10 years because they guaranteed housing. Do you think that the 25 examples that you cite last year, and there's like over 2 million subway riders a day, so you cherry picking that, I feel like is...
It's not cherry picking, it's... you mentioned that desperation leads to crime.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering why it is specifically that we saw this increase. Is it like someone's desperate, but why murder somebody? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they're experiencing a mental health episode. We do not have adequate health care in this country, mental health care. I hear a lot of...
Desperation and adversity tend to increase antisocial behavior in people. Again, he's not engaging because he wants it to be like an innate thing. Well, evil people are evil because they're evil, which is why like we're focusing on 25 people being pushed in a subway and not like thousands and thousands and thousands of other measurable socioeconomic problems or crimes that are much easier to track or explain. Like, hey, like explain to me why these random people who you don't know anything about did a thing. I don't fucking know. I don't know. What?
Often after mass shootings, that mental health is the most important thing in this country. Then we should have socialized healthcare so everyone can have access to it. And that paired with a housing first policy where cities don't become urban centers for just bridge and tunnelers who want to come in and see a show, or for restaurant associations, where places where people can actually live and there's guaranteed housing for people. If we were able to do that, we would be able to drastically reduce the crime that you guys are talking about.
So when you're talking about poverty leading to crime, like what is that based on? Because after prohibition was repealed,
existing data
during the Great Depression, crime fell. During the Great Recession, people with your line of thinking thought we would see a crime spike nationwide. It didn't happen. You could actually look at the crime wave if you wanted to pull it up. That didn't occur. And that was the largest recession in the history of this country since the Great Depression. So what we've seen throughout American history...
Remember, the real answer is that income inequality increases crime. It's not people being poor and it's not people being rich. It's poor people and rich people being next to each other. It's inequality that causes crime, because inequality leads to divisions. It leads to people fostering negative sentiment, hatred, antipathy, poor judgment, ill thought. When people are different from you, it's easier to blame them for problems you're experiencing. And sometimes you're right to when it comes to like blaming the rich for a lot of social problems. Rich people are also like targets for theft. When you're poor, if you're poor, stealing from other poor people is often less like worthwhile because they're poor. Yeah, this is backed up in data. It's pretty straightforward.
Is poverty not leading to crime? What we actually see is the opposite, that crime drives areas into poverty. We look at store closures across the country due to the fact that we have shoplifting. That leads to decaying in the neighborhoods. When people abandon the neighborhoods and you see this blight, that has a psychological impact on people, and that drives people to commit these crimes.
I mean, you're working backwards from the...
No, you're actually working backwards.
Wait, but no. Poverty, clearly, this is a very simple concept, leads to something like shoplifting. Why would someone shoplift based on a personal pathology? They're shoplifting because they're desperate.
Not necessarily. Like, so we have a lot of lax shoplifting laws in California, for example.
So and
what they find is we have a lot of organized retail theft because there's no consequences for it.
That's profit.
For instance,
people are trying to make money, and they're desperate, and we have untold levels of income inequality in this country.
Well, is it income inequality or poverty?
Since the late 70s, 900%. That's the increase in CEO pay versus 12% for the working class in this country. You don't think that leads to levels of desperation?
So wait, is income inequality the cause, or is poverty the cause? Because those are two different things.
I mean, they go hand in hand.
They really don't.
Yes, they do.
What? They really don't? There's no correlation whatsoever between income inequality and poverty, actually. There are many such cases of income inequality skyrocketing in a fashion which has a stark division between the ultra-wealthy and people who are simply upper middle class. That's a real thing that definitely happens in the real world. AJW being a dipshit, what else is new? Yeah, well, he's been pretty stupid, like, in every engagement I've ever had with him, so it's not surprising. Is he hired by Tim now? Is he work for the show? one of the most shoplifted items from Walmart is baby food. Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm sure that they're just doing it for the TikTok clout. This is another one of those like visible exemptions things where like overwhelmingly people shoplift because they're desperate and need stuff. But then like you'll get a couple high profile cases of TikTokers who shoplift a bunch of makeup because they want to brag about it. And then that gets the headlines. So it's like, oh, shoplifters are just doing it for clout. Like, yeah, all the baby food they're stealing for clout. Yeah.
Because all the wealth is going towards the CEOs and to the billionaires in this country.
But it's not a zero-sum economy.
Down.
But also, if income inequality is the driver of crime, then how come we saw a giant crime decline after the mid-90s when income inequality was going up? In fact, we saw this happen all the way to 2019.
Can you repeat that?
We had a giant crime decline from around 1995, 1996 nationwide from all the way to 2019 while income inequality was rising during that period of time.
Right.
So why would that occur if income inequality is driving crime?
I mean, I'm not exactly sure, you're the expert, but I do know that you were saying that there was an increase in crime in 2021 and 2022, well, and it doesn't matter now that it's going back down to 2023 levels.
This is just New York City.
I can't see this. Yeah.
I just pulled up New York City.
Look at that. Right. Exactly.
So in the
the West has fallen. I'm glad they put up the graph because it really is a pretty stark reminder of the stakes that we're talking about here.
At the start of 1990, crime was at its highest and it dropped.
Murders, not crime. This is murders, not just crime.
Rather massively into just before 2000, where it continued to decline. And then from 2019 into 2020, we see a huge increase. That's pre-pandemic. Right. So there's a couple interesting things to point out there.
No, to be clear, that's not pre-pandemic. That's a year-over-year increase. So it would be in the year 2020, to be clear. So 2019 would be the low number.
The increase, actually, the draw is before 2020, meaning that could be 2018 to 19 then, if that's the point you're making.
No, it's I've seen these numbers. I'm telling you, you're reading this chart wrong, because in New York City, do they have the raw number of homicides on the side? If you track it, you have around,
this is just
murders right here. Right. You have about 300, and then it jumps to about 469.
Oh, yeah. I mean, crime dropped everywhere throughout the country since lead gasoline was outlawed. There is a massive connection, lead paint, lead gasoline predominantly affecting poor and lower income people, which probably did contribute to some of the increase in volatility in that kind of instance.
I completely agree. I read that report. It was fascinating that when we started taking lead out of the atmosphere, crime started to drop. But that would also make the argument that it's not poverty driving crime. It was like chemical imbalance or something.
Yeah, but poor people were the ones getting exposed to those chemicals. Also, oh man. So I think like the problem here, especially since they have free license to jump between any like half-remembered anecdote, having like an affirmative study to go to, like here is the study indicating there was a relationship between inequality and crime or whatever, or like asking, well, what do you think causes crime? I don't know, like evil ghosts in your brain?
It's both. It's absolutely both.
Well, I think it would play a role. Like the lead would play a role because it was in gasoline, so it was in the air. Yeah, so it's impacting everyone.
It depresses brain function and things like that.
True. Yeah. But I think public policy has a huge impact as well, because again, we saw a dramatic crime. This crime wave started in the 1960s, right? And this is when we started embracing this idea that poverty was the root cause of crime, that this was more the realm of the social workers, all things that sound really familiar to today. And from 1960 all the way to 1979, the incarceration rate, even though in raw numbers it was rising, was dropping per capita. So we saw this crime increase, and what you would end up getting in 1979 for murder on average was something like 5 years. For rape, it was something like 3.4 years. And obviously, like, this created a problem because we just weren't prosecuting people. This is why we ended up going with a mass incarceration solution, which, by the way, did work, and all these other policies to get tough on crime. You laugh, but you're definitely
wrong. Mean, mass incarceration, we incarcerate more people than any other country.
We have the highest rate of violent crime for any modern Western country.
I mean, I don't have that statistic in front of me, but we still... So how does that connect to the mass incarceration point? If it worked...
This is the exact talking point that I had with AJW. That clip of mine that went viral on TikTok was me explaining how over-policing leads to an increase in the long term of crime. I remember it's the same exact talking point.
Then what does the violent crime rate have to do with it? You just want to warehouse more people?
No, I didn't say when I say it worked, we started expanding the prison population seriously in the 1980s to the 1990s. If you go to the Brennan Center for Criminal Justice, which is a left-wing organization, they say post the year 2000, mass incarceration lost its effectiveness. But most of the mass incarceration was pre the year 2000. So obviously it had some impact, and it ranges. Low estimates are about 6% on the crime rate, which is very low, but the high estimates are about 30%. And the reason it worked is because the philosophy behind mass incarceration is pretty simple. What you're trying to do is incapacitate criminals, because the same criminals are often reoffending. You brought up shoplifting earlier. You can actually pull up an article to find out that the same 300 people in New York City represent a third of the shoplifting arrests total for a single year.
Probably because they're incredibly impoverished and they need to find a way to actually sustain their livelihoods in this country.
But that's put a very good way. That's phrased very well.
Whoa, hold on. That makes it sound like there's some kind of broader social issue when people are constantly getting arrested for shoplifting food or whatever. That the way you phrased it made it seem as though there's something to think about here other than just criminals are evil. So let's think about this a different way.
Maintain their livelihoods.
Well, so, no, I mean, no, their life is a better way to maintain.
Sure. But like, I guess my point is, some of them certainly are desperate. But when you see videos of a guy like shoveling stuff into a garbage bag, that's not desperation.
But again, this is what you do, Tim.
Why would that not be desperation? Also, like, furthermore, the most desperate people are the ones who are more likely to get caught shoplifting, probably, right? Like, the kind of people whose lives are in tatters are probably the ones with the least to lose, and are therefore the ones who would be the less, I don't know, like, I feel like to be the ones who are the least savvy about shoplifting. Because, like, you go in there, because if a person, if like a Beverly Hills trust fund kid is shoplifting for TikTok clout, they're not going to go in there with a garbage bag and start shoveling, like, cough medicine into it and run out, because that'd be really dumb. They're going to contrive some over-elaborate, like, purse sweater, you know, shenaniganry to get out of there. Like, they're going to put thought into it. Yeah, the idea, it's just so telling that Tim cannot fathom of shoplifting as something that might be caused by structural inequality.
And you return to anecdotal examples when I'm trying to talk about...
We're talking about just the 300 people.
And I am talking about...
Which is the anecdotal evidence.
What 300 people?
He said the same 300 people, the ones committing the crime. I said, right,
a third of the shoplifting
these specific individuals are doing it for profit.
Okay, so we should have a system of mass incarceration because there are 300...
I didn't say that.
Because I'm talking to you now. There are 300 repeat offenders.
No, we should incapacitate repeat offenders so they stop offending.
Got it. So this is all about the fact that you're not in favor of bail reform because in New York State, which is now currently being rolled back, we decided that we weren't going to require cash bail for nonviolent felonies and for misdemeanors. And you think that that's a good policy?
To not require cash bail?
Yeah.
No.
I think that we're rolling it back.
I think look, if you're concerned about people not being able to get out of jail because of their financial means, then I can understand reducing or even eliminating the cash bail system. Because I understand if you have a lot of money, even though you really only have to throw down 10% for bail in most cases, unless it's like a set figure for the bond, then I get that argument. But what you need, and the state of New York desperately needs this, is some kind of threat assessment. Like, you should be able to hold somebody if they present themselves as a danger or a repeat offender, regardless of bail, without bail, so that they don't continue to reoffend.
Okay.
So a pre-conviction, is he describing the concept of jail? He's describing someone being held without bail. That we have that. When you're arrested, you go to jail. If you don't post bail or if you're not allowed bail, what? He's describing the concept of going to jail for a pre-crime, like some Minority Report shit, like before you've even done anything? No, I think he's just talking about, like, we should, like, beyond bail, we should have a system for holding people without bail. Here, I'll listen again.
Be able to hold somebody if they present themselves as a danger or a repeat offender, regardless of bail, without bail, so that they don't continue to reoffend.
Okay, but
I think he's talking about if they've committed a crime over and over.
Do you know what happens when people are held in Rikers, for example, in a pre-detention center? How many deaths have happened there before they're even convicted of a crime?
Look, again, that's an issue for how the jailing system works in New York City, and I am in favor of building out the jail capacity. Because
you're talking about cash bail, though. That is exactly the point that we're discussing here.
Yeah.
Right. So you're in favor of people being held before they're convicted of a crime.
Yes.
In Rikers.
If they show a propensity to reoffend, 100%.
What is a propensity to reoffend?
A history, like being arrested over and over again, prior convictions, yes.
So you think that they should be held in a prison that has been...
It's a jail, but yes.
Or jail, excuse me. A jail that has been proven to be one of the worst conditions in the country.
Well, it doesn't have to be specifically Rikers Island.
Dozens of deaths just this year, even if they haven't been convicted of a crime.
Convicted of a crime. Yeah, for
Didn't they recently have it so they're not even going to like report deaths at Rikers or something like that? Rikers no longer report because so many people die there. Am I thinking of a different thing? Nope, I'm right. New York City Department of Correction no longer report Rikers Island inmate deaths to public. So if you die in like the island fortress, you just get memory hold and it doesn't even get released. And so many people die there because all of the jail guards there are psychotic rapists and weirdos and drug peddlers. And they won't protect you if the prisoners shank you to death, or the jail inmates.
Sure.
But I think
that's very anti-constitutional and anti-democratic.
How is it anti-constitutional?
The Fourth Amendment. It violates the Fourth Amendment.
Protects you from illegal search and seizures.
Well, I mean, you are the right to a speedy trial. People are held. Fifth Amendment. Yes.
I do think we should have reform on the speedy trial side, but the idea that it's unconstitutional to hold somebody pre-trial is ridiculous. Our law is based on English common law.
Damn.
We're all bad.
Our law is based on English common law, and the reason we have jails is that you would actually be held in a dungeon awaiting trial. So it's like built into the system. Bail is like a courtesy. It's actually a progressive reform in response to that, where you lay down some kind of capital in place of yourself.
How much money do you want to spend on jails in New York City?
As much as it takes.
So just warehousing people before they're convicted of anything.
Well, again, it's not warehousing everybody, but if you have a propensity to reoffend, I think judges should be able to have judgment. It's kind of in the name, and assess these people and hold them.
So you just want to give it to the judgment of the judges. And it doesn't...
Yes, I would like the judges to have judgment. Yes.
Okay, but
this guy's a fucking Nazi. They're all fucking Nazis. Yeah. No, again, like, this is why, because you get honed in on these like hyper distinctive, because right now we're talking about this in reference to like a hypothetical group of 300 repeat offending shoplifters. And it's like, if you look in reality, right? Like, if you look at we already spend billions and billions and billions and billions on our police and our prisons, and we have worse outcomes than like every other country. Now, the reason people like Tim Pool and the conservatives who follow him believe this is because of black people. Like, that's the implication. Why do we have to spend so much money on our police and prisons? Why do we have so many people in prison but still have so much crime? It's because of like racial minorities. That's always the answer they gesture to. You know, in terms of like actual sociological causes, it might be because this country fucking sucks. And all these problems kind of like reify and re-exacerbate the severity of themselves to begin with, if you just approach them like nails to be hammered.
There should be guardrails in place to prevent judges from... I mean, judges are human beings. They can be unjust as well. I don't really put them on the pedestal that you do.
Obviously, I'm not in favor of like $1 million bond for somebody who's arrested for shoplifting, even if they're arrested 27 times. So yeah, you can have guardrails from the legislature, but they can't assess dangerousness right now in the state of New York.
They assess it in ways, the reason we put this law into place, which is now being rolled back, that were deemed inherently racist. They deem that it was disproportionately black and brown people who are warehousing.
Okay, but how's that racist though?
Because at their discretion, it was implemented in a racist way. It's
but
the same way that
crime statistics, they're
well, there you go. So that's...
It's the exact same fucking talk that I had with him, man.
So this is what the reality is for you: is you believe that black and Hispanic people inherently are committing.
When did I say inherently?
Crimes. I mean,
if you pull up like NYPD crime data, for instance, since you brought up stop and frisk, you can look at the shootings, like the shooting suspects in any given year. And if you find me a year where 92% or greater is not black or Hispanic in terms of the shooting suspects, then I mean, I would be shocked.
Why are we looking at suspects in that data? Why not convictions? I wonder if there's any kind of implicit racial bias behind suspected shooting perpetrators by race.
Because I've looked at it for the past 20 years.
So
yes,
that's
suspects.
The cop's discretion.
Looked at it for the past 20 years. I've spent 20 years fastidiously analyzing race science and racial criminology, and I have come to strong conclusions If anyone wants to go back, the debate that I had with him, I think, was pretty productive in the sense that I got to talk a lot and I bowled over all his talking points because he's an idiot, which is the best kind of productivity.
So no, it's you get a report,
right,
and you get a description of the suspect, and they are 92% every single year or above Black or Hispanic.
Can I tell you guys a very famous New York story? There was a black cop, and he went to Central Park and started giving out tickets to white couples having picnics and drinking wine. And he said public alcohol consumption is a crime in the city, and he started giving these uppity yuppies tickets.
Right.
He got in serious trouble. The reason he did it was because the cops would go into the black neighborhoods and give people drinking 40s on their stoops tickets. And he said, how can these people at their own homes, on their own porches, get a ticket for drinking booze? Then when I go to Central Park and say, we're going to apply the same standard, I get in trouble for it. So New York's got serious problems. Even Bloomberg, like, that guy's awful. He made a bunch of, like, I'm not going to say that.
The reason
we're actually getting the rare contrarian Tim Pool acknowledges the existence of racism point.
I just want to cut you off because you mentioned Bloomberg, and I want to respond to what you said. Under Bloomberg, 90% of the stop and frisks that were done were, by the way, they didn't find anything, but 90% targeted Black and brown people. So you're taking.
So the highest number, by the way, is 86%, not 90%.
You're taking
but go ahead.
the data. You're taking the data and using what the cops did, where they over-police in certain areas, and then pretending like there's an overrepresentation inherently, criminally, in those kind of populations.
Dude, this is literally the exact convo I had with him. I was like, you can't just, this is like those studies where weed is used basically the same amount by Black and white youth, but Black youth are 400% more likely to get picked up by the police for it. And he was like, it's like, because they over-police those neighborhoods. And it's like the police over-police those neighborhoods because there's more crime there, and there's more crime there because they over-police those neighborhoods. Most crimes committed don't get caught. Most jaywalking, most loitering, most weed smoke doesn't get caught, you know? Most crimes are innocuous and fade into nothing, hurting no one, considering the fact that a lot of crimes, like, say, for example, smoking weed, like, really don't hurt people. Or in the case of something like shoplifting, there's this, like, abstract corporate harm that is nothing compared to the immediate harm of, like, a person being fucking arrested for it, you know? Most crimes don't get caught. But if you over-police an area, you'll find more crimes, and then you use those additional findings to justify continued police presence in the area, thus exacerbating the issue, all the while depriving that community of stability and of wealth because you keep arresting people at massively disproportionate rates compared to the amount that people commit those crimes. But the numbers show that you're responding to, like, a significant increase in crime in the area because that's all you're looking for. Literally, it would be like going to a river and you see an area with a bunch of ducks and you're staring at ducks. People are like, hey, you know, there might be more ducks down the river. And you're like, no, from what I've seen, there are only ducks right here. And I like these ducks. So I'm going to stare at these ducks. Like, it's nonsensical.
And it's a racist argument.
So you're wrong in a bunch of different ways. So let me just like run through them. So first and foremost, the highest year was 86%. And that was a year with a dramatic increase in stops. And if you ask me if I'm in favor of just expanding stop and frisk, which is different from Giuliani's stop, question, and frisk, although, you know, you might not be interested in that specific difference, to the levels that Bloomberg did, I would say it's unnecessary. It aggravates people. It creates a whole bunch of problems.
To be clear, this literally, like, his only thing is race science and criminology. That's it. The only thing this guy talks about or cares about or quote unquote studies is reasons why it's okay for Black people to get arrested more. That's actually his entire thing. I mean, I guess it's like really fitting then that he looks like the Chud Jack, because this is his whole like modus operandi. I mean, I don't know.
That being said, they're not over-targeted because, again, there is no year during the entire tenure of Bloomberg where the shooting suspects were any less than 92%. So what the NYPD does, because it's the most data-driven police force in the entire world, is they map crime through a system called CompStat. When there's a lot of shootings in a specific area, they send the police to those areas. The stops, questions, and frisks all relate to where the shootings are, and it just so happens to be those areas are Black or Hispanic.
Right, but do you get accosted on the street by cops regularly in New York City?
It happened to me when I was younger, yes, but like not now.
Okay, but do you understand
but to your point about hit rate, because you brought it up, hit rate was not the goal of stop, question, and frisk. Like, this is one of the things where you're like, oh, well, this program didn't work because my standard that I look for arbitrarily shows that it was ineffective. That's like saying a plane doesn't work because it's not a good submarine.
No, it's
like,
not
that doesn't make any sense.
90% of the stop and frisks came up with nothing.
True, but the point was to deter the carrying of firearms.
Have you done illegal drugs in your life?
Maybe
I have.
No, but that's exactly the point.
I could have been stopped and frisked, and I could have gone to prison, or I could have been held if I had a little bit less money in Rikers indefinitely until my trial came, because a cop just decided, hey, I'm going to stop and frisk you, but they wouldn't do that to me because I'm a white woman.
All right, that's nice.
Well,
but anyway, it's about shooting.
That's nice, but let's like continue with my race science.
And the point of the program,
No, it's
and
not
this is
about
stated
shootings.
quite literally, to deter people from carrying illegal firearms.
It's absolutely not about
It
gun
100%
control.
is.
Are you in favor of gun control?
See, again, this is what I mean. He only cares about arresting black people. He doesn't actually care about like the laws being enforced. If he you know, he might want like black people to be able to, or like people broadly to be able to carry firearms however they want walking around. But if it's an excuse you can use to arrest black people, that's what he's about. That's all he cares about. It's so transparent. Have you used illegal drugs? Maybe. Do you even care about gun control? Yeah. But like, if black people do either of those things, like, they should totally be thrown in Rikers, right? It's like, yeah.
This is what
I'm a New Yorker, so I'm not like a big gun guy, but
this is my point.
We've got to target guns, and that's why.
Yeah, you definitely got to target illegal guns. I'm going to agree with Emma,
but Emma's not going to agree with me. The idea that the police can decide to arbitrarily stop people because they might be carrying a firearm violates the Second and Fourth Amendments. Well, again, stop and frisk is completely unconstitutional.
That's why Fourth Amendment was in my mind.
Well, again, it's you're supposed to stop, question, and frisk, and usually it's based on reasonable suspicion, and they're supposed to.
I'm bearing arms.
Bullshit. Yeah, cops totally exercise reasonable discretion with stop and frisk. Yeah, that's definitely how that worked. Yeah. Yeah, cops famously known for not inventing a reasonable suspicion based on anything that the courts will back them up on. You know, I smelled weed. Did they? Well, it's not provable either way. So yeah. Notice how he's not saying the standard should be probable cause. No, he's not. Again, he goes with reasonable suspicion rather than probable cause. And even then, the idea that reasonable suspicion has ever been a threshold that stops police officers from doing whatever they want is just ludicrous, you know. He wants a police state for black and brown people.
Constitution.
They're supposed to follow the Terry standard.
This idea that because a particular group of people may be carrying guns, we're going to go start stopping a whole bunch of them. I'm like, the Constitution protects our right to keep and bear arms in the first place. So now you're violating, you're ignoring the Second Amendment and using that and by ignoring it, now you're violating the Fourth Amendment. I mean, this is absolutely nonsense.
This is why I'm actually critical of Bloomberg's expansion of the program, because the way it used to work is that if you had a shooting suspect, you would have a description, you'd send cops to the area, and they would stop people with that description, ask them questions, and if there was reasonable suspicion, they would conduct a search.
Yeah, that's definitely how that worked. It wasn't just somebody saying it was a black male, and then they would just stop and search every black male they found who was walking on their own or with a group of young black men as their friends. They would definitely do like this polite conversation and then arrive at reasonable suspicion following. What reasonable suspicion do they think they were getting from these guys that was permitting all these stop and frisk? The like millions of stop and frisk they did. Like they'd ask, hey young man, you do any shootings lately? And like the black guy would be like, and that would be like the threshold where cops would be like, oh, okay, well now I'm gonna search you. You know, come on.
This is why under Giuliani, the maximum amount of stops in a year, and, you know, New York City of 8.5 million people, was 90,000 people. And under Bloomberg, it was something like 700,000, maybe 800,000 people. So he dramatically expanded the program to the point where I do think it was constitutionally violative.
So you are kind of to the right of Donald Trump on this, who has been releasing nonviolent offenders.
Donald Trump's First Step Act is absolutely terrible. It sets up a bunch of incentives.
Well, I mean, you're further right than I'd imagine a ton of this audience is. I mean, that's fine. That's
like, I'm not here to win over the audience. Well, I will win over the audience because I'm correct, but
no,
this is mostly moderate.
But Donald Trump's First Step Act had a lot of language about going soft on youthful offenders, and that's one of the reasons why a huge portion of the increase in homicide that we're seeing is among young men, and specifically among young black men in this country.
I want to bring
see, wasn't even talking about race right there, but he had to bring it up. See?
His attention to this chart, because there's a lot that it shows. I know it's just murders,
right?
But we're talking about, you mentioned something about the 60s. For some reason, in 1962 to 64, we start seeing, from 1962 onward, a ridiculous spike in the murder rate offenses per 100,000 population. I don't know exactly why. we can see around 1990, it starts to decline rapidly. There's a couple interesting points there. This is U.S. murder rate. So New York City's broken window policing has nothing to do with it. This is the entirety of the country. This could be one of two things. We when the leaded gasoline, that was the 80s, right?
I believe so, yeah.
We were getting rid of
and
it.
And the last truck, I think for trucks, it was the 90s.
But this also coincides with one of the, if not the largest economic expansion, or I shouldn't say that now because who knows how you define it with the pandemic and all that stuff. But we had a massive economic boom in the 90s. So this would interestingly correlate with the idea that as people started to get more things, like their lives started to improve, murder rates started to drop dramatically.
Yeah, and I would say that that was a temporary kind of sugar high based on neoliberal policies of Reagan and Clinton, where there was a lot of money that was released back into the public because of massive tax cuts. I mean, we can talk about confiscatory taxation if you'd like. And
also, just to be clear, because I took criminology classes, and this was something that was talked about quite often. The exact reason for the drop in the crime rate through the early 90s and onward is a subject of massive debate. There are strong pieces of evidence towards some things, but it's like a ton of things all coming together. There are like a wide range of factors that had varying levels of influence, and it's difficult to know to what extent they actually did, and whether or not some stuff is being overinflated. I am willing to admit that broken windows policing, the skyrocketing budgets of police departments and the skyrocketing number of police people we incarcerate, that probably did bring the crime rate down a bit, because a lot of crimes are committed in like ultra poor areas by a small group of people, either by gang members or people who are like super desperate or people who are just repeat criminals. And a benefit of aggressive policing can be that these like super repeat offenders are more likely to get taken. This was like the racist super predator thing that Hillary Clinton was on about, right? Of course, the problem is that like any increase in policing and jailing that is meant to target like a specific like sub-demographic of people is then going to go on to like, in this case, you know, massively escalate the number of people that we arrest, right? It's like, there was stuff regarding the drug war, the change in the use of like crack cocaine. There's so much went into these changes, you know what I mean? Overall, in terms of like crime, the country's very safe compared to how it used to be. However, I think that the positive influence of broken windows policing was heavily overstated. I think it had some positive influence, but with a lot of associated negatives. And I think it's very possible for us to go back and look through it and go like, okay, we can do better than this. And there are tons of reforms that are like common sense shit that criminologists have been screaming about for decades that police won't do because police want to masturbate while remembering the times that they brutalized and raped and tortured the people of color that they had complete unrestricted control over.
Top marginal tax rate. You know, the top marginal tax rate in 1961. It's funny that you brought up that figure. 1960, it's 91% compared to 37% now. But like
it went down in the 60s.
Reagan cut a bunch of taxes during that time period, and a lot of people got an influx in cash.
Crime
and then
did drop.
Sorry,
crime did drop.
Well, right, but that was temporary. That was temporary, and then the income inequality kind of set in, and the rich got richer and the poor got poorer, and that's mostly what I'm interested in talking about on my program.
Let me show you guys something which will add some context to the current crime spike. So you see right here, this drop off after it looks like about 2007, there's a major drop off in murder, and then it spikes in 2014. The problem with a chart like this is that it doesn't account for technology. The reason the murder rate declined in 2007 was cell phones. So when cell phones became ubiquitous,
he's actually making a good argument right here. That's another cited, no, that's not made up. Now that everyone has the ability to call the police instantly with no delay, no matter where they are at any point in time, committing crimes is a lot harder than it used to be. I mean, keep in mind that even if you were like committing a crime in a fairly public area during the middle of the daytime, if you committed a crime and then bolted, somebody had to get to a landline to call into the police. It takes money to use a public telephone, so they would have to use like a business landline. That can take a while. Nowadays, of course, you're literally 2 seconds from hitting the button on your phone, which means that it's just a lot harder to get away with it. Yeah, and now everyone has camera phones, which is like, well, fuck. Like, how many times this week alone have you seen a viral video on the internet of somebody committing a crime? assaulting somebody, stealing something, just their face, everything about them right there in HD video that could be instantly uploaded and broadcast to the entire internet in a more effective fashion than any FBI's top most wanted list from yesteryear. Like, yeah, these are other factors that contribute to it.
Ability to call emergency services became instantaneous. So when people were victims of violent crime, you had emergency service notified immediately. And so this resulted in a drop in the murder rate, but not a drop in violent crimes, not a direct correlation, meaning crime had been going down, but the murder rate dropped more than violent crime in general because people weren't dying. They were being stabbed, they were being robbed, they were being shot, and they were living. That's not murder, so it wasn't counted as murder.
Well, there is a chart, by the way, that you can look at because that actually pairs recessions with this murder chart. And again, the correlation is not really there. And as far as New York, you say that it had nothing to do with broken windows policing.
That map specifically was the U.S.
Yeah, no, I know, but you said it had nothing to do with
I wish Emma would ask him, like, okay, what do you think crime's all about then? So he could just stare directly at her and go, oh, it's the blacks. Because there's no, or he would, because he's a coward, he'd probably say like, well, we don't know. Maybe it's due to the ethnic demographic change of, or something like that. Oh, the funny thing is, if you're ever talking to a guy like this, who's one of these, like, sociology isn't real, everything is race, a good question to ask would be, well, then why did the crime rate for black people skyrocket from the 70s and onwards? Like, black people have been in America as long as white people have, basically. Why was that? Like, and then he would have to say, like, or black cultural thing, right? Because, like, when he says black culture, he means black people, but, like, he would say black culture. And then you say, like, okay, so if it's a black cultural thing, like, culture is shaped by social influences, don't you think then that it would be a good idea? Like, what social changes can we make to encourage, like, good cultural development? And then you get back on the sociology track because he can't dog whistle the race thing anymore without backpedaling off the culture thing.
Windows policing, but that assumes that there isn't a greater decrease in crime in New York than nationwide, which is not the case. There was a greater decrease in the city of New York. Like, Chicago had a decline too, but Chicago's homicide rate, which is almost on par with the city of New York, is 6 times higher per capita than the city of New York. And in terms of raw numbers, it's double, even though they're at a third of the population, which is the same thing that I just said with different math. So New York became the safest big city, and our crime rate actually declined. And in fact, Freakonomics actually attributes this to the legalization of abortion, which happened in the city of New York pre Roe versus Wade. It was one of the 6 states that had it legal electively. So this is like a known thing that people have talked about and speculated on what the result is. Now, also for the environmental
point. Wait, can I just ask you a question about that? Sure. What does the connection to what does crime
have? That's what Freakonomics says, that the legalization of abortion, and they compare it to Ceausescu, whatever country he was the dictator of. They say that correlates with crime because they say all these unwanted children end up being born and then they end up committing crime.
Well, that is certainly a claim. So that's how that works together then. You're saying that abortion should be illegal for that reason?
No. It would be legal abortion leads to less unwanted children being born. And again, you're smiling, but
I don't know about the specific numbers here, but I think that's a very strong argument. Unplanned children lead to family financial devastation. And very poor families are less likely to be able to provide the social and educational and vocational opportunities to their children that would keep them out of crime, right? Like, poor neighborhoods tend to rely on gangs for financial circulation. So you could argue then responsible family planning is essential for, like, keeping your household in order. And that's true. That's completely true. Obviously, abortions are still like the last hurdle extreme when it comes to family planning. Ideally, the best you could do would be like sexual education, which is, again, like, Republicans are super anti-sex education, and the states that do, like, basically abstinence-only education have much higher rates of teen pregnancy. But how it is.
Abortion?
I'm actually pro-choice, but not for this reason. But you're smiling. But the thing is, this is what was proposed in Freakonomics. I actually disagree with their analysis. They leave a lot of things out. But so again, I use that as an example to show that the New York decline did start before the national decline.
I'm almost positive that study has been called into question.
It is.
Just to clarify, you're saying more abortions meant lower crime? Is that what you're saying?
That's what Freakonomics asserted. It's in their
I don't know
movie,
this study, so I can't speak to it specifically.
I think that makes sense. If you've got 2 parents, if you've got one parent, they got a baby, that baby's getting food. Like, you could have no job, you could be homeless. Someone's going to find.
Well, you know what I would love to decrease desperation in terms of families in this country. I'm not sure if you've talked about it a ton on your program, Tim, but we should have made the child tax credit permanent that we expanded in the 2021 American Rescue Act.
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah. So there was a tax credit that was in place, but during the pandemic, it was expanded to be a monthly payment. It also, the amount was increased, so it was up to $3,600 a month for 6 and under, $3,000 for 6 to 17. And then
cut child poverty in half.
Was
cut poor
expanded
children
to
in
include
half.
people who had too little income to qualify previously. We cut child poverty by nearly in half instantly.
Cut all
and the
those
reason that we
children.
don't have it is because the entire Republican Party and Joe Manchin and Sinema essentially nixed it. But this is the kind of stuff that's possible in this country to make people less desperate. If you want less crime, make society a broader, more beneficial place for people with a bigger safety net, so people don't have to turn to desperation.
Real quick, this is the crazy thing, because I think the only people who disagree with that are establishment Republicans, like the prominent Republican Party members.
But you should talk about it more on your show.
I mean, I think.
Nah, this is like Tim's fake economic populism thing. Well, he'll be like, yeah, I'm totally in favor of like all of these big sweeping economic changes that every candidate I support is so against that they'll never even consider it. I'm like super ideologically in favor of all these sweeping economic changes, but like trans people got too woke or something, so like I have to vote GOP. Yeah, the woke mob went too far, so I had to support candidates who agree with the opposite of every single economic position I pretend to have.
At what after I'll go extreme with it. If after your second kid, no more taxes. Income tax 0. Have 2 kids, no taxes.
I mean, I know that there have been certain proposals in places like Hungary that are like that, but they are heavily tilted towards heterosexual families as opposed to if a gay couple wants to adopt or have children. I don't.
This is a big fascist government thing, by the way. Paying families to have lots of children. Now, in the United States, they wouldn't have a law being like, this only works if you're white or whatever. But the kind of people who are in a position, okay, if you look at Hungary, I'm pretty sure they do this in like a class discriminatory way as well. But if they started like cutting taxes for people who have lots of children, you know for a fact that somehow that shit would not trickle down to like poor black families with 6 kids. 0 chance. I think a better thing that we could do is start with welfare incentives, because our welfare incentives are like fucked right now. This is one of the few things that I'll agree with conservatives on, but current welfare structuring in some cases actually does incentivize like bad family planning, because you get more money if you don't marry. And that's weird. Like the threshold for welfare cutoff doesn't double when you are filing as a joint income, meaning that if you file separately, you are more likely to be able to keep the welfare benefits. It's like, it's a poverty trap. It's really dumb. But this would be easy to fix. This is like an easy thing to fix. You know what I mean? But we just don't, because
agree with that, because I want more taxation, frankly, so that we could have socialized healthcare. We could have a college for all act, which honestly you could pay for with a tax on Wall Street speculation. It would be incredibly easy. It's only $48 billion a year, which is less than the military budget increase that we did in 21 to 22, which was around $71 billion. I want to do that kind of stuff. And so getting rid of income tax, I would not be in favor of it. But if you want to create tax incentives for families so that they can raise their kids and they aren't in poverty, I am all for that, Tim.
Yeah, but to your point about nobody would disagree, I would 100% disagree with that, because again,
you don't want tax credits for people that have babies?
There is not a demonstration that these policies that these work in reducing crime. In fact, we see the opposite. If you put up that homicide chart, it starts increasing during the war on poverty, which is the greatest increase in sorry, go ahead.
Not talking about crime.
She said if you wanted to deal with crime, this is how.
Well, I'm trying to connect it to this, but like,
right. But in the broader sense,
I think the most important thing to take away from this here is that every single Republican voted against the American Rescue Act and the expanded child tax credit. There is one party that is, look, it's not good enough. I'm more obviously in the Bernie Sanders wing. I have deep disagreements with Hillary Clinton-esque neoliberal politicians. But yeah, it's the Democratic Party in favor of policies that are going to be helping people on a day-to-day basis like this.
The Republicans voted against a broad bill that included one thing in it. Is that what happened?
Yeah, but they also fought tooth and nail about the actual child tax credit. This was a part of the inflation.
Is Tim seriously pretending that Republicans fought the child tax credit because it was earmarked with other stuff? Like the Republicans were like, oh man, I wish I could support Biden's child tax credit. Sadly, there are other associated bills that I can't do that. You know, it's so fucking dishonest. I doubt Tim would even explicitly say that, like Republicans supported that. He's just like gesturing at it to throw another rock at Emma to try to trip her up. But by the way, I should say, Emma's been doing flawlessly so far. Seriously, Emma's been doing fantastic. I haven't said that enough, mostly because like I've been making fun of the fucking racist talk, but she's been doing great. She's been doing fantastic.
Inflation Reduction Act negotiations as well. They were not in favor of that too. And Joe Manchin, your senator, right? We're here in West Virginia.
Awful. We hate him.
I mean, you gotta like. I mean, you're a celebrity here, right, Tim? In West Virginia, you should call on Joe Manchin and say, hey, why don't you do this? Why are you not in favor of the child tax credit?
That dude is neoliberal.
Totally.
To perfection. It's like nobody in West Virginia wants the guy.
Right. I mean, he's very unpopular.
Right.
That's not true. He's actually the most popular politician in West Virginia history.
Go talk to some people in West Virginia.
I'm sure you could find people.
Find people, dude.
I get
his poll numbers are in the tank right
I'm in right-wing nut job territory. No, this guy lost his mind.
I get why you're against him.
Maybe 4 years ago he was popular because the state, like for whatever reason, but people are not happy with him today. I've not met a single person here who likes him.
I mean, they might be upset with him now, but
he's tanking in polling numbers and
Vosh, you're not quite correct that Hungary has its main texted, but it's still kind of bad. This is no, Araxial. This is exactly what I mean. This is perfect. This is exactly what I mean. So Hungary does give you tax benefits for having a bunch of children, but it's only if the mom has the full-time job of being a stay-at-home mom. So this wouldn't benefit like poor immigrant families that can't afford to have a single income household. This would only benefit families that are well off enough and therefore, like statistically speaking, ethnically biased to be Hungarian. Where they can have like the Stepford wife home. This is exactly what I mean, where it seems like, oh, well, this would help poor families, but no, it doesn't, because poor families aren't going to benefit enough from a tax reduction, especially in the United States, where poor people don't get taxed that much at all, really, to cover the lost income from a mother staying at home and not working a job. The whole point isn't to like enrich families. The point is to promote ethno-nationalism. Orban has explicitly said that he wants like an ethno-state. So he's just promoting policies that'll allow like middle and upper middle class Hungarian families to pump out a bunch of racially pure babies. Racially pure in Hungary. Oh my God. Balkan or European racism is so dumb, dude. Bro. Oh my God. Just like the idea of like this whole politic of racial purity in Hungary. Like, oh man, like what are you doing? Oh, it's like the Serbs too. Like, why are you doing Nazi shit? You're Serbian. What ancient Aryan bloodline are you carrying for? Like, what are you doing? God.
Hypothetical matchups with Jim Justice in the Senate. That's actually a fact.
West Virginia, 86% Trump supporting state. Yeah. All of those people despise him for obvious reasons. But then you go and meet some of the more moderate, don't really care, middle of the road people, and they're just like, what happened to that guy? And so, look, man, I see what you're saying, but I'm telling you, like,
no, I get why you're against him. Because
it's not about me. I'm saying, like, we'll go hang out in any one of these, and this is the Panhandle. Don't get me wrong, but we were hanging out in Charleston, 5 hours from here. Not a single person I've ever met in West Virginia is like, I like that guy. Not one. I've talked to people who are like, who have told me.
We've reached the point in the discussion where Tim Pool anecdotes for 10 minutes. One thing that I'll give Tim Pool credit for is that his anecdotes are like a coin flip, and it's not always guaranteed they'll be reactionary. Sometimes he just talks. I sympathize with that. I relate to that. You know what I mean? Like interrupting a political conversation to go on a tangent about like a cool dog that I saw once. I completely relate to that.
West Virginia, they don't like Trump. They'd rather have DeSantis. And then they say, Manchin's got to go. He's got to go. We got to get somebody else. He's awful. Because he's like, he's not a Democrat or a Republican at this point. It's like he's a corporate. That's it. It's like he's of the corporate party. He doesn't seem to be catering to anybody.
He has a fine line to walk, in my opinion, to hold a state like this as a Democrat. And this, like, I get why she, being more progressive, doesn't like him, but he's like one of the only Democrats that could have won here, which is why when they tried running progressive in the primary.
Is Tim in the Trump or DeSantis faction? Full on Trump. Because Tim does the fake populism thing. DeSantis is too institutional.
Like, that person got slaughtered by him.
Manchin,
but I get why you would want to replace him. I want to replace him. The Republicans lost the Senate.
Jim Justice is very likely.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I just want to point this out. Off the top of my head, I think Manchin's numbers are like 55% disapproval right now.
I can't see him winning. I mean, look, I don't know for sure. I'm not psychic, but everyone I talk to, it's like you've got, I think it's, who is it, Mooney, potentially, and Jim Justice. But Jim Justice seems very likely to get it. We'll see. I don't know for sure.
Well, you brought up Trump. And
if anyone is wondering why sometimes I accidentally type a bunch of asterisks and forward slashes, it's because I have my scene changer bound to my asterisk and my forward slash keys. So I usually have my mouse window centered on VGG chat, so it just inputs it in there. I could have fixed this easily 3.5 years ago, and I just haven't.
DeSantis in West Virginia. I'm curious because I saw, Tim, you've been like upset a little bit about how DeSantis has been, or maybe not upset. Okay.
No.
Oh, you're pissed. All right. Yeah. So I'll characterize it as you're a little pissed at how DeSantis has been using those AI images of Trump
used
hugging.
3 of them one time.
Yeah. What I mean, can you expand on that thought?
Ron DeSantis' team, in order to smear Donald Trump, ran fake images of him kissing and hugging Fauci alongside real images and then wrote real life Trump over the top.
Right.
And it's one thing to play politics, which I despise. When you get someone being
he
like,
hates politics.
Nancy Pelosi voted against this act, and it's like the Saving Puppies Act, but it's actually a bill that like cuts taxes for oil companies, or the inverse where it's like, insert Republican voted for whatever. I despise all of that. But actually fabricating images, shrinking them down and placing them alongside real images and then writing real life Trump on it.
Can you pull up the image? I couldn't see it.
Yeah.
Do you think Tim Pool has any moral grievance with the like many times that there have been viral images or published images of like photoshopped shit smearing trans people? I'm remembering specifically there was a guy at the front of a parade with a white plain t-shirt who had like Map Pride photoshopped on it that got like rebroadcast heavily.
So, I mean, is that kind of the core of your, would you say as of now, if you were to vote today, you'd be voting for Trump?
Yeah.
But that's the core of your disagreement?
So, there's a lot more than that. Here, take a look at this. This is as I feel like this is campaign ending. I feel like this.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, it's funny to me.
The
It's
manufacture
silly,
of fake images to trick people into voting for someone is, look, this is the open door. Ron DeSantis decided to be the person to stick his foot over the line and say, we will manufacture fake images to win.
I mean, they do say that they're fake. Like,
No.
But people
This is
would
someone.
probably miss
They
this.
don't say it's fake.
Oh, it says right there, fake.
This is an image calling out the fake graphics. They wrote real life Trump, and this is NPR circling the fake images to call them out.
Right.
They ran it as real life Trump. Now,
Were
I
those
understand
Trump
if
arrested?
you scrutinize the images, you can tell they're fake. This one says Mahehap Wems. Okay, yeah, that's not English, and it's under the White House emblem. But when it's in a video that's a minute long, and you pass this, I've already had people tell me that they didn't realize it was fake.
Real.
And I've already people say, I talked to my parents about it, they thought it was real. And so what the DeSantis fans are doing now is they're like, can you believe Tim actually thought those were real? Like, dude, if you want to play that game and call me stupid and insult me for calling out DeSantis' campaign for doing this, I literally don't care. It changes nothing of my moral stance.
I should be clear, by the way, not to sound uncool, but I think he's completely correct here. Shit posting online is one thing, but the use of a political campaign, like faking images, I'm reminded of before AI art was a thing. Does anyone remember the Hillary Clinton campaign? Didn't they like distribute fake images of Barack Hussein Obama with like a turban or something to like try to get people to believe he was a secret Muslim? Like she played into that racist bullshit. Hillary Clinton fake Obama images. It's funny, like Hillary Clinton like did the fucking racist smear Clinton aides claim Obama photo wasn't intended as a smear. Was this was the faked one, right? Oh, was it not faked? It was just out of context because it was during a visit to Kenya, so he was just wearing local garb. No, that was on a ceremonial trip. Okay, but like it was distributed with the intent of misleading people. So the image wasn't faked. It was like the context that faked it. Or that was faked, I guess. Yeah, I'm not really comfortable with political campaigns doing like the fake photo AI art shit. I don't mind if like Twitter shit posters are posting Trump getting tackled by 67 cops or whatever, but I think that's a pretty fair distinction, you know. Fear-mongering over turban photo. Man, this was 15 years ago now. God damn. Oh.
That this stepped well over the line. Now, I got to be honest. You go back in time to the first time a politician lied, and people were probably like, can you believe he actually lied to us? And we know that's bad, and I hate all of it. But this is the next level. This is like...
Yeah.
It's bad enough they're all lying.
Well, what's the core of your disagreement otherwise then? I mean, because if it's with COVID, I would say I'm more on Trump's side with that kind of stuff. I liked Operation Warp Speed. Look, I would have done a little differently for giving away government money for vaccines that we should have nationalized them, and the intellectual property should have been waived so that everybody could have had access to it also in the
publicly funded should be publicly owned.
I'm in favor of that, Tim. So I mean, that's one thing that I think Trump is better. And look, just DeSantis is frankly an anti-LGBTQ demagogue, and that's where I think Trump's less dangerous than DeSantis. Okay.
That's again, like this is a how does Tim juggle his audience thing, and it's like, well, I don't like DeSantis because this one image of AI art, but I don't think he's an anti-LGBT demagogue, in spite of that being the entire thrust of his campaign.
He is, but I think it's more so the Florida legislature that's doing it. And then he's latching onto it because I think when it comes to real issues related to this stuff, he's he's been
anti-wokeness is the center of his campaign.
Yeah, he kind of made that at the forefront of his campaign.
No, for sure. I like DeSantis
Trump
in a lot of
even
ways.
send the National Guard against the Black Lives Matter rioters.
That's a different question. That's not wokeness. That's like crime and law and stuff. DeSantis, I think, is mostly surface level.
Again, he hasn't spoken for like 15 minutes. And he finally speaks up and he's like, yeah, and Trump wouldn't even send military to squash those black protesters. Literally, that's what he speaks up on. He's quiet this whole time. And he's like, we could have gotten videos of soldiers shooting at black people. We didn't because Trump was weak on crime. And that's his contribution. Thank you, AGW.
I like a lot of his policies. I think
What do you like about his policies?
I mean, at the beginning of COVID, it wasn't particularly good, right? He did a lot of what everyone else did. But to be fair, I was very much like, I was very much, Thomas Massey didn't want to do this big spending bill. And I said, this is crazy. The economy, like, we don't know what's going on. There are people dying. We're seeing videos of people dying in the street. And so I think, hindsight being 2020, I look back and I'm like, I probably should not have just gone along with all of that. That's probably stupid. Ron DeSantis did initially, but then changed and said, you know what, this is not making sense. We're reopening. And I think that made a lot more sense.
It was also under extreme pressure. Like Andrew Cuomo.
Over 1 million Americans died. Largest mass death event. All right.
Was the most promoted governor in the country, and he was the most attacked.
So DeSantis did well in not the first, but he did well in reopening things back up.
But what policies do you like generally about him? I mean, besides the COVID stuff, what are the other policies like as governor? I mean, you think it's just the state legislature that's putting together these anti? I think it's mostly Tim,
them.
You said that there was a grooming event happening at Club Q, and that was after the shooting, right? Which is essentially kind of saying, well, look, they had it coming a little bit. I mean, you didn't say that, but that's the implication.
Actually said, how do we prevent these things from happening? If people, so I tweeted.
So you actually seem pretty aligned with DeSantis on the
but I don't think it's him. I think it's the Florida legislature. And if DeSantis becomes president, you think Congress is going to vote for any of these?
Notice how quickly he's trying to move away from that
things. As for the Club Q thing, I said if people keep saying wood chippers, what did you think was going to happen? Right? I am saying stop.
What? If the far right kept saying we should kill trans people, what do you think was going to happen? Yeah, I agree. We should do something about the far right. Also, he called it a grooming event. Club Q, it wasn't even like a drag thing. It was literally just like a club. It was a gay club.
Stop saying these things.
Saying what?
People keep going online and going, wood chippers, wood chippers, wood chippers. You know what that means, right?
For who, though?
For groomers.
Right, okay.
And I'm like, what do you think is going to happen if you go online and keep calling for death? Like, don't do that. Stop that, right? We want to stop child abuse. We want to stop violence. That's what we want.
So that's why I hope you have dedicated so much.
Oh, I see what he's doing. Okay, so to avoid the whole, like, lying about a grooming event at Club Q thing, he's saying that he was actually pointing out the grooming as like this humanitarian, well-reasoned effort to try to calm tensions by, hey, listen, okay? We shouldn't go and murder groomers, pedophiles who murder children. I'm just saying, Club Q, maybe you should tone down the raping children in case something bad happens, What a slimy piece of shit. What a disingenuous fucking coward.
Of your program to talking about the Catholic Church, because that is the institution in this country right now that is most associated with child abuse. And queer people, gay people, trans people, that is not a thing. What is your definition of child abuse?
They're most associated, but they're actually not more abusive than any other religious institution, and they're not nearly as abusive as
no. I want to stay on this, and I also just
where are the books at? Where do they get moved to?
Tim, though, what policies about DeSantis do you like in terms of what he's running on for president?
Culture war stuff mostly, but I think COVID policy was
plug
good.
for the show.
Oh, yeah.
Right, but what's the culture war stuff that you like?
So yes, but the reason why I've not been, so last year I was like, I think DeSantis is probably better for one simple reason.
No, what stuff do you like now? What do you like that he's running on?
Yeah, culture war stuff. Predominantly.
No, I do like how like super sincere they are about wanting to keep kids from being raped. When you go like, yay, did you know like 5 million kids a year get raped by the Catholic Church? And AJW's like, that's whatever, you know, non-white religious institutions do that all the time. You know, it's not a big deal. Like literally, that was his response. That the only logic in his head for that was, to be clear, Catholics, majority white, not the only group that do that in America. Other religious groups too. So, you know, non-white ones. That's it. That's all he's thinking about.
But can you expand on that notion?
I think you want me to like pull up specific.
I mean, I don't know. It's like you said that you said that you like certain things, that you're leaning more towards Trump because of AI images. I would hope that there's a little bit more substance to your disagreement.
Well, every time I try and bring it up, you just ask me the same question again.
Because you're not answering my question.
So I'm trying to.
Okay, go ahead.
So now where was I before you jumped back in? First, the culture war stuff is obvious, right? Parental rights and education bill. Yes, that one's fairly obvious. I don't know about the Disney stuff. That's kind of absurd. What I was going to say is, let's go back in time to why I said I was for Ron DeSantis in the first place and why where I'm at now is not. The first thing was last year, I was having a conversation with the Daily Wire crew, and I said, Trump is brash. Many people don't like him, and he won't shut up about 2020. He's a sore loser. Ron DeSantis, at the very least, is dry and can get us something better than, say, Joe Biden.
I know, but I'm still not really hearing a specific policy.
Right, so his COVID policy was correct. Okay.
Wait, but you just said something with the beaches that you don't like the closure.
You can bring it over.
Yeah, these aren't policies.
Like his presidential platform. Like, what are the
things? He's got one. Does he?
Okay, so you're.
I've not been on board with him. So we can look at.
And you said parental rights. I'm curious what you mean by that.
Yeah, like
I'm in favor of parental rights, right? Like I want parents to be able to, if their child is transitioning, to be able to work with their doctor with a plan and make sure that children are not being driven to suicidal ideation and that parents aren't restricted by the state. Let's talk about one of his policies. Okay, go ahead. I don't want parents to be restricted from the state from giving healthcare to their children.
If I open this book on YouTube, the stream will get taken down.
Okay.
Did you ever read this book? No. This book is in middle schools in Florida.
If you open like pamphlets that you could find in the waiting room of a doctor's office on stream, I think you would also get the stream taken down, right? Like you could, if you open a elementary school biology textbook and then go to the section on the reproductive system, you would see drawings of human anatomy. It's just, it's a very weak argument. A lot of people don't seem to understand what grooming actually is, okay? Because, like, by the definition that the right would want you to go by, grooming is any mention of gender, sex, sexuality, or anything like that around kids. Leaving aside the fact that sex education is a morally correct thing to have children take because it lessens the chance of them being abused sexually by people in positions of power over them. There's the additional fact that, like, I can't make this clear enough, kids looking at a book that has a drawing of genitals isn't grooming unless you think that bio textbooks are grooming. What does that even mean? Like, at that, like, this is not a strong enough argument. It's an insufficient argument. We're not operating in reality right now. Sam Cedar found out this book wasn't in middle schools, it was in high schools. The Majority Report did a breakdown on this. Well, high schools. Well, I hope that's far enough. I know that by the fact that I was 15, I had never once seen a simple drawing of a penis, because, and thank God, because if by then I had seen a simple drawing of a penis, that might have been the end for me. That would have been the end of my fragile psyche, you know?
DeSantis had it removed. That's one simple policy he did. That's very good. You've never seen this book?
I've heard about it.
Have you ever looked inside of it?
No, but I mean, I don't believe in censorship.
If I show you a picture of a blowjob, would you be offended?
I mean,
can I show you a picture of a blowjob?
I could have been
I
gay.
would be offended. I mean, I think that,
disavow.
honestly, do you know, Tim, that the more children learn about sexual education in the way that's productive and done in schools, the less likely they are to be sexually abused because they know what is good and what is bad.
I can't show this image on YouTube.
Do you hear me though about that?
So I think
the more children
the
learn
issue is
about sexual education.
Why are you looking at it, Tim? Tim, why are you looking at it?
And the less likely they are to be victims of pedophilia and rape.
I think that the issue is you're confusing sexual education with kink. Right, so I'm looking at this right now. I can't even hold it up because I can't point it at the camera, and I don't.
Well, wait, no. Good sexual education. It is sex education about sex. In my sex education, we were taught about anal sex purely because it's like they're like, you know, yeah, use condoms for this as well. Like, if the point is to educate someone about sex, you're not just educating them on the biology of reproduction. That's incredibly simple. It's sex education. And that does involve, to an extent, like, for it, like, are blowjobs kink? Like, I think if your sex education doesn't mention what a blowjob is, it's probably pretty bad sex education, right? I'm pretty sure that like, the time person's in high school, they can probably learn that in like a class that's about sex education, because that's not reproductive sex. That's sodomy, literally. Yeah, blowjobs are sodomy. So, like seriously, what's grooming?
Understand why school children should be taught how to perform blowjobs for an autoandrophile.
I don't believe they're being taught that.
Why was this book
banned?
I
don't really know. Again,
Amazon
because this is another case.
Having a book in a school is not school kids being taught something. It's having a book that has information in it. Saying they're being taught this implies the book is part of a specific curriculum.
Case by case example.
No. You asked me about what Ron
favor of
DeSantis
censorship.
did. You asked me what Ron DeSantis did that I liked.
That he banned genderqueer?
That he's removing pornographic and kink books from middle schools is a very, very good one. And I would.
Well, for me, my politics are a little broader than that, Tim. I got to say.
So, listen. If your argument to me is that I or anyone else should support your politics because you want to show blowjobs to children, you're going to lose.
Again, remember what I said about how Tim will LARP is an economic progressive who has all these big ideas about improving America's economy, and now he's like, yeah, Ron DeSantis took this one blowjob book out of a middle school, but it's actually a high school. So yeah, I'm totally on board with him. Literally, all politics falls to the side, because it's the same bullshit with him, right? He's not meaningfully different from any other like reactionary or fascist commentator. He just like he has to go that additional step of pretending he's anything but.
Lose.
Well, I don't think that is a policy done by teachers in this country. I think that this
book was in schools in Florida.
There are a ton of books that are in a ton of schools. I don't believe in censorship. That's not my bag, buddy.
So you think children should have Playboy?
I don't really think so. No, because that's pornography.
So you think a blowjob?
You're in favor of censorship.
Yes,
you are,
absolutely.
Oh, that's good to know.
If you watched the show, you'd know this.
Oh, you're okay. You're
we
pro
talk
censorship.
about
I am not. I want children to be able to have all the information that they need in order to
including pornography.
No, that's not pornography.
We back
should ask if bio textbooks are pornography.
Record everything, and
we're still recording.
Huh?
I think we're back.
We are back.
Whoa.
Oh,
okay.
It's pretty stormy out.
It broke your
It's stormy
too.
Yeah, I mean it's rainy. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're live again.
Power outage.
Okay.
There we go. We're back.
Yes.
So the power
just went out. Yeah. That was God striking you down.
That was
Tim.
the YouTube
striking me down. You're the one arguing for.
You're the one arguing for censorship.
Yes.
I mean, I don't really mind that stuff. I mean, are you in favor of children seeing violence on television?
No.
That scares me a little bit more.
It depends. It's not so simple to say violence, right? But yes.
Oh, now there's complexity and nuance. I see.
Censorship is a good thing, but when done bad, is a bad thing.
Yeah.
For instance, Ian Crossland, who is a co-host on Timcast IRL, used to be a moderator for Minds.com, and he had to filter out graphic depictions of murder and rape and child abuse. Censorship is absolutely vital in that regard. So if we're talking about a book like, in particular, there was one called, there's a teacher who provided a book to her middle schoolers called This Book is Gay. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I have heard. That's actually a very good book.
And it provides instruction on she provided instruction to children on how to use adult gay anonymous sex apps. Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate. Now,
nope, that's another lie. I think that the book included like a description. It said something about Grindr, and it said like it was something with regards to like protecting kids, like to what was the name of the book again? This book is about sex, Grindr. Just know that this book is gay. That's right. Know that any time that Tim Pool just off the cuff describes something like that, he's lying. He'll never tell the truth. In an off the cuff talk on that. And I think like when talking about this, my honest position on this would be like I just in the grand scheme of things, like whether you're talking bio textbooks or Huckleberry Finn or whatever else, the idea that all politics in this country has to be subsumed by paranoia over what books are in the libraries of which high schools, while the Catholic Church rapes 5 million babies a second and millions die or suffer from like chronic hunger, and like I have to like all political issues have to be subsumed by this is completely ludicrous, you know. And that we should stop like pretending this is about politics and acknowledge the fact that this is about like bending any existing evidence into a witch hunt.
Now look, by all means, you can be in favor.
Maybe she had a child. Maybe she had a child in her classroom
who wanted to go on Grindr and have sex with adults. Is that your argument?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. First of all, I don't know. Again, this
Why
is
would a
another.
10-year-old need Grindr?
This is the thing that you do, though, Tim.
Oh, that
You're
I do.
picking specific examples that
You
are
asked me for
inflammatory.
You asked me for one.
Okay, then go ahead. I did.
We have the book.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
said don't show children blowjobs.
Look,
You said you appreciate
I'm
it.
not in favor of censorship.
As
I'm not in favor
an
of
objective
censorship.
observer that's sitting here, you asked for a specific example, he gave it to you, and then you try to say he's broadly in favor of censorship.
Yeah.
He's conflating the presence of a thing in the book's instruction. Yeah, I think the book just has a description of what Grindr is, but all the right wing have looked at that and gone like, oh, this book is telling young people to go on Grindr, which is ridiculous. If a book that you could find in middle schools had a section on like, this is how you do mechanical stuff. This would be how you make a light bulb. This would be how you like make it. And then it's like, this book is giving instruction on how to rewire the circuits of a car. Do you know how dangerous that is? Do you know how like, you seriously think a kicking it? It's like, no, saying a thing is not saying you, the child reading this, should do this thing right now. But again, like, it doesn't matter because they're aware of the fact that they're lying and that they exaggerate. That's why when they bring these things up, they do so in a dishonest framework and they do so very quickly, hoping that you don't challenge them on the specifics. Remember when Tim Pool was talking to Lance about the guy who was choked to death for 15 minutes on the New York subway, and Tim kept saying that this guy was violent, but like never said how he was violent. And even the times that Lance was like, okay, so what did he do? Tim was like, well, he was violent. But like the only way you would have gotten Tim Pool to admit that there was no evidence of him laying a hand on anyone would have been to go like, no, I want you to explicitly tell me what physical action was taken, because I don't think you're being honest. And like, but it didn't reach that point. So it just like went on past that point.
Yeah.
It's possibly to make a hypocrisy point later on when he complains about social media censorship or something like that.
No,
but it's like he's talking about this specific issue. And I remember I was working on an education series about this kind of thing years before it was popular. Yes, I was ahead of my time. And yeah, these kind of things were popping up all over schools. And I am happy that DeSantis is like doing something.
We had Asra Nomani on the show. She brought in, I think, like 70 books of all of the weird racist indoctrination and sex stuff that they're bringing in schools.
Yeah.
And I said, look, man, it's really simple for me. If someone comes to me and says that they think this book, which Amazon says is 18 up only, should be given to children, I'll say, I will vote against you.
So should the Bible be banned from schools because it depicts sexual acts?
From schools, public schools.
The Bible probably is not appropriate for children for a lot of reasons. And I am...
Oh, don't fucking pretend that you're equally opposed to the Bible being removed from schools as you are queer stuff. Bullshit. Bullshit. And the Bible's not banned from schools. Again, they keep conflating books used in instruction and books in the library. None of the books they're bringing up are being used in instruction, in curriculum.
I'm not a Christian, so I don't particularly care about whether or not they're going to give a book to children that has something like Deuteronomy.
They're not giving the books. They're just sitting in the libraries. That's not, like, again, every time this gets said, a vastly greater level of intent and deliberation is being ascribed to these books distributions, not just it's sitting in a library.
2320 in it. I don't think kids should be reading that kind of stuff.
Okay.
However, I'm in favor of the parents deciding when it is appropriate for their kids, which comes with very difficult moral questions in that my morality is different from the morality of each individual parent. So that's why I'm kind of like, the government probably shouldn't be the one doing it.
Have you...
You just made an argument for the government banning these books. What? So did you just hear that? Because again, and you're wondering, how is his audience not catching this flagrant hypocrisy? And the answer for why is because the way Tim is talking is giving his audience the impression that these books are being handed out to students as part of the school curriculum. So they're under the impression that this is like a state forcing kids to read the gay book or whatever. And he thinks that, oh, for the Bible, maybe it's not good for kids. The parent should decide. But in reality, of course, no. The Bible was actually banned in Utah. Look. Oh, those darn Mormons. Oh, this was recently, right? Oh, yeah, this was just like a little while ago. They banned the Bible because it was, yeah, they're using Republican anti-LGBT laws against them. They're saying like, oh, you want to ban all these gay books because they're gender and sex? Well, this is gender and sex. Okay, yeah, well, there you go. That's the point, though. That's the world they're building.
Who had an
It was unbanned, too? Ah, cowards.
Expert on sexual education on your program to talk about this kind of stuff?
Yes.
What did they say?
And
are you in favor of abstinence only?
No. It's been a very, very long time.
You're not in favor of abstinence only education.
I think abstinence only is.
So you're kind of hinging on this book that has pornographic material in it that like okay.
There's a difference between sex and kink. Right?
Okay, sure.
So the many individuals on the left have made arguments in favor of kink for kids, which is weird to me, and I think it's inappropriate. I think kids should learn about sex. I think the parents should decide when it's appropriate. This is why typically at schools they would give out notice to the parents like, we're intending on doing sex ed. Here's the subjects we're going to cover.
Nothing's changed.
The issue with Florida was that they had a policy where they would not instruct parents and actually were told not to talk to the parents if the kids were suffering identity issues. Now the state should not intervene and take away the rights of the parents in that capacity.
They're not. The state isn't taking away the rights of the parents by refraining to compel teachers from disclosing that to parents. It's not the right of the parent for every single person in the world to tell them if their kid says that they're thinking they might be trans. That's not a right parents have.
In that way.
Can you say that again? That the state, what about gender identity issues?
So in Florida, what prompts a bill like this, and it also happened with stuff in like Nashville, was that the schools, and I think they do this in like Washington and Colorado, the schools were actually telling teachers not to talk to the parents if the children were having some kind of identity issue. And so this led to suicides.
No. What leads to suicide?
What?
Telling teachers not to talk to the parents if the children were having some kind of identity issue. And so this led to suicides.
No, it didn't. What? How can you possibly prove that? How can you draw a causative link there?
No, what leads to suicides is that children are being told that they cannot operate and be who they are as the gender that is who they are in their heart. That's what's leading to suicides.
I'm talking about one specific. Well, I think it's like
again, you're talking about one specific example. I'm talking about broader.
You can't ask me for like.
I talk about politics, Tim. I don't talk about anecdotes.
He's talking about policy that they would not.
You asked me what policy was.
I'm talking about school district policy. I cover national politics. Yeah. All right.
You can't ask me a question. Then when I explain where the policy came from, be like, no, that makes no sense.
Notice how nothing about Tim's initial explanation made it clear he was referring to one case. He said like, oh, well, what they did was this, and that led to suicides. And it's like, oh, well, he was referring to one thing that he remembers. And then he gets indignant when he's called out on it.
You go into individual anecdotes.
I'm telling you why the policy was written.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
That's why the policy was written. Because there were children who were having identity issues, and the schools were instructed, the teachers were told not to tell the parents. This led to, I think it was a suicide attempt. The parents got...
now it's a suicide attempt.
Who had a suicide attempt?
A little girl tried to kill herself.
Okay, again, this is one case. Go ahead.
And there was also another, right. I'm not talking about, look at this anecdote, let's set policy. I'm saying Florida set a law because, okay? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm saying a thing led to a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
My position is that parents should be fully informed about what's going on with their children, and teachers should not withhold that information from them. It is not up to the state to decide what is best for the kid. There are certain exceptions.
But the state is deciding what is best for the kid in these instances.
Yeah, he's advocating for the state to make that decision by forcing parents to disclose forcing teachers to disclose info to parents. He's forcing more involvement from teachers in this. Oh no, like the suicide attempt was almost certainly because of abusive parents back at home, not because a teacher didn't tell the parents. Trust me, if a kid doesn't feel comfortable sharing that stuff with their parents, telling them anyway will not improve the situation.
They are essentially saying that children, take Florida, for example. You're talking about Florida. Let's talk about it. They're saying that children cannot, under the supervision of their doctor and with their parental consent. None of this happens, by the way, without parental consent. It's illegal. They cannot work with their doctor on a healthcare plan for them to transition into their gender.
I'm not talking about that. I mean, you're talking about medical intervention. I'm talking about
right, but you have spoken about this on your program before.
Yeah, I think like if a doctor prescribed a lobotomy to a kid, the government should stop that.
It's not a lobotomy. That's not what it is.
I'm saying that there are certain things in the medical world that we prohibited.
Right, but this is...
But except lobotomies were prohibited by doctors, whereas gender-affirming procedures and care are being prohibited by politicians with an agenda.
Not what should, but the American
Journal...
You
disagree, you think it shouldn't be?
No,
I'm not arguing
every single expert that is reputable on this front disagrees. The American Journal of Pediatrics did a study about transitioning children. They studied them over 5 years. 94% of the children continued to identify as the gender that they were choosing to identify with at the beginning.
5 whole years?
Yeah,
wow.
Yes.
When placed on Lupron.
No, then the 6% that were remaining, 3.5% identified as cisgender, 2.5% went back, yes, but they were heavily weighted under the age of 10 years old, where they never had any medical intervention. This is how actually trans care actually goes, Tim. 8 to 13 years old, you're put on puberty blockers. Those are entirely reversible. Then after that is 100% true.
It's not true.
That's 100%.
It's true. There's been so much effort to cloud this, but like, no, they're reversible.
They're not entirely reversible.
They're 99.9% reversible, actually. If you take them for 6 years, but then don't follow it up with injected hormones, then it's bone density. No, it's bullshit. They're reversible. There are things far less reversible that are still called reversible.
To a certain degree, they can be.
Then why are they used in instances where someone has puberty that
Plenty of things get used off-label, especially for youth. There's nothing illegitimate about off-label use.
Right, exactly. And there's a carve-out for that in the Florida bill, by the way. So cis kids can have it, but trans kids can't.
Because that's the primary label.
16 years
that's the
old,
primary use of the drug.
Okay, but that's not what doctors say. No. Then 16 years old, that's when hormones happen. Very, very, very rarely are there any surgeries under the age of 18. I don't hear you talking about rhinoplasties under the age of 18 on your program.
We have.
Oh.
Maybe you haven't heard it because you don't watch the show.
Okay.
I've also said child beauty pageants are wrong and they're disgusting. I've also said Hooters inappropriate for kids. And I said we shouldn't be giving minors any kind of cosmetic surgery. I don't even like tattoos or piercings. So when it comes to...
It's quite puritanical of you, Tim. I'm surprised. You have a lot of swords and children and stuff in here.
I don't think children should be altering their bodies.
But you just said parental rights. So if under 18... parents have to give consent for piercings and tattoos. And
do you think a mom should have the right to remove the salivary glands of her child?
No.
What? Fucking what? What? I like this conversation, just this recurring pattern of like Emma being, okay, so we agree that like if parental consent matters and the child's consent matters, then if they both want to do a thing, they should do a thing. And Tim's like, do you think a parent should be able to insert a knife into the collarbone of a child and twist it and then draw it across the entire body? Is that okay with you, Emma? It's so indicative of his unwillingness to engage with this issue. The parental rights story Tim mentioned is a complete fabrication. Like, holy shit, Vosh, all Tim does is lie. Well, the link you've given me doesn't work, so I'm afraid it doesn't support your case, but I agree that he lies nonstop.
Are you for parental rights or not?
See, this is
every right has limits.
Well, this is actually interesting because
and notice that they will never banty about. So Tim will say in the abstract, yeah, I don't think that kids should get piercings or tattoos either. Is he on his show arguing that Ron DeSantis should make it illegal and jail parents for 10 years for getting their kids tattoos? No, because he's fucking lying. He'll say in the abstract, oh yeah, well, you know, I'm economically populist. I think we should have like a higher tax for the wealthy and blah, blah. I think that it's bad for children to get any kind of alteration, rhinoplasty, tattoos, piercings, whatever else. But does he really? No. He'll concede those in the abstract because it shields him from counter-arguments. But in reality, no.
What you're asking, we've actually talked in a great depth about on Timcast IRL.
Are you for parental rights or not? I just asked.
That question right there leads in two different directions, which is, again, we've addressed. If you watched the show, you'd have heard the statement we made about it.
Well, I heard you 5 minutes ago say you were for parental rights, and now you're saying you're not.
Where do parents' rights begin and where do they end is strictly a moral question based on the moral frameworks of an individual. If there is someone who goes to a doctor in, say, Saudi Arabia and the doctor prescribes female circumcision, they're going to argue it's the parents' rights. We would argue against that.
Another hypothetical. I'm talking about reality.
But these things literally do happen in other countries.
But it wouldn't be a
I'm talking about this country, and I'm talking about parental rights.
A point. Right? The point is, the idea that parents have a right is limited to what our moral limits are. Meaning, if you morally are okay with a child sex change, then you are going to argue in favor of parents' rights. If I say you shouldn't be able to mandate vaccinations,
children don't get sex changes.
Probably argue against the parents' right, right? Should a school be allowed to mandate?
It should be noted, by the way, that I don't give a fuck about parents' rights. Children are dumb idiots that are supervised and shepherded by parents. The well-being of the child takes first priority. There are lots of things that people seem to think parents should get away with doing to their kids that I think are fucked up. You can watch like a Knowing Better video on the subject, but like this has gotten to the point where like religious activists have protested local courts arguing that they should be able to deny their children medical treatment because their religion dictates that it's like American Christian Scientists or whatever. That if they should never take any medicine at all. So their children will like die of preventable causes. And then like the parents will get off scot-free because it's like, oh, it's your parental right to let your child scream in agony as they die slowly on their bed rather than being brought to the hospital.
Vaccines for children.
Yes.
But what about parents' rights? Are you for parents' rights?
Well, I'm for public health.
But you're not for parents' rights. You see, that question leads nowhere.
No, I mean, look, Tim, I've never made parental rights a plank of my own politics. I'm saying this within the context of what you just said 5 minutes ago.
And I'm explaining.
Yes,
parental rights extends to my morality.
So, right, your morality says that you think that trans children and parents, even if they agree with their child and the doctor is supervising this kind of transition, you're essentially saying that you don't believe that they should have the power and ability and that the state should intervene. That sounds like big government to me.
I don't know if you know who I am.
Well, okay, then there you go. That the state should intervene because you don't believe that parents should and their children.
Again, like Tim will rapidly oscillate between pretending to be some kind of freedom-loving libertarian and like, oh no, I actually am authoritarian.
They're in agreement.
So at first, my position was, early on, if the doctors are prescribing it and it's the best thing they can do, I think we're looking at in the past 4 years about 50,000 or so cases of cross-sex hormones for kids. So be it. And then we started seeing like the Tavistock scandal. We saw Finland, Denmark, Sweden start pulling this. The research coming out showed that it was not particularly effective. And then we also had multiple studies showing that desistance rates for those who did not take any, who did not receive intervention was actually upwards of 95%.
Also, just a complete lie. The 95% statistic here, and it changes every time, they'll say 95, 96, 98, whatever, was basically like a little boy played with a Barbie doll and we followed him for 10 years and it turns out he wasn't a trans woman. Notice how he said desistance rate for people who never received any treatment. That's desistance rate for people who never received any gender dysphoria diagnosis. It's literally just like finding people on the street and going like, oh, okay, well, we'll see how many of you are trans. Oh, like 1% of you? Oh, I guess like 99% of people have a desistance rate of not being trans. That it's nonsense science.
And then my position became, it probably is the appropriate thing for the legislature to say, we're not going to allow this anymore.
Okay, I just listed the American Journal of Pediatrics. That's incredibly reputable. Incredibly reputable. 94% of children continued care after age. Take a Netherlands study. This is Lancet. 98% continued hormone therapy on follow-up.
After what?
So the other one's a 5-year study. This is just a secondary
after
one.
what point?
Well, no, so this is the issue, right? Those studies were based upon whether a child was placed on puberty blockers or not. When a child is placed on puberty blockers, they tend not to desist. When a child is left alone, they tend to desist. So,
or maybe the children who are less likely to desist are the ones given the puberty blockers. The argument from Tim here is that like taking puberty blockers locks your brain, or that people get like sunk cost fallacy, and they're like, in for a penny, in for a pound. Guess I'll spend the rest of my entire life being transgender. As opposed to, I don't know, maybe they just give puberty blockers to the kids who are, trans.
The issue is then if, according to, 10 prospective follow-up studies from child and adolescents found desistance ranging from 61 to 90%, then the safety of the children would lean.
Yeah, this is a bullshit statistic. See, 98's the higher one right there. These children were not diagnosed with gender dysphoria. So why would they be given any medicine?
Towards non-intervention.
I'm go ahead. You can, again, we should probably agree to look at these kinds of studies before we're going to pull them up for a debate, because what I'm pulling up and what I'm referencing is inherently reputable, and you can find any information that you want on the internet. I am with a majority of doctors on this front. That's
a broad statement. I don't know about that.
No, that is actually a fact. That is 100% fact.
Well, I've seen this movie before. So what's happening is you're referencing detransition under a system where they wouldn't be put on puberty blockers necessarily, and then they would go through the cross-sex hormone. So everybody who would have desisted at the point of puberty, which is what you're referencing, is already excluded from her sample. So and I don't even think you would disagree with that.
That's actually true. AJW being correct here, yes. That they would give puberty blockers to the people who wouldn't desist anyway.
Once they're actually past the point of puberty and they still think they're in the opposite body or whatever, and they go through the process, there's a very low detransition rate. But you're specifically talking about desistance. Look, and I remember this because this happened when you argue with the serfs.
This is what it boils down to. I'm not a moralist. I don't have like the arrogance to believe that my personal preferences for how my life would be lived should be imposed on other people. I'm trying to make a argument for a case I'm trying to make a case for a broad set of policies that are going to make sure people are as happy as they can possibly be and can live their life to the fullest. So if you want to impose your morality on people, it sounds like fundamentalism. For me, I'm in favor of
a real argument.
But if most
I am having a real argument. You just said your morality
here's a study. Here's a study that shows desistance rates up to 95%. Hold on. Desistance rates are shown up to 95% with non-intervention. So then we would lean towards non-intervention. And you said you're a fundamentalist. You didn't make an argument.
Earlier you talked about how
notice he completely ignored what AJW said.
Morality is what you want to dictate in terms of this policy.
You see, this is what I was talking about with Sam.
Okay.
Right? The inability to grasp philosophical concepts. When I explain to you that you are opposed to parental rights because you're in favor of vaccine mandates, right? I don't think you can understand the duality of the statement you're making. Are you in favor of parental rights can go in one of two moral directions? You do have a moral stance.
I wasn't talking about
parental
parental rights. I was using that as a way to talk about your statement on parental rights. And I fully grasp concepts of morality.
And you want to impose that, then you too would be a fundamentalist, and you've made a nonsensical statement. If you want to make an argument about why me using this data is incorrect, I'm all ears.
This is what's being referenced.
In favor of someone that you could be sure was going to create 10 concentration camps, or would you vote for someone who would create 5 concentration camps, or would you not vote? And
not vote.
I would vote for someone who is going to create less concentration camps.
So you're willing to put your weight behind somebody who's going to make concentration camps?
No, I'm not willing to put. I'm willing to put my weight behind diminishing the number of concentration camps.
I think that before you go, that's a really great point that I think may separate. It's utilitarianism versus deontologism. That you're quantifying versus I'm not. You see what I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying your philosophical standard is the minimization of harm, and mine is more about the individual is the small. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I'm curious about the second part of that. You said, you know what I mean, because I really don't.
Oh, so there's two. The two philosophies
about feeling
violating the ethics of an individual is violating ethics regardless, and yours is minimization of harm is better. So utilitarian versus deontological. From my standpoint, committing one unethical act is a violation of principle and ethics that can't be crossed. But I will admit, there's not like a hard line. It's you know.
I think that is silly, to be honest with you.
I mean, I respect you, you know, but they're very strong philosophical positions helping most people.
I believe that less suffering is better, and that I am willing to.
I will tell you something you won't like to hear, though.
I'm willing to sully myself if that's the outcome.
But I'll tell you something you're not going to want to hear, and I admit it's I'll call it dickish. Utilitarianism is typically the villain in most movies.
I don't care.
If you want to tell me I'm a fundamentalist,
I haven't seen the data, so I can't.
Well, then don't make an argument about it if you don't know the data.
No, I do know the data. I use the American Journal of Pediatrics. I don't know the data that you just pulled up.
You did not look up desistance rates. You did not look up anything other than what fits your narrative.
Tim, what you just said is that
Tim does this every fucking time, man. You go on and you talk with him and you have the correct data, and then he misremembers data that doesn't actually support his point, but then because you didn't remember that specific paper, he'll be like, no, I brought this, and I knew this, and you didn't know this. You didn't know this one thing that I said, so I win.
You want your morality to dictate policy.
No, I didn't.
I want people to have freedom.
What is deontology? Deontology is when you're a virgin.
They did not. That's just not true. I said that everyone's view on a question like parental rights is dictated by their morality. You do have one as well. People have a moral framework. You've told me that you're in favor of public health. Mm-hmm. That is a moral stance. So are you a fundamentalist? Do you want to impose your moral?
I talk about politics. I don't talk about things that are so abstract. I talk about
You're in favor of vaccine mandates or not?
Of course.
That's a moral position. Not a scientific one.
No, it is a public health.
What? Okay, this is like the IQ dampening segment. How long is this going to go on? We're already set to go way beyond stream end time.
Position.
Well, it's sure. Your morality dictates that the government can impose a medication on people against their will.
Because I'm trying to create a society.
That's a moral question.
No, because I'm trying to.
That's moral.
Sure, I think I am more moral.
But you just said you weren't. You said you were not a moralist.
No, I'm not. I am dealing in politics, and politics can create outcomes.
A moralist isn't a person who has moral. Okay.
That are moral or immoral, and I'm dealing in the ones that I think.
You want to talk about Dearborn, Michigan? I've actually gone there and done the research. I've actually done the boots on the ground journalism in this story. Okay. Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Right. Because female circumcision is a bad thing. We do not want these things to be happening, and even the parents were going to doctors to get prescribed. There are limits. There's the famous story of the Kennedy. They got the Kennedy got lobotomized because the doctors prescribed it. Just because there's current scientific research that leans one direction doesn't mean we move absolutely in one direction. What we have here is
how is opposing female genital mutilation opposing the scientific mandate? What? Likewise with lobotomies. The Kennedy didn't get a lobotomy because doctors recommended it. The Kennedy lady got a lobotomy because she was an embarrassment and men in her life wanted to shut her up so she wouldn't be an inconvenience to them. It wasn't like doctors approached and were like, yeah, medically speaking, you need female genital mutilation / lobotomy. These were done for political reasons.
A very prominent set of studies, which we've referenced on the show numerous times, showing desistance rates for minors who do not receive intervention in terms of affirmation or gender sex change.
I'm so bored of this talking point. I swear to God. The frustrating thing is because like people are terrified to debate me. I guess Jesse Singal will be fun to talk to, but like I don't even think I've gotten to like fuck somebody up on this one talking point. So stupid.
Is upwards of 95%, in which case science dictates we do not intervene. If you want to take the 5% chance that we then intervene in these children's lives, and that can result in even one kid being harmed, that sounds like an immoral action.
Now, these are extremely specific hypotheticals that you are maximizing in this current instance, and I am interested in creating a society that is not that is, yes, moral, but it's based on outcomes, not just...
That's what I just pulled up. Like, I mean, I can read to you again.
Right, but pull up the American Pediatrics study.
But we're talking about...
Can I ask a hypothetical while you pull that up? If it is true that prescribing puberty blockers prevents people from hitting that point of puberty where they would decide, and largely they would decide to desist, right, when they hit the point of puberty, would you be in favor of removing that from the gender protocol? Because this only is talking about desistance at the point of puberty. So like what he's concerned about is that if you stop people from going through puberty, you stop the changes in their bodies and all that, and then they can't like rationally make that choice because they haven't hit that point in their development.
I don't have the kind of, I guess, arrogance, I would say.
I mean, I asked you a hypothetical, like hypothetically.
Right, but again, this is exactly what reactionary conservatives do.
You know, it's a red flag.
If you deal with hypotheticals, because when you actually deal with the practical reality and the outcomes that you're dealing with and that you're prescribing onto society, it creates an inherently unjust society.
So as the right-wing conservative Destiny said recently when he was debating the left-wing pro-lifers, it is a definite red flag when somebody is unwilling completely to engage with the hypothetical. If you want to say why the hypothetical doesn't apply, that is totally fine.
No, because I want to talk
just
about
like
reality.
say, oh, it's a hypothetical, I can't talk about it, as if you don't know what a thought experiment is. It's kind of odd.
Look, I've asked you, we have here, I literally just pulled up detransition Wikipedia. We pulled up the study that shows that without intervention, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%.
And here I have...
Do you think it's a bad argument for Emma to not engage with the hypothetical? I don't think that Emma is familiar with why these studies are flawed. I think the best thing that you can do in situations like this, if somebody just nebulously refers to a study that seems like it defeats your argument, overwhelmingly, I think the best thing you can do is stop the convo right there and look it up. Seriously, do this every time. Do it, be obnoxious with it. If it seems unfair, keep in mind that Tim Pool will do this to you every time, that he's memorized dozens of misremembered or outright dishonest talking points that he'll expect you to have a perfect memory of so you can correct him on every bit that he says wrong, at which point, like remember earlier where talking broadly about like suicides caused by teachers not disclosing gender identity issues with parents turned into one person had a suicide attempt in one school, and he like shamelessly acknowledged that. He was like, oh no, well, I was just talking about this. Well, you wanted an example when she was talking about policy. So don't feel bad about it. Because if you look up this again, like these kids were not diagnosed with gender dysphoria. So there's no relevance to this. There can't be desistance or desistance if you were never found to have cisted to begin with. You how do you desist when you haven't been diagnosed with gender dysphoria? I mean, it says so in the literal article that Tim Pool has up on screen and the Wikipedia grounds. These studies have been criticized on the grounds that they include cases as desistance where the child met the criteria for gender identity disorder as defined in the DSM-3 or 4, not the DSM-5, which is used for gender dysphoria. The DSM-3 and 4 gender identity disorder inclusions are like, this is like 1960s doctors. If your like little boy had a Barbie, they would like give him electric shock therapy or something. Like, it's not relevant to modern medical diagnoses. So earlier research on desistance rates might report inflated numbers of desistance due to the inclusion of gender non-conforming children without gender dysphoria. Additionally, 2 studies of childhood desistance were based on data from a Canadian clinic which closed in 2015 after allegations they engaged in conversion therapy by discouraging social transition. Oh, so one of these studies included children who were literally discouraged from social transition. Oh, that's valid research. It's right here in the paragraph. So if you ever hear, like, or if Emma is whatever, like, wants to look at the info, you can just stop everything and look at it directly. And then I guarantee you, if she read all of this out loud, Tim would interrupt her 17 times because he really wouldn't want her to say all of it. And then at the end of it, she would be like, well, look at that. And he'd be like, yeah, well, you know, it's a complicated issue. And that would be, then they would have to move on.
General acceptance of standards of care. The overwhelming weight of medical authority supports treatment of transgender patients with GnRH agonists and cross-sex hormones in appropriate circumstances. Organizations who have formally recognized this include American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Academy of Family Physicians, American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, American College of Physicians, American Medical Association, American Pediatric Association. Dozens and
Remember
dozens
when doctors
of the
said
most...
smoking was good for you? You're not citing science. You're citing.
Except when we changed our first of all, those doctors were paid to say that. Second of all, that perspective changed through medical inquiry. See, no, like his actual position is that none of this doctoral research matters. My political positions are my political positions.
Government approval.
No, I'm not. I am citing
and that's fine.
What does the government have to do with it? These are medical organizations.
Okay, sure. Fair point. You're citing medical organizations, despite the fact that there have been numerous instances throughout history, in fact, basically all of them, where we've been like, hey, we were wrong about that. Like, maybe we shouldn't drink mercury if you get syphilis. But what I'm referring to specifically is if there is no intervention of a trans child, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%, showing the majority of kids are better off not receiving.
No, look, I mean, you're on detransition Wikipedia. I just listed a list of dozens of
Again, he mentioned
half a dozen.
desistance, not detransition. This is like very important that we nail down what we're talking about.
Right. What I'm saying is, if you have a trans child or a child who is suffering from gender identity disorder or dysphoria, and you do nothing.
He even used the term from the outdated DSM-3 and 4, gender identity disorder. He's even using the old medically obsolete term, not gender dysphoria. We said gender dysphoria after, but that was the one he jumped to first, gender identity disorder.
There is a 61 to 98% chance they age out of it and grow up and are happy and fine.
That's made up.
It's literally right there. What are you talking about?
On Wikipedia.
At the point of puberty.
No, I pulled up the NIH, so you can pull up anything. Yeah, so here you go, NIH.gov. Here you go.
Tim.
Are you happy?
Tim.
NIH.gov.
Deal with what I just said about the level of medical organizations. You're saying that they're all wrong and that you have some sort of like special knowledge that you can supersede their expertise.
No, he's not. You're cherry picking American
organizations.
organizations.
You're making the appeal to authority.
First of all, I just cited one from the Netherlands, but American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and
Authority. Appeal to authority. Keep going.
I mean,
I do think it makes her look weak in this case because she's not willing to address the actual thing said. Can you imagine if like you had a point to make, but somebody just said like, well, the org disagrees? That would be he's actually correct. It is an appeal to authority. Because if he has a citation that would contradict the generally held position, you would have to engage with it. You can't just defer. You need an argument other than, well, the org said this. I really wish you just stop everything and just look directly at the wiki article. But this is why, like, this is the format, right? It's the same with Joe Rogan. Like, he's got the computers, he's got the people helping him with the info, and you just are sitting there in the hot seat.
But I'm not a medical authority, and neither are you. So why wouldn't you appeal to the authority? All I can do is point to a study
and say, wow, if this study is true, I'm opposed to this, right?
But there's also all these European organizations that are getting rid of this specific practice that he's focusing on, which is the puberty blockers, and like for some reason they're not on your list.
No,
which is
we are properly assessing when intervention is appropriate here. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
But why would they suspend it in these better healthcare systems in Europe? Why would they suspend this specific practice that we're arguing about?
I mean, you listed Sweden and Finland. They've just elected far-right governments, but
I mean,
but anyway, like, again, this is what I'm interested in talking about in terms of politics. I want to create a more equitable society for people. We should have socialized healthcare, Medicare for all. You should talk about that more on your program. You say you're in favor of it. I haven't really seen. I haven't seen much.
When you guys cherry pick stuff to talk about
we
music
should talk
or
about
whatever,
ending child poverty. I mean, this is funny. You should talk about ending child poverty.
But you could have talked about my position on universal healthcare any one of these times. You never do. Why? It's not going to get traffic for you.
Well, I mean, you don't clip anything about universal healthcare. You should focus more on it, and then we would focus on it.
Because, like,
what we try to do
when are we going to be like, for no reason, let's just make a universal healthcare thing?
What we try to do in real time is correct right-wing lies, whether it's you or Dave.
I like that too, by the way, because like children starve and die all the time in this country. Children die of preventable like medical problems. He's like, oh, why would we even talk about that? But like, there, like a high school somewhere in America has a book with a drawing of a blowjob in it, and he's like, oh, well, this is going to be like the cornerstone of my anti-LGBT activism for the next fucking 3 years or something. Like, oh, why would we talk about this real issue that actually affects people and has like constant? Because like it wouldn't work with his audience. He's pretending that she's the one who's grifting here, but he would never. And it's purely because, like, well, he doesn't actually give a shit about starving kids.
Rubin or Steven Crowder, we do talk about abortion a lot.
Yeah.
We do.
What's my abortion position?
I'm not sure.
Why? You've not watched any of the 8,000 segments we've done on it?
I do know that you called that 10-year-old case a hoax, a political hoax.
The political maneuvers around it to change the law was a hoax.
Yeah.
Sure. So, well, how do you not know my position on abortion? I mean, you watch the show. You watch at any point, you can see the arguments we have.
I don't have a ton of time to watch all
You
your
specifically covered his episode with the serfs where they talked about it in depth, so it's weird that you don't
Well, reiterate your abortion position for me and I'll respond to it. Okay. In what way?
I think Roe v. Wade was the right decision.
Okay.
I think that life should be mandated, should be protected under the Constitution at the federal level, and that it probably does make sense for the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, but that means Congress needs to codify it.
Okay, but that's not going to happen, and that's because we don't have
that's a different question.
Because we need filibuster reform. So I'm not really interested in process. I'm interested in outcomes as we get back to, again, the differences that we clearly have here. I don't really care who imposes the right to abortion in this country. I just care that we have a right to abortion in this country, and we don't.
Well, right. Yeah, I think at first when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I thought that it was probably good it would go to legislation, because the Supreme Court arbitrarily setting law is probably dangerous. But however, since then, I've looked at it and said it's a 14th Amendment question, the right to life. And, you know, looking back on that now and understanding Roe v. Wade actually was a pretty good decision. I think now at this point, you'd need some kind of codification. I don't know how the Supreme Court's going to go back on it, but that's a political conversation, not a personal perspective on abortion.
Again, reminder that he seemingly has all of these disagreements with the Republican establishment, which has never led him to have this big breakaway where he angrily denounces them or freaks out or like divorces from the right or like separates himself from them in terms of like political advocacy. But every conceivable thing, honest or dishonest, real or unreal, that he saw as a disagreement between him and the left, was motivation for this gigantic right-wing pivot that he's done over the course of like a decade, you know? Because again, it's all fake. It doesn't matter. He makes money from his show. That's all that matters. Lots of money.
So my view is pre-viability, it's individual discretion. Post-viability, it's probably going to require some kind of...
Tim talks all the time about how late-term abortions are terrible and Democrats are worse than Republicans on this because of that. Yeah, because again, it's not real. This is why like a person's positions are irrelevant. The positions that a person holds are fucking worthless because in reality, the effect they have on the world is what they're like actually doing. It's what they're actually influential for. If a person, it's like Sargon of Akkad, right? Sargon of Akkad claimed to believe in like equal gender rights, but he also held like the biggest stake in the anti-feminist movement in like Gamergate YouTube, you know? He can say his positions all he wants. They're meaningless compared to what he actually does. Or AJW, if you asked him, would say he's not racist and is opposed to racism, but all he thinks about is black dick. So, like, again, people's positions mean nothing.
Depending on the circumstances.
Where do you draw the line of viability?
Can the baby survive on its own?
Okay. Well, 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester, which is the first 12 weeks. Yeah. 99% happen in the first 20 weeks. The rest that happen, the 1% that you're talking about, which is overrepresented constantly for fear-mongering purposes, is the 1% that happen when the life of the mother is in danger or there's a issue with the fetus.
Well, there's no question.
So there's no need to parse and draw arbitrary lines because what that does is it essentially, especially with rape and incest exemptions, which you speak about, it makes it seem like...
I'm not in favor of incest exemptions.
Okay, the one that we spoke about earlier, okay? I'm not even speaking about your specific opinion about this. I'm talking generally about the notions of abortion. You can't have rape and incest exemptions because it takes so long to prove those cases that it would completely nullify the need for an abortion because as the pregnancy is going along, you would be unable to perform the abortion in the time that it takes to prove that kind of stuff. So when that stuff is put into legislation, what it does is it waters down and makes the public seem like, oh, we're not so barbaric. That's why we should not be intervening in what doctors and patients are doing. I want people to be empowered over their own health care. Same thing with trans kids.
So you disagree with
same thing with abortion. Sorry?
Do you disagree with Roe v. Wade in that regard?
Well, no, I want there to be an abortion.
Would you prefer Roe v. Wade stood?
Of course.
So then you would be against abortion after a certain amount of time.
I mean, Roe v. Wade essentially created the viability standard, right?
So then you have a 14th Amendment question, whereas you would need some kind of government intervention post viability.
Yeah, I believe.
Fuck, I get so fucking bored of abortion discussions. Holy shit! I'm sorry, I don't care.
And then create a political story, put out to the super PACs to try and change laws. That's a hoax.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. How about the fact that you called the shooter in the neo-Nazi Texas shooter who watched your program, you called that a false flag?
Because you don't even know anything about that story.
I do.
It was four clips of the episode, and you can see in the images he wasn't even subscribed to the channel.
Yeah.
He was posting photos of your channel. What? He was because he wasn't subscribed? Why would he be posting like clips and or screenshots of your shit? He didn't ring the bell, guys. Guys, he subbed, but did he ring the bell?
But he watched your show.
No, he didn't. He watched one guy.
Yeah, have you ever went to those time codes? He was highlighting specific, and I won't name the guest from the guest.
But he did watch your show.
Like, this is
so you're saying he watched an episode?
Smear.
Sure, but do you understand why?
On.
And he posted
that one. Who was that one guy who watched the Majority Report and then commented on what Sam did?
Why do you think that? But no, this was a neo-Nazi. Why do you think your content appeals to neo-Nazis?
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm just wondering why you think that.
Have you ever? So most neo-Nazis actually don't like Tim because they've correctly identified that he is a grifter who will pivot as far right as he can to make money without going overboard in the ways that would make him like committed to the cause. So Tim will signal boost and gesture at all kinds of far right politics, but he always remains, because he is business savvy, he will always remain seated enough so that he doesn't A, threaten his monetization, at least he tries not to, and B, he won't commit himself in a way that can get him in like real trouble. So Nazis don't like him because they've identified that he's a grifter, not because there's a serious ideological gulf. You know what I mean?
Hey, I'm gonna do something I don't normally do, but that was an egregious over the line statement where I don't know if you are intentionally trying to just generate clips that are nonsensical or you're just really that stupid.
Uh-oh.
Oh man.
The gloves are coming off.
The idea that because a Nazi watched your show appeals to Nazis is like, look, if you want to have a real conversation, we have a real conversation. If you want to come up here and do exactly what the majority, you want to do what the Majority Report does and exactly why Sam isn't.
Remember, nobody on the right has ever seen my program. I'm completely pure.
Welcome on my and many other shows. Feel free to do it, and I'm willing to have you on here. Did you know that? You know that, like, I don't know about you specifically, but this is exactly why people don't like your show. Okay.
I think people like our show.
Yeah, maybe ask why some of these higher profile personalities and networks won't have Sam on anymore. And he can cry.
Afraid of him.
Oh, they're afraid of him. How about it's because you just claimed that my show appeals to Nazis? Which it clearly doesn't. Show. Because this show is predominantly like moderate libertarian leaning types.
No,
okay, again, remember how earlier he was like, you know what channel this is, when he was explaining how he's authoritarian and how he's okay with censorship and government control, and now he's switched back, as he always does, back to the, oh, I'm a libertarian guy, I'm a libertarian politics guy. Again, like total, like just obvious inconsistency there.
You say that, and that you say that because you're trying to draw a line and make the really far right people that watch your show feel like their positions are a little bit more close to the mainstream than they actually are.
Okay, let's say for
so you called it a false flag, and then when you were proven wrong the next day, you said you thought it was funny.
Called what a false flag?
I thought you said that you thought he wasn't a grifter. I think he's a grifter. You can't actually know if a person's a grifter. It's something that I try not to talk about that much because you never like really for sure super duper know. But I inevitably keep coming back to it because there are so many decisions and patterns of behavior that I see in others that don't make any sense unless it's purely for the money. You know, and like some people are more obvious than others. It's like I still don't fully know what's up with Anna Kasparian. Like for her, I think it's like, I don't know if it's like a gas leak. Like I don't know in some cases, but like for Tim Pool, it's pretty obvious and flagrant that like he is openly dishonest and will station a position that makes him money regardless of what his actual beliefs are, and he'll ride that line with no consistency.
Called the claims that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your show a false flag.
I don't know if I said that. That sounds awfully specific.
I don't have the exact quote in front of me, Tim. But
so you don't know what I said? Where did
yes,
you hear
I do.
That?
I would listen to you.
Did you say something like, it sounds like, I said, it sounds like a psyop to have this profile appear one day after the shooting where it's got like a bunch of screenshots on it or something?
Sure.
It really does sound to me like someone told you to say things and you don't know what you're referencing.
Yeah, he said it was a psyop. So rather than Tim Pool making the argument, I don't think the fact that there are some screenshots on the social media site of my channel, I don't think that makes him a fan of mine, which is an argument I think that he can make, you know, regardless of like his associations with Nazism or far right politics broadly. I think he could, like, if Tim were to say, you know, the fact that there are screenshots just isn't enough, that's one thing. He did, however, use the term psyop.
I have no respect for these people who are playing in these fantastical.
This is him responding to shooting.
Responsibility for this. But here, put up. How does Tim respond to this? Do we know, or what is this?
This is him responding to shooting.
Okay, good.
We have this from NBC News. What we know about the slain Texas Mall massacre suspect, Mauricio Garcia. Garcia, had a tactical vest, was armed with a rifle and a handgun. A senior law enforcement official said. Authorities said he was a suspected...
Oh, I'm sorry. What's that behind Tim's show? Oh, he's just got a couple of weapons there. All right, go ahead. Sorry, just look at.
No Nazi sympathizer.
I'm not a liberal. I support having weapons behind you, except you can't do that on YouTube live streams. You can't hold a weapon.
The story is, it's a tragedy, it's unfortunate, and we have, unfortunately, too many of these stories that end up happening in the media. I'm sorry, that end up happening and then end up hitting the media. So, I mean, the first thing I just want to say...
I'm sorry, can I get some clarification on that? The problem is we have too many of these stories in the media. No, I mean, too many of these stories that happen that end up hitting the media. Like, I'm sorry, the media should not be covering...
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the problem is that they're highlighting
we should only be covering stories when 9 people get killed. Go ahead.
Any of the politics from either side is, yeah, we don't want these things to happen. We want these things to stop. We need to figure out what the issue is in our society, in our culture. I genuinely believe it's disassociation. It is, I'll put it simply, I think it's multiculturalism. And not the idea...
When the Nazi with the swastika tattoo shoots out 10 people. It's good. Right, yeah. I wonder why, like Tim acting all indignant at the accusation that Nazis might like his program when, like, a Hispanic white supremacist, because there are plenty of white supremacists in, like, Mexico and shit, kills 10 people, and his response is like, yeah, I think it's because of, like, race. I think it's race. I think it's multiculturalism.
Crazy things. But what ends up happening today...
So wait a second, this guy...
One knows if this Russian social media profile is actually belongs to this guy. A Bellingcat researcher named Eric Toller just said, I found this profile that looks like it's his. In fact, I'm pretty sure he even said, I didn't verify it, I don't know. Now, the photos that are coming out, I don't want to show many of them considering the sensitive
I'm sorry, but by this point, this has been verified. This has been verified by multiple news outlets.
It's been verified.
I don't want to show many of them considering the sensitive nature of these things. They don't show his face. And Ian Miles Chong actually found that most of these photos are from 5 years ago on a random subreddit that were making fun of these people.
I don't know.
Ian Miles Chong, who is zero credibility as a researcher or...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, so he basically did the thing where, like, Bellingcat is like a deep state psyop. Yeah, this was also Elon Musk's take. Yeah, it's a deep state psyop being done to, like, frame me or whatever. Because that's what a psyop is.
I'm not shocked that that is the only way that you're going to try to react to this.
to react to what? Like, okay, no, this is fairly obvious. So I'm willing to bet Sam was like, hey, ask him about this and say these exact things.
No, I came up with,
came up with original thoughts.
Wait,
and now she's accusing, and now he's accusing Emma of doing a psyop. He's so scared of Sam Cedar that he's like, okay, Sam put you up to this.
So no, it isn't. It's some guy posts a screenshot of one episode of a show he's not subscribed to, and you think that's an attack vector for something political, but it's a personal snipe that has no bearing on any of the arguments we've made the entire show.
I disagree.
Yes, you disagree with what? With what? Elaborate.
I disagree that it has no bearing on what you've said throughout your entire show.
Like what? What did I say?
This is
come on.
Well, in that clip, he blamed the shooting on multiculturalism, so you don't have to look far.
Let's hear it.
I believe that your program appeals to a right-wing audience, and there's a reason that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your program.
And how do you know he watched the program?
Because he posted about it.
What did he post?
Tim.
What did he post?
He posted parts of an interview that you did.
No, he didn't. You're wrong.
He had 4 screenshots on his phone from
You don't even know what you're talking about, and all you can do is laugh and say,
no, it's because you get specific to obscure
some guy posted one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have.
It was 4
Did you go to the time codes that were in that episode? Because I did. I ran this down, and one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaffer, and like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Well, Elijah Schaffer is a Nazi who for the past couple of days has literally been posting Twitter polls with shit like, do you think Jews control the world? What do you think the good guys won the Holocaust? Or sorry, won World War II? Do you think the Holocaust happened? Like shit like that. So he is a Nazi and recently fired from the Blaze for sexually assaulting a coworker, if I recall correctly. So
he it's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be emphasizing race specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass shooting.
I think that someone told you to say this and you don't actually know what you're talking about.
I think that it's not shocking that you think that based on my gender.
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But like I screen grab because I do YouTube clips, so I will screen grab a time code so I know where to go later. So like when I saw that, I knew, or I had a feeling because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead, so he can't tell us. But like I think people screenshot because this is why I do it, and you can find them in my phone. Moments in things so that they can go back and reference that clip. And I ran down both of those time codes. Neither one.
I get it, but look, man, this is the majority report.
But it is a nasty smear. Like, you're doing it on purpose.
And it's not a political statement. It's not a political argument.
You're like, he watched an episode of her show. I'm sorry, of his show. Like, that's
there was that one guy who posted Sam Cedar a whole bunch. Remember the guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
I don't remember that case specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Cedar so much?
Why did Gavin?
Why do you guys appeal to mass shooters? Why do mass shooters talk about Sam Cedar being so inspirational to them?
Why did Gavin?
Why is Emma Vigeland inspiring mass shooters?
Why did Gavin?
Why are you okay with porn being shown to children? Look, if you want to play a game of nonsense statements for political brownie points, feel free to do so. But I'll say it again.
Tim, I didn't mean to upset you.
This is exactly why Sam is not welcome on my show. But it's not something that I just.
Why does he keep thinking of Sam? Like, Emma is the one who's antagonizing him right now. Why does he lurk like a specter above him at all times? Why? Jesus.
One day was like, you know what? No, it's because I had serious conversations with networks and other high-profile individuals, and I love.
Can you name the high-profile individuals?
That's their business. But I absolutely love how the response is, they're scared of Sam. It's like, no, they despise him. He's a bad faith actor who does exactly what you just did.
I like how even if you take Tim Pool at his word here, which you never should, the argument he's making is that he specifically went around talking to networks and high-profile individuals to ask them their opinion on Sam Cedar so that he could validate his bias against the guy. Like, hey man, that Sam guy's a real creep, right? Yeah. Like, it's like there's no scenario in which he's escaping the overinvestment accusations.
Conversation about scientific research, data, my position on what I like about DeSantis, and then you go, your show's for neo-Nazis. It's like, okay, dude, are you stupid?
I'm just stating facts.
Okay, this is like lowbrow. This is why you guys have 170 Dave Rubin videos. Do you think the average person cares about Dave Rubin?
Ooh.
No,
but you guys get clicks by doing it.
It's
hey,
fun.
How about you guys run a video about how Tim Pool got into an argument with a pro-lifer about how he's in favor of pro-choice policy? You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can.
He's actually pretty mad here. Tim Pool was the one who had Kanye, Fuentes, and Yiannopoulos here. Was that showed out for Nazis? Why is every right-winger on earth terrified of Sam Cedar specifically? Well, obviously he's a really good debater. Also, I think a lot of it is just because he's a handsome, well-put-together older guy. Because a lot of the impressions that people have of left-leaning arguments online come from like a college student kind of vibe, and he's rhetorically proficient while giving a degree of professionalism that I think elevates like the tone of his arguments.
Can play songs with bad audio and then say whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really upset you.
Wait, have you ever?
What upsets me is when I talk about Ron DeSantis making fake things to trick people, and that's what you guys do. It's kind of like, how about that?
We do AI images.
When you run audio that sounds bad to make a nonsensical video where you're like, Tim Pool sounds like Nickelback. It's like what you're doing is just trying to generate rage.
What? Oh, okay. All right. This grudge runs deep. I see. I'm not even familiar with this context. Oh, go right ahead.
Drama. It is internet blood sports level garbage. It doesn't answer any questions about the questions of pro-life and pro-choice, progressive tax policy. It doesn't answer questions about how we're going to protect or we're going to help kids. All it does is drum up support from your base so they can hoot and holler and give you clicks. Then you complain, we can't get any advertisers. Maybe it's because you make lowbrow drama garbage.
No, I mean, the first hour of our program is the one that's free.
For neo-Nazis, you mean? The one where that mass shooter watched Majority Report? Is that what you're talking
about? The first hour of our program will usually have Social Security and Medicare kind of discussions, or we'll essentially talk to an expert on, say, policy in Latin America, that kind of thing. The stuff that's behind the paywall and then gets clipped is stuff where we respond to right-wingers. We want to get into the...
He got really mad when I said that he got kicked off of Bob's Burgers.
Oh, no, that's funny. He was joking, right? He was being sarcastic.
I didn't watch the clip. I just know that.
Yeah, he was hilarious. He first of all, the creator is one of his best friends. Sam's like...
Oh, Sam came to me and said he was upset that they kicked him up. They were removing his role from the show.
I think he was joking.
But used to be at TYT, and Gavin Long, who was a Baton Rouge shooter, watched, reposted, and did reactions to Young Turk's videos. A lot of them were straight misinformation. There was one in particular where they were going after a cop who slammed a woman, which, by the way, the cop acted inappropriately, but they wildly speculated that it was a black woman. It turned out to be a white woman, and there was...
That's the only reason he thinks the cop acted inappropriately. You see, he has to be clear. He was like, okay, I think this instance of police brutality was over the top. Now, to be clear, it was towards a white woman, not a black woman. So, you know...
call in the video of like, what do you do if you see a pregnant black woman being assaulted by a cop? Gavin Long said he's going to step up. You can watch these videos; they're available online. And he shot 4 cops.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't my comment.
I didn't say, hold on. I didn't say it was your commentary, but you're saying screenshots on this guy's phone. Big problem. I got to bring it up right here. But have you ever covered at all what inspired Gavin Long?
Because
he killed 4 police officers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. That wasn't my coverage, so I don't know. I was basically.
I don't even know which one's Gavin Long.
That was a different shoot.
Sam, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just curious where your standards are. Like,
oh, this was before my channel even got started, so he didn't even have time to become a fan of me. Oh, this was. Oh, I remember this. This was early in the Black Lives Matter protests. He shot a bunch of cops with like a sniper rifle, didn't he? I never looked into this that hard because it happened before I started my stream, so it didn't. I didn't have like debates over it or anything.
Have you gone after the host on the Young Turks for that one?
Clip farming, is that what you're doing?
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, your demeanor changes before the show to all of a sudden now you're going, what do you mean? I'm so sorry I triggered you. Oh, jeez.
Well, I mean,
get it. You guys are going to make clips. You guys are lowbrow grifter drama garbage.
I'm trying to just talk about the merits of policy, so maybe that calms you down a little bit.
You want to talk about policy, or do you want to just insult people?
I would love to talk about policy.
She tried to talk about policy for like an hour, and he kept jumping into anecdotes. He's literally admitted to farming clips before. No, he literally has. Like he has. What was that time that he explicitly said it, that he got the clips that he wanted? Or am I thinking of a different person? No, it was was it with Lance, where he was like, "Yeah, I got the clips that I wanted," or am I thinking of somebody else? This debate is the one where he got the clips that he wanted? Oh, does he say that later? Like here? He has the audacity here to say that? Okay.
So continue, Sean.
Yeah, so if screenshots, which are of clips that weren't even him speaking, is Tim Pool inspiring the shooter, then how come you've like never done this commentary at a place you used to work at of direct inspiration? Like he saw a clip, cuts to himself saying, I'm going to step up because I'm the real one.
I've never heard of this, so.
Oh, that's interesting that you never heard of it.
Well, so it happened. Why do you think it is that your former program appealed to mass shooters so much?
I cover right-wingers, and I know that right-wing terrorism in this country dwarfs any kind of left-wing terrorism by like a 9-to-1 figure.
What does that do
I might be underestimating. Because I cover the real threat in this country, which is right-wing terrorism.
Sure, so I'll ask again, I guess. Like, why do you think it is this mass shooter was inspired by your former program?
I would have to look into it to make a smarter
Do you feel bad that he was inspired directly and admitted he was?
Sure. I mean, it's not.
Do you take responsibility?
It wasn't even my program. I worked there, but yeah.
So you were providing material support. Wow.
I don't know if she was there at the time, to be fair to you.
I don't think I was.
But I will say...
she's too defensive? No, there's just nothing to say in response here, because he's just, like, actually mauling. So her just, like, chilling there while he's like, will you feel bad? Like, I think it makes him look pretty weak.
It's interesting, because the Young Turks did cover this shooting. And even though, again, reacted specifically to Young Turks videos covering the cops very poorly, propaganda inspired him to commit this violence, in my opinion.
If you want to talk about the Young Turks, you should talk to them.
I would love to at some point in my life. But... So he does this, but the Young Turks coverage of it called him just a sovereign citizen. So this would be categorized as that right-wing terrorism, even though he was inspired by a left-wing news organization.
Is there anything of substance left in the video? How would I know?
Organization, specifically left-wing
figures. I'll do a semi-segue, and I'll talk about, what irks me is like the Burisma scandal, for instance. Any kind of reasonable assessment over the story pre-Hunter Biden anything is pretty shocking. But it's not something you see in any of these quote-unquote left-wing media sources for like no reason. I think the best example is it is so omitted from the narrative that when we had Hunter Avalon on the show, he didn't even believe that Joe Biden admitted to engaging in the quid pro quo, and so I played the video for him. So what's troublesome is...
What are you talking about?
He's talking about the fire the prosecutor clip from Joe Biden, specifically.
Right. But I'm not surprised you're not familiar with it, right? It doesn't exist in the left's echo chamber.
Well, it's funny, you call it the leftist echo chamber. I mean, I am a consumer of leftist news.
Wait, is he talking about the prosecutor in Ukraine? Which thing is he talking about here? This is the prosecutor in Ukraine? Okay, yeah, Biden was like, yeah, get that son of a bitch fired. Everyone else wanted him fired. He got fired. No evidence has been found that Biden was the one who got him fired. He just wanted him fired. Like, it's just another one of those, Biden happened to be in concurrence with a large number of people. Yeah.
News sources, but also I read right-wing ones just to check in on it. Centrist news organizations. I think this is a very, very specific echo chamber that I can't speak to. The Burisma thing, I look, I'm not going to defend Joe Biden. I mean, I'm a leftist. I'm to the left of Joe Biden. But this story, I mean, it's pretty much a nothing burger. The Durham investigation essentially had, or not the Durham, sorry, I misspoke. The investigation being done in the House right now is like looking into the whistleblower who's suspiciously gone missing, and they have an FBI tip for 17 different calls between Hunter Biden and this oligarch. It's all completely gobbledygook made up. But at the same time,
why are you defending Joe Biden like that? No. Like, why not just say, yeah, sure.
Well, I'd love to criticize him on things that I think are actually real, like the fact that he's continued Trump's border policy and ramped it up, honestly, with Title 42. Where
This literally has a Wikipedia article. The Biden-Ukraine conspiracy theory. Here's a paragraph start. The false conspiracy relies on the concept of quid pro quo, with the lie blaming then Vice President Biden withheld loans guaranteed to pressure Ukraine to firing a corrupt prosecutor. This is in contrast to the attempted quid pro quo when Trump unsuccessfully tried to pressure Zelensky into a quid pro quo manner to start a publicly announced investigation of Burisma and the Bidens in exchange for military aid. So Trump actually did try a quid pro quo in exchange for resources with Ukraine, and the conspiracy theory is, nuh-uh, actually Biden did that.
He did sunset that because it was part of the emergency.
Oh yeah, here, sorry. I should read the last one. In January 2018, a videotaping by the Council on Foreign Relations shows Biden taking credit for withholding the loan guarantees to have the prosecutor fired. His actions were implementations of bipartisan U.S. policy rather than done for any of the reasons alleged in the conspiracy theory. So he wasn't like personally threatening to withhold funds for the firing. It was voted on. It was bipartisan U.S. policy. They're just pinning it on Biden now as to allege that it was some kind of top secret corruption thing.
And during COVID, but he's largely continued militarism around the border.
If Trump is the nominee, do you think he'll win?
No, I don't, but I think he will be the nominee.
So wouldn't you rather have, say, Bernie Sanders as the candidate for the Democrats?
Of course.
So isn't it in your interest then to say, by all means, investigate Joe Biden? If he's corrupt, get rid of him.
Well, no, wait, so you would prefer Bernie Sanders over Biden, therefore believe all of our silly lies about Biden. Hey, listen, I'm a very good faith person from the right, and I think the best way for you to win would be to needlessly investigate Joe Biden for provably fake conspiracy theories.
I don't think, sure, you can do an investigation. Everything that's come out so far seems like it's bullshit, but I would rather criticize him on things I find more substantive.
Like, so I can tell you definitively and factually, it's not BS. I mean, certainly there are political elements of it, but I mean, Joe Biden, this is what I was talking about with Hunter Evelyn. Joe Biden's literally on camera saying that he threatened to withhold congressional loan guarantees unless they fired Victor Shokin. Victor Shokin signed a sworn affidavit saying this was intentionally to protect.
Do you have any idea how many right-wing conspiracies can be instantly debunked just by Googling them, finding the wiki article, and seeing the contrary evidence right there?
No, this was stated U.S. policy to fire Shokin. This was not a quid pro quo outside of the United States.
Joe Biden said, if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the loan guarantees.
Yeah,
that is illegal.
That was the policy.
The vice president does not have the authority to withhold loan guarantees from a foreign nation.
He didn't. He was speaking on U.S. policy.
It was not because they were investigating Burisma. It was because of European policy.
Well, intent is immaterial.
But you're claiming it's a quid pro quo.
It is a quid pro quo for Joe Biden to literally say on camera, which he did, fire the prosecutor or you're not getting the loans.
No, it's actually describing policy.
So the president might have the discretion to not do that, and Obama might have said,
Trump for the same thing.
You represent me in that regard, so it's illegal for him to do that.
Republican senators echoed Biden in urging Ukrainian president to reform prosecutor general office. Curious. It was bipartisan policy. He was speaking. This would be like if a person says like hey, yeah, you better do that or the cops will arrest you. It's not a threat. It's like if the law is that the cops will get you. Like he's just saying what the law is. It's policy.
For the investigation, but like you guys are off into like a different point. The point you were making originally was that Hunter had never seen this clip, but you've seen the clip that they're referencing, right? Because he was making an echo chamber.
I've read about it, but I read.
Do you know
that's very interesting because that clip was plastered all over.
No,
are you familiar with Gazprom?
Mostly my workflow is I read like 50 pages of news before the show every day.
Honest question, like, are you familiar with Gazprom?
No.
Are you familiar with the Qatar-Turkey pipeline?
The
Qatar-Turkey pipeline.
Oh yeah.
You are?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Okay. Are you familiar with like U.S. Intelligence policy 2009 Syria and how this relates to Gazprom and Burisma and all this stuff?
Vaguely.
I don't understand how if you have an understanding of that, you would just be like, all of that's true, but the Joe Biden stuff's not true.
Did he mean Qatar? Not Qatar? I was very confused. Did he mean Qatar, Turkey? Qatar is actually correct? Wait, is that the correct way to pronounce it? Qatar? That can't be. Really? I'm not pronouncing it that way. Call me Islamophobic all you want. I'm not saying that.
It doesn't make any sense as to why you would defend Joe Biden in that way.
I just think the investigation's largely BS. I'm not defending Joe Biden.
No, but I mean,
look
like,
into the investigation. If they want to do some sort of
know.
special counsel investigation outside of the political process where it's not a Republican witch hunt, I'm all for that.
But here's what I'm trying to understand. You think that the quid pro quo is not illegal. You think
it's not.
That,
it was stated European policy by the government.
You,
and you're connecting it and saying it's a quid pro quo based on a variety of different assumptions that have not been able to be proven yet in the midst of the investigation.
Well, this I can't understand, right? When Donald Trump called Ukraine, it was called a quid pro quo, whether it was U.S. policy or not. It was.
So no. Donald Trump wasn't acting U.S. policy. He was literally just calling to do quid pro quo. Joe Biden was just expressing U.S. policy demands.
The president sets the policy. So if the president calls Ukraine...
No, the president does not set policy by making demands over a phone call. That is actually not how that works, believe it or not. You can't just do policy by call... It does not become U.S. foreign policy to officially exchange military aid to Ukraine on the condition that they do an investigation into Hunter Biden or whatever the fuck it was, because you've called them and asked.
And says, I got this video of Joe Biden, I'd like someone to look into it. He's impeached under a quid pro quo, right? Whether it is or isn't.
Because he was withholding aid to Ukraine.
Hey, just like Joe Biden tried to do, right?
This was stated U.S. policy at the time.
And the president sets U.S. policy, right?
But if it's quid pro quo, what was he getting in return?
Joe Biden?
Yes.
He said fire the prosecutor. The prosecutor had 12...
Presumably it would be the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma, but I do...
What was Biden getting in return?
But right, okay, so I'll tell you. First, the Victor Shokin had about a dozen plus open investigations into Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma, and I believe into Burisma as an ancillary factor.
But I just want to say real quick, impeachment doesn't
necessarily... And Shokin was not investigating Burisma.
He was.
But
he was not.
Yep. Okay, dude, look, if you don't know about this, just don't say no. I can tell you definitively he was. It was a huge issue. There were a dozen plus investigations open into Victor Mykola Zlochevsky.
Yeah, you're misrepresenting it.
Zlochevsky fled the country. Zlochevsky fled Ukraine amid these investigations. Upon Shokin's firing, returned to Ukraine. After Donald Trump then says, I want this looked into, Zlochevsky flees again.
Okay, but what was the quid pro quo? What was Biden getting in return?
They presumably they would stop investigating Burisma,
No, that's not it. The quid pro quo is fire.
Now he's just flinging shit at the wall to see what sticks. Yeah, no, this is like already done. But like the idea that like the idea that Donald Trump sets U.S. foreign that Donald Trump sets U.S. foreign policy by calling and demanding a quid pro quo from Zelensky is such a laughable statement that it should permanently disqualify Tim Pool from ever speaking on politics again. He makes like 8 of those an episode, but like that's ridiculous. So his argument is that like Trump was totally fine, but Biden, in spite of Biden was speaking on behalf of U.S. foreign policy, but then Trump was as well because he's the president, so he dictates foreign policy. Notice how he hasn't even contested what Emma said about him speaking on U.S. foreign policy. He's just said like, oh, well, so was Trump. But he hasn't gone, oh, well, I guess in that case it would mean that Biden was fine because he's just making shit up.
The prosecutor, or I will withhold aid. Okay, you can say it was...
That's not proven.
But she's asking, no, he did say that. But she's saying it's not proven that he did that for personal gain. She's saying,
doesn't matter.
Where's the benefit for Biden?
But yes, but that's not illegal.
Can I clarify a legal point real quick?
Trump's impeachment was not illegal either because what was his intent?
That's the exact point I want to clarify. Impeachment is not actually a real legitimate criminal process. It is a political process.
I understand that.
So like him being impeached for this like doesn't actually say anything to the legality.
Trump was not following United States policy. Biden was.
He sets the policy. He's the president.
That's not how that works.
Congress does.
No, they
have separations of powers.
The president
in this country.
sets policy.
Not
for the executive branch. Congress isn't the one making calls to foreign diplomats.
Not for aid.
Yeah, we're literally talking about the allocation of aid. The president does not set policy where he sets conditions on aid given by Congress. That is not a right that the president has. Aid and any kind of like budgetary management, foreign aid, that kind of stuff, Congress votes on that, votes on those budgets, votes on those bills. The president does not have the right to intercede afterwards and say, no, actually, you can't actually do that unless you also investigate Hunter Biden or whatever.
No,
Congress,
they allocate the aid, but he's able to pull it under certain circumstances.
It's not just that. Foreign policy is set by the president.
Oh, yeah,
declared by
a
Congress.
huge portion of it.
Right. Okay, nothing's absolute.
Yeah.
But the idea that we would elect a president to negotiate on our interests when it comes to the issues of military, and then we would be like, but in this one instance, he doesn't have the authority. What do you mean? He's the one who sets the policy.
No, he has the authority.
The argument is that Joe Biden wasn't engaging in a quid pro quo because it was the policy of our administration. Yeah, Obama had a policy.
A quid pro quo.
So then how is he saying it's quid pro quo? See, now after all of that, he's like, okay, so yeah, so it wasn't. Like, none of this means anything. It's all jibber jabber. It's all jibber jabber. No, all of that at the end from people, like, yeah, okay, whatever. Because he realized now this wasn't a soft point for Emma. Emma knows enough about this subject that he can't just bully her relentlessly. Because if she didn't, he would spend 30 minutes tearing into her and making fun of her for not knowing about it. But she did know about it. So now at the end, after all that jibber jabber, he gets to go, oh, yeah, well, okay, well, yeah, so it was U.S. policy. So it wasn't quid pro quo. And like, that's it, Worthless.
Is when you get something personally in return.
So something for something is what it means.
Right, but the nature of the investigation that they're looking into is they're trying to say that there was a bribe via Hunter Biden, and there has been
Joe and Hunter.
Right, but there has been no actual evidence on that front.
Well, I'm not super concerned about what they may be investigating currently right now. I'm talking about the whole point of this was I can't believe we're even arguing it right now.
But
I don't understand why you, who's someone who has every reason to oppose Joe Biden, are like, he said it on camera, but you know what? It's fine. I don't get it. Like, just be like, yeah, sure, fine. I guess.
She's making
literally just admitted that it wasn't quid pro quo because it would have been an expression of U.S. foreign policy. And he's like, but I still don't understand why. Like, nothing matters with him. It's a complete black hole.
Very specific point that for it to be a quid pro quo, you have to explain how Biden benefited from this. So, like, it's not necessarily that she's disagreeing with what you're saying, although she's saying it's part of policy, but she's saying you have to actually, to complete this, like, basically you're 2/3 of the way there. That final third is how he benefited.
Biden was not in opposition to congressional policy, and Trump was.
Talking about.
I'm talking about Joe Biden threatening to withhold loan guarantees goes against. Is not legal.
But you're talking past each other because she's saying like there's a reason for that and it's not corrupt related.
But that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying.
I know. I'm just clarifying where you guys are miscommunicating.
Here, this is where I'll say I have differences with Joe Biden. First of all, I can't even understand why he hasn't or didn't, when he had a House and a Senate that was Democratic, push for any kind of single payer or socialized healthcare. I wish that was happening. He's certainly to the right of me on the border. The fact that he broke the rail strike, that's something that I'm deeply in opposition to, and I'm happy to discuss those kinds of things with you. But
I don't really want to get into the Burisma thing. It came up as like an example of I don't understand why.
Yeah, no, I don't want to talk about any of those real issues for things that actually happened where you would reveal yourself to be far more economically populist than me, and my grift would shatter in the face of your actual progressivism. I would rather talk about this made-up conspiracy theory that I've already conceded is incorrect by stating factually that it was an expression of U.S. foreign policy, therefore it cannot possibly be illegal because he was merely speaking on it.
There's like a tribal need to defend Joe Biden.
It was it's not tribal. You're such
a cultist for defending Joe Biden by not believing factually incorrect things that I say about him. You're such a freak. You're such a weirdo.
It was U.S. policy to get rid of corruption in Ukraine. Shokin was not investigating Burisma. Biden was in concert. He was continuing U.S. policy. Trump was in opposition to it. That is the difference in the hypocrisy that you're trying to highlight here.
You guys are going to go in circles on this, but
why did you pull it up?
But I can't believe AJW was trying to
do the whole Burisma thing. My point was simply that, like, having covered this to such extent, it is confusing to me the need to defend the Bidens on this one. I just
criticized Biden in a bunch of different
But I don't
ways.
understand why you're saying there was no investigation. Like, you're just making that up.
He literally won't shut the fuck up about this. Like, he will not, because he knows he has no real argument now, so he just has to like imply she's some kind of Biden devotee because there's nothing he can really say.
They're in the middle of an investigation.
No. Michael Zlochevsky had 12 to 14 open investigations, and I'm sorry, Shokin had a dozen plus investigations into Zlochevsky and Burisma.
Okay.
But I don't know why that's not true. I was like, what? I don't know. It's been a couple years since we covered this in depth and had all the articles pulled out, to be fair. But yeah, they did. Like, that's not even a question of the facts.
Okay.
The question is whether or not, like, they wanted someone else to do it.
I feel I kind of delineated why it's different pretty succinctly. Trump was in violation of U.S. policy set by Congress. Biden was not. That is the difference that we're laying out here. And you have been unable to establish how Biden benefits in the quid pro quo from this in any way.
Well, currently, the argument is that, his son was on the board of Burisma. I mean, so that was kind of obvious, as was a CIA director.
Yeah, I mean, totally.
So as a counterterrorism director of the CIA on the board of this company, and the so-called left is like, well, it's fine. Like, what is going on?
See, like, again, notice how he's not saying anything. Why would Biden personally, as a VP, intervene in a quid pro quo to get a prosecutor fired, to stop an investigation into a company to protect a single CIA agent? What the fuck kind of sense does that make? What? Why? He already said that it was broader U.S. policy. Like, again, like it means nothing. This means nothing.
No. I don't understand how the left became pro-war, pro-medic, pro-big pharma. like government should be able to give multi-billion-dollar
Tim, I'm against government corruption. The idea that these fail sons, what about vaccine mandates?
I said, I don't understand how the left became pro-big pharma, pro-no-bid.
He does this every show, too.
Health.
So you're in favor of no-bid, no-liability contracts for massive multinational pharmaceuticals?
What?
No, I was literally just said earlier in the program that I wanted the state to own it since we gave our money to that and created life-saving vaccines with taxpayer money.
So who gets the money?
The big pharma did. It's messed up. Yeah.
Right.
We should have socialized healthcare in this country. And
once again, Tim on dangerous territory, because this is what Charlie Kirk did with me. Don't pretend to be economically populist around an economic populist.
And, it ourselves.
Even if the patents were released to the public, they still gave the billion-dollar production contracts to big pharma.
But that is what we live in, unfortunately.
She's literally saying, like, I want them nationalized. And he's like, yeah, they made a lot of money, right? Like, she's literally like, yeah, the government should have taken control of those industries. But he's on his dialogue tree, so.
Now, and we were in the middle of a global pandemic, and we needed vaccines immediately.
That's not left.
No, it is. It certainly is. I believe that in the immediate, that is excuse me?
Hyper-centralized funding of massive multinational pharmaceuticals is not leftist.
Well, what would be the alternative, Tim, in the midst of a global pandemic?
Decentralized bid contracts with liability.
I literally just said earlier in the program that I was in favor and much closer. First, also, I'm surprised you're saying this because didn't you say that you were more close to Trump on vaccine policy? This is Trump's vaccine policy.
No, you were talking about that.
Okay, I am closer to him than that.
Yeah.
On that. I believe that when we did give investment into these companies, yes, they were going to make some sort of windfall, but then the vaccines themselves should be owned by the public since it was our money that was given into it. That's the practical realities of what we have to deal with today in a for-profit healthcare system. I'm hoping that we transition away from that and that we have socialized healthcare. So none of the things that you're talking about have to happen anymore.
I don't think you need to give no bid, no liability contracts to
she's not defending that at all, but he will not shut the fuck up about it.
Massive pharmaceuticals to do what needed to be done. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just that the government is crooked.
So you're closer to DeSantis on vaccine policy?
Probably neither. I don't know. As applies to what we're talking about. I'm saying.
So what's your alternative to producing the vaccine in the rapid way that Operation Warp Speed did?
Well, there are a lot of questions about whether or not it worked in any capacity, right?
No, there aren't. There really aren't. The vaccine rollout was a medical marvel, pretty much universally recognized as that.
There's not.
What do you mean?
The vaccines were highly effective.
What does that mean?
Originally at preventing death. Then, of course, there were different variants and disease continued to spread.
No, I'm saying, like,
but vaccines were immensely effective in preventing death, the mRNA vaccines.
Right.
Not
so
the
what I mean more so
one.
is like the Operation Warp Speed was predicated upon preventing the spread, which it didn't do. Right?
But it prevented death and long-term injury. So they were highly effective relative to the control group, which is no vaccine.
Sorry?
Yeah, Operation Warp Speed was predicated upon
yes, it did. It helped prevent the spread.
It didn't.
Yes, it did.
Well,
I mean, part of the issue was that in red states there was no ability to actually
prevented death, but I think wasn't it
there was no mass
spread?
Mandates were immediately done away with in red states. They basically had no social distancing. That was much more of had much more of an effect on death in this country than like the inefficacy of vaccines. This has been borne out by data after data after data set. And then we have new variations of the vaccines, which have also helped.
Nothing was going to reduce the spread that much. It was like it was already one of the most contagious viruses, and then it mutated to become more contagious.
Well, it helped with both transmissions and severity. That's a fact.
This is from the CDC. Right here, we have COVID incident rates and mortality scaled to it's age standardized, so they factor in and account for age. Where the black line is unvaccinated people, the light blue is vaccinated with monovalent doses, and the dark blue is vaccinated with bivalent boosts, which was only available later. And as you can see by COVID-19 associated deaths, you'll notice a pronounced difference in the death rate between people who are vaccinated and people who are not vaccinated. Likewise with the incident rate, because though it is less effective in this specific regard, it does make it harder for you to actually get COVID to be vaccinated. So just a slight difference in the proportion here that you can see. You know,
mRNA vaccines did.
Well, I don't want to deviate too much. We're talking about
and it spread particularly.
I don't want to deviate too much. Let's move away from this position now that I've run out of my dialogue tree.
Pharmaceuticals. So my issue would be like, instead of having like 3 big companies, I think it's like 4 big companies, just do it. Would be to have it decentralized amongst many different producers who are not centralized, and that can be done. We just have to do it.
Talking like a prize, like, hey, if you develop this vaccine, whoever does it first, then you get the windfall.
Or even like a mandated coordination of production, but not have one company just be like, we're going to give $10 billion to company X. That's insane.
Didn't one of these?
I really don't think vaccine production is something you want to decentralize. We're not making wicker chairs for people's porches here. We're talking about trying to coordinate a nation or possibly like international-wide vaccination effort. I think that nationalization is the way to go.
Companies refuse the money up front for fear of future ownership of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, was that Moderna or something
I
like
don't
that?
remember which one.
I don't know. Anyway, my point was, you know, there's that meme that Elon Musk made where like the left moves further and further left. I think that the left has actually gone right in a weird way.
How is preventing death in a global pandemic?
Well, like, are you in favor of the war in Ukraine?
I'm sorry. I'll
rephrase. Do you believe the U.S. should be involved in providing material support to the Ukrainians?
I have been in favor of it. Yes, I do think that there are legitimate concerns about the continuation of doing so without brokering a peace and it becoming some sort of proxy for U.S. like war criminals within the United States. But in terms of like the Russian invasion, I am completely opposed and in support of the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, it's more a question of like, should we have given, what are we at, like 100, 200 billion?
I don't know, because there's guarantees which have not been delivered, and it's in terms of weapons. So I don't know what's actually been delivered.
This is what I don't understand. Like, people I used to know from back during Occupy are like flying Ukrainian flags and being like, we got to support this. Hassan Piker criticized me for saying we shouldn't be involved. And
he also said the invasion wasn't going to happen for sure, like 100%.
Hassan is not exactly a big pro-Ukraine guy.
It happened the next day.
But my position has always been 99% non-intervention. Like, I've not changed at all in that regard.
Okay.
And the left has become pro-intervention. Moving
but we're not.
Right.
But Ukraine is on the defense. They were invaded. This is not the same thing.
Talk about Kuwait and Iraq and.
You want to talk about that? I'm in favor. I mean, look, we were the equivalent of Russia in the case of.
What the fuck does that have to do with Iraq? Yeah, anti-intervention. So Russia shouldn't have intervened. You know. He does this every time. Notice how he keeps trying to divert back to these talking points where it's like, I went back in my day, the left was X, but in reality, the left should have been anti-vax and pro-Russia, you know? Like, he keeps trying to do this, the left moved away from me thing, because his whole grift is the, like, I'm you know, like a libertarian leading in the center type, and everyone else is orbiting around me.
Iraq. We invaded under completely false pretenses. We invaded under illegal
what I'm saying is, like, this just,
and we killed and decimated that country. Hundreds of thousands dead because of the US
If the left
fire.
position was only opposed to war because of the circumstances of the war, then I would say the left is more pro-war and to the right of me on war.
I'm completely anti-war, but the war happened because Russia invaded, and now Ukraine is trying to defend itself.
Right. So you're anti-war, you oppose war.
Yes.
But you're to the right of me when it comes to Ukraine.
I don't think so.
You believe that the U.S. should be supplying and aiding the Ukrainians?
I do believe so, because they're defending themselves.
Who gets that money?
The military.
Never buy any of this fake isolationist bullshit. You will notice that the loudest isolationists in America today are fascists, like unashamed, open fascists. And a lot of them are like just openly taking money from Russia too. And the reason for that is because fascism often poses as isolationist. Because the first step of like liberal democracies shifting rightward is to isolate yourself from liberal democracies. And one of the ways you do that is by insisting, you know, break out of Brexit, break out of NATO, move out of the EU, or you know, don't intervene positively, stop sending any kind of aid, no military aid, none of this. Because the goal is, after all of that's said and done, you break all of your pre-existing economic and cultural bonds, and you can exist now as just a kind of autonomous military vessel that can be directed against forces at your behest. Remember the first America First movement? The first one was a Nazi movement that was in support of keeping America from declaring war on Germany. It was funny seeing Nick Fuentes parrot Mershimer when he debated Destiny. Yep. Yeah, Nick Fuentes was trying to argue in favor of letting Russia bowl over Ukraine by using Mershimer's like fake ass bullshit, child brain drawn in crayon, like geopolitical realism bullshit.
Terry.
But
they're defending themselves.
Northrop Grumman, Lockheed
Yeah,
Martin.
totally.
Yeah, I'm opposed to all of that.
I mean, look, if
you're to the right of me on
if
that
you
issue.
believe that Russia should be able to invade Ukraine and take territory without recourse, then I mean that's pro-imperialism. That's not, and that's still pro-war.
No,
yes, it is.
A lot of people around the world do a lot of bad things. I don't think the U.S. should be an empire going and funding wars all over the world.
We're not funding wars. We're funding the defense. I mean, and there's something that you can be said where should we draw a certain line? I have already conceded that strings should be attached and we should be involved in peace negotiations. But to flatten the power dynamics here, I mean, I would imagine this is like the same argument that you hear when it comes to Israel and Palestine, right? Where Palestinians are defending themselves, and then it's, oh my gosh, they are just it's completely symmetrical. Israel and Palestine, these are two actors just battling it out.
So you're in favor of intervention there?
I would love to fund the Palestinians so that they were able to have a better
life. You are
life
to the
for
right
themselves.
of me on foreign policy.
Well, we already.
You are to the right of me for supporting Palestinians against Israel, because he's defining right and left here as, hey, by left I mean total isolationism in a way which is identical to the position of basically every Nazi in America.
Israel, dude.
Yeah.
Are you against that?
That's a tougher question I don't have an answer to.
Then you're in favor of funding military.
No.
We fund the Iron Dome.
Literally saying,
we fund their military-industrial complex.
Anything enough about it?
Then if it's
your
principle and you're anti-war, then you should be saying that we should cut funding for Israeli defense right now.
See, look, no positions, complete coward. We give so much money to Israel, and a lot of it is used specifically in the attack and conquest of Palestine. But he's like, oh no, I don't know, actually, because he knows that he has conservative and like religious like Israel defenders and ethno-nats and stuff who support his content. So he doesn't actually, he will never take a position or a stand when it counts.
That's why I said 99%. I'll say I absolutely lean against providing military aid to Israel. I just don't know. I will say a new war in Ukraine, in a territory that we are not, the United States is not, doesn't mean that I'm as far left as possible on the question of imperialism. It means that you are to the right of me on that issue.
Yeah.
Like your position would provide funding for massive multinational military industrial complex corporations.
I mean, I think that's the fact that we do have those contracts is messed up. I think the United States, I think the United States should be more primarily. You want to nationalize the defense industry? You want to go for that? I'm down.
I don't know about nationalizing that empowers it, makes it permanent.
Well, there's always going to be a weapons industry, and there's always going to be. It should be severely cut into. But the United States, by the way, made a promise in 1993 to Ukraine that we would defend them if they denuclearize.
That's true.
So that is part of what we're doing in this instance.
That's true too, and I think that's an interesting question about upholding our obligations that I don't disagree with. It would be very difficult for us. Granted, the issue is I think I'm like a little kid. I'm like 7 years old when something like that happens, and now in my name, we engage in this conflict and war. I think it's fair to say that while I can understand that treaty exists, as a now adult who is paying tax into this, I have the right to object to past agreements that weren't made by me. That being said,
what? What? Countries have a right to renege on previous agreements because new people are paying taxes? What? Then you would never be able to have any kind of international treaty, agreement, or law exist more than a single year, because the next group of taxpayers would be different from the previous one. Every law would be invalid then, because all laws, except for the ones that were specifically encoded this year, were made by a different group of taxpayers. Insane! Actual, like, baby IQ shit. Like, genuine zero IQ behavior right here. It's a reminder that conservatives are not just morally and intellectually a black hole. They're also, like, anti-civ. Like, they're death cultists. They are a metaphysical force that exists to destroy civilization. It's why fascist governments never last long. They can't govern. They're not smart enough to. Their ideology deliberately withholds from them the faculties of reason they would otherwise need.
Just my point on this one was specifically, I see all these Ukrainian flags and profiles. I make a comment in agreement with Hassan where I was like, he was right about Mr. Beast. And then I was talking about military intervention and how it's wrong. We're spending $100 billion on this war in Ukraine. We shouldn't be doing it.
You'd abolish a bad agreement, right? Where's the line? Yeah, you can get rid of a bad law or agreement because it's bad, not because you're paying taxes now. That was an insane thing to say. Yeah, you can change stuff because it's bad, but not because time has passed. That's not enough.
And then he laughed at me over it. And I'm just like, genuine question. When did it become, or maybe I was always wrong, When I was at like Occupy or doing these like anti-Iraq war protests back in the 2000s,
whining. The
I
left
thought that it was
moved
the left
away
position
from me.
to oppose military
Whining.
expansion, military-industrial complex. But today, it's inverted. Strangely, it's the Trump supporter saying no war.
No, because they're in favor of
pro-war.
Russian imperialism. That is, you're again flattening power dynamics of who was the invader and who has been invaded.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm in favor of the United States abiding by the treaty that we promised Ukraine in 1993.
I'm not talking about
we
any of
said
that.
that we were going to defend them if they do denuclearize. And by the way, why I'm more pro-war than you, or anti-war, Jesus, anti-war than you, is that I'm in favor of broad denuclearization. And I think that we should continue to make our promises to countries that choose not to engage in making nuclear power.
How does that make it more than
in nuclear weaponry?
I don't disagree on that at all.
Okay, then there you go. But I'm in favor of committing and making our and because they denuclearized and said that we're not going to create nuclear weaponry, I am in favor of keeping our promise on that front so that we are able to incentivize and keep our promises that we are going to back you up if you choose not to make nuclear weaponry.
Maybe it's not a left or right thing. Maybe it's more of just like a libertarian thing.
I mean,
that would actually be true were Tim Pool a libertarian and not a fascist. But yeah, that would be the case. Isolationism isn't an exclusively right-wing position. There are left-wing people who tend to fall into the same fall in the same net. But I think a lot of it really has to do with like your willingness to collaborate in the global stage and your faith in the ability for something like that to bring about good outcomes.
Versus authoritarian.
I think it's that first of all, anti-war is a dumb like position. I'm sorry. It's everybody's like anti-wars they don't like, but obviously
no, I actually agree with AJW. The term anti-war is everyone's anti-war. Find someone who says they're pro-war. It's a question of which wars are legitimate, justified. Are you on the defense, offense? Is there like a real like that? No, that's true. I agree. Everyone says they're anti-war.
Like I can composite a scenario where you would support like an intervention. Like if you gave me time to like
that's
think
why I say
about
99%,
right?
because nothing's absolute. Like if you were to tell me that Vladimir Putin like he's live streaming himself about to launch a nuclear weapon at Washington D.C., I'd be like, okay, we got to do something about that.
But there's something to what she's saying, where the Ukraine after the fall of the Soviet Union had
what if he was about to launch a nuclear Ukraine?
Third largest nuclear weapon stockpile.
Right.
And in exchange for giving it up, there were security guarantees. Now, if you're worried about nuclear proliferation in other countries that might lead to a nuclear war, protecting or making sure that they can maintain their territorial integrity, just as an example to other countries that might want to denuclearize in the future, is a worthwhile stake. And I think I understand that position. Like, it makes perfect sense in my opinion.
I understand it. I don't care though, right? So it's kind of like if some dude cut a deal with, like someone in my family cut a deal with someone else, and then 30 years later they walk up and say, you know, your dad told me that if I ever had this problem, you were going to take care of me. I'd be like, I'm not my dad, I'm sorry.
Oh my God, he's doing it again. He's doing the time passed, therefore we can't abide by agreements argument again.
Like governments change, policies change, and the idea that because 30 years ago someone cut you a promise means that I now have to spend $200 billion defending you. The people of this generation who are inheriting this country did not agree to that. No, it's fine.
So what does that say to people who might be manufacturing their own nuclear weaponry? That it doesn't, that the promises made by the world superpower don't really matter. And I
don't like the idea
you
of
shouldn't
America
necessarily
being this,
trust
like,
it.
world superpower.
I
Like,
agree.
my view is probably different from you.
You have an American flag. Wait, what do you mean by world superpower? You mean like you don't want us to be world police, or you don't want us to be like strong? What?
Regard. I'm more so like, I think it'd be great if we brought jobs back here, if we protected the middle class, maybe had stronger workers' rights.
100%. You want to talk unions? I'm in favor of that.
Tariffs on imports for two reasons.
He's retard shit. Brain dead retard, Trump era fake economic populism. Yeah, we're going to bring back manufacturing. We're going to spend 6 years bringing back 40,000 jobs in the Rust Belt so that you guys can produce 1/8,000th of the total manufacturing capacity of the United States. And then we'll implement tariffs that raise the cost of all imports that end up choking the country.
The idea that we'd manufacture a car in China and then ship it on a boat over here just to waste energy because someone's willing to do it cheaper is nonsensical to me.
You're not wasting energy by shipping it across the ocean. It's called comparative advantage, you fucking moron. You can't have America have an entire manufacturing base internally while maintaining our economic prominence. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why? That wouldn't be good for anyone. That wouldn't be good for developing countries either. Oh my God.
Just buy American. So we need to build up the incentives for all the manufacturing to happen here in the United States, to create good jobs, to protect the workers. Worry less about whether or not we're going to go blow up some foreign country, a bunch of kids in it or something like that.
We're not, again, he's referring to Ukraine here. Like that's what we're doing. Now, another way to know when people are being dishonest about Ukraine is that if you say to them, hey, I think that it's bad Russia's invading Ukraine, Ukraine's on the defense, they'll be like, oh, yeah, it was bad that Russia invaded. But every time they casually refer to the Ukraine-Russia war, they'll talk about it like they're two equal competitors, which is what he does. Like every time. It's, oh, yeah, of course it's bad that Russia invaded. But then it'll be like, oh, yeah, you know, Russia and Ukraine blowing up children together. It's like, it's so indicative, the impression they want to instill in the retarded audience.
But I think like there's like like you're not seeing this past like what's currently happening now, because I get it, right? And I was a big Ron Paul guy, and he
thought he was referring to Iraq. Not gonna lie, then why would he be talking about that with Emma? Emma's not pro Iraq war.
Like the idea that one generation could promise the sons of a future generation.
Right. That's exactly
right.
I
understand that position.
So
but
dumb.
If we don't want Saudi Arabia to nuclearize, we don't want Iran to nuclearize, and we're like, hey, like, you know, like we got you. Like, don't nuclearize. We're gonna try to, like, you know, be the 800-pound gorilla in the room so that you don't have problems. And then they look and say, well, you made that promise to Ukraine, and then 30 years later, they're invaded by Russia and completely
Why are we
obliterated.
making those promises?
Because fostering international trust secures allies and promotes global peace, which is used to develop greater economic and political ties. It's the concept of alliance. Every country that has ever mattered understood this. He's literally asking like irritably, like, oh, why do people ally? Why do countries make promises? I don't know, man.
Because that's the nature of a treaty.
No, you know, the idea
how could any treaty exist, Tim, if people had your position and just said, yeah,
how could any law exist?
So that's anti-diplomacy, and that's pro-war.
Oh, come on.
No, it is. He's arguing against the concept of treaties, aka diplomacy between nations. Saying there can be no diplomacy between nations is an objectively pro-war position, because that becomes the only metric by which you could ever get anything you needed from other countries. Treaties for trade? Well, why? They're going to break them next year. Invasion is all you have.
Literally being like, we shouldn't go to war. Like, that's pro-war.
Well, being
the idea that we can make a treaty around, here's why we won't attack you. Totally fine. Here's a treaty around, I'm going to allow your citizens to cross my border with no visa, and we'll reciprocate, like, back and forth. And then having one being like, in 30 years, if anyone comes to fight you, we will fight on your behalf, despite the fact that you're not an allied nation or a bunch of other issues. I don't think at any point, ever, the U.S. should have been making these promises. And then to come out and be like, but now Saudi Arabia is, I'm sure every country is going to be upset if we don't fight on the behalf of some other country.
No, it's not.
Where is this? Where is Saudi Arabia demanding we defend their territorial integrity against Russia? What is this made up bullshit? He's literally arguing against the concept of alliances.
There are limitations. Look, nothing's absolute. I get it. We're in this position now. There's an interesting question of South Korea. People ask me, what if China invaded? And I'm like, well, we got a lot of troops there right now. So I understand the circumstances of today. But the issue is, you know, for one, we could have put a no-fly zone over Ukraine before the invasion started. That would have stopped Russia in its tracks.
We would have put a no-fly zone over them before the invade. Why would we do that? First of all, that would mean war. And second of all, why would we do that? Why would we ever do that? Why would people... Is he suggesting like we put a no-fly zone over them in like, what, 1993 and then just maintain it until the end of time? What are you talking about? What?
Well, a no-fly zone is a de facto declaration of war once the plane gets shot down, once the United States...
And that means Russia would have to have shot down, would have had to attack us.
I mean, either way, the no-fly zone and us getting more directly involved in that way would...
Or we would have shot down one of their planes because they would have violated the no-fly zone. That's what a no-fly zone is.
Be catastrophic, potentially. War between two nuclear powers.
Agreed. Fair point.
He hadn't considered that part. That's like Emma keeping him up with the times. Like, oh, that's right. Direct military engagement between Russian and American jets. That could be the end of the world. I forgot about that part. I hadn't thought that.
I think my position is more so just this is a Russian border dispute over the Donbass region.
It's not. It's a full invasion of Ukraine. It's not a border dispute. There's no ambiguity as to where the border is. The border between Ukraine and Russia is internationally recognized.
U.S.
It's an invasion, Tim.
Sure. I'm talking about the specifics of why they're doing it, right? They've invaded Ukraine because they want the land bridge into Crimea. Why do they want the land bridge?
That's not a border dispute then. That's just annexation. A border dispute is when there's actual ambiguity as to where the borders of a country are, and an invasion is held to settle it, like through force. There's no such ambiguity here.
Into Crimea because Western forces were courting Ukraine. Ukraine was being courted to the Russian Trade Federation and to the European Union. Ukrainians wanted to join the European Union. It would be a massive boost to their economy and they get access to the Schengen zone. It's wonderful. Russia didn't like that. So Russia tried to intervene. Yanukovych was ousted, fled the country. Russia then immediately got their troops outside of Sevastopol and said, we're claiming this, our warm water port in the Black Sea. And then we started to see the bubbling up of the Eastern conflict. Some people call it a civil war. And then finally...
No, they sent troops in the east in the Donbass region and started paying people to... Yeah. Okay, well, that's mostly correct. It's more correct than I usually get when listening to shit like this.
When Russia was losing and said, if we cannot lose access to the Black Sea, they said, we're taking the Donbass. And this is where
it's a territorial imperialism.
So why are we involved? Because of a treaty from 30 years ago.
Yeah, because we made a promise.
I think we should not have made it.
So you think that they should not have gotten rid of their nuclear stockpile? You think they should, because that was what the treaty was based on?
Oh, we could have offered them something else.
What?
But that's what they would.
A lot of things.
That's the reason why they would keep them, is to protect themselves from Russian aggression.
Right.
Because Russia historically expands westward until they hit a stronger power. And this is because the geographical limitations to how Russia can develop have been the same for hundreds of years. So Russia always goes that direction. That's why Poland immediately, in the first opportunity, joins NATO, because Poland was called the Bloodlands in World War II because they had the unfortunate situation where
I can't believe AJW sounds relatively reasonable. Yeah, it's just like the nightmare territory that we have entered now, where AJW is like, okay, well, hold on, there are legitimate defensive claims that Eastern European nation would want to make to protect themselves from Russian aggression.
Strong powers were attacking.
Wasn't there also a treaty that NATO wouldn't expand?
Nope.
This is false.
There was never an agreement.
This is a misinterpretation that is often inflated, and Gorbachev has clarified this specifically. It's after the Berlin Wall fell, which the Soviet Union was still around. They said that they would not move their military forces within Berlin 1 inch eastward, right? This did not apply to Poland or any of these other countries because they were a part of the Soviet Union. And again, Gorbachev himself, who would have been the person in charge, has made this clear. So this is like weird propaganda that gets put out by...
Yeah, okay, he's completely right. Yeah, there has never been any official promise, nothing written in treaty, nothing saying that countries east of Berlin could not join NATO. It is factually the case. It was talked about, but geopolitical policy does not hinge on memories of what people mentioned at meetings. Got to commit that to paper.
What do you think happens if we let Russia take Ukraine?
I think
they share a border with Poland. We cannot let this happen. Folks, the world will end. We cannot let the Russia-Polish border come to pass.
They're going to try to expand their sphere of influence as far westward as they...
They already do, but technically with that tiny little mini chunk of land that Russia has. You know what I mean? Mainland Russia.
Can possibly do, because that's what they do historically.
But this is completely denying the sovereignty of Ukrainians. What does Ukraine want? They want the ability to defend themselves, and the United States is providing them with that. And we can talk if we want to follow our treaties and give them the ability to defend themselves against imperialism.
Man,
imperialism is war.
I think also the point I was making earlier is not that Saudi Arabia cares about Ukraine, but when you're negotiating with somebody, right? Past behavior is the best predictor of future outcome. So when we're trying to negotiate denuclearization...
Holy shit, AJW is Azov Battalion. He's the most racist man alive, and he's currently arguing in favor of Ukrainian sovereignty.
With any other country, and our example of what happened to somebody who agreed to give up their nuclear stockpile is Ukraine, which is currently now part of Russia. They're not going to want to negotiate with us, so it leads to potential problems down the line. Not to mention, historically, when conflict breaks out on the European continent, a lot of Americans eventually go over there and die.
It actually creeps me out this guy's being reasonable because he shows he's genuine. Oh no, AJW locking it in, not a grifter. Dude fully believes his shit, not a grifter at all. He is actually personally committed to being racist. That is the beating heart within him. He's not a grifter. I can vouch for his sincerity. I also don't think he's dumb. Politically he's dumb, of course. I don't think he's actually got slow brain disease. I don't think Tim does either. He's too savvy with the dishonesty.
Die in order to set things right, and I don't want a third world war.
I think this is what makes the Third World War.
Could agree to disagree on that.
Russia could have taken the Donbass region, and we would have been like, "Wow, that was bad, that was horrible," and it would have been like Crimea. Crimea got taken, and it was a big news event. And
but weren't they shelling the capital? Was it?
Yeah, they didn't. They immediately had a 1,000-strong armored column heading towards Kiev. They did not just take the Donbass. They immediately tried to capture and kill Zelensky and take the whole country. or at least its eastern half.
Was it not beyond the Donbass region where they were attacking?
Pretty sure it was just the Donbass region.
No,
no,
sure
they were they
the
were shelling Kyiv. They were shelling all over the country.
I mean, look, let's be real. Russia claims the whole territory of the Ukraine and like their greater Russia as part of that. So like they may be saying there's ethnic Russians right now.
We found some connections here. There we go. That's beautiful.
Like there might be ethnic Russians in the Donbass.
Some of the most tense moments of the war were very early on when near Chernobyl, where they had an armored column of the literally thousands of tanks, armored vehicles, supply carriers, everything, APCs that were moving down to Kiev, and they were shelling it with artillery from a distance. Now, thankfully, Russians are retarded and logistically incompetent, so a lot of these vehicles ran out of gas, and they were blocking each other on the single road they were taking to head down to Kiev. And once a lot of them stalled out and soldiers had to leave to go try to steal gasoline and food from Ukrainian villagers, the Ukrainians were able to basically carpet bomb the column into a fine powder. High level logistics, very good strategic play by the Russians there. But it was a lot of vehicles. It was beautiful. It was beautiful.
Should we go to war with China?
Absolutely not.
Depends on for what.
We're not in.
Depends on for what. I like this guy's way of thinking.
Or with Russia right now. So that's the difference. That's the real line that needs to be drawn, is making sure that this does not become a proxy battle. And there are forces that want to push for that. I mean, I think that, frankly, the Biden administration's been a bit more disciplined, and I'm happy, than I initially anticipated on this front. I remember when the initial invasion happened, Hillary Clinton went on cable news and said, well, this could be a real opportunity to weaken Putin. And we called that out in the Majority Report as an incredibly dangerous notion. So
she wanted war from the get-go back in 2016.
Sure. I mean, that's the kind of force within the Democratic Party I'm trying to beat back.
I think that America being a global hegemon is a good thing because those power vacuums will be filled when we leave. I want to not go to war, but I
stand with the most racist man alive. Glory to the eternal American imperial hegemon.
Countries to feel like we would go to war because I like deterrence as a policy. So
I hear it. It's tough because it's not working. And that's why I'm at the, my view is
it is working.
This country, shore up our defenses, focus on empowering.
What do you mean shore up our defenses? What defensive weakness does America have? We're across the sea. We share a meaningful border with two countries, both of which we're allied with, and we're the largest military in the world. What? We have gay people, I think.
Bring our people with the ability to live, work, eat, sleep, Medicare.
What does that look like?
Not Medicare, medical care in some capacity.
Medicare for all, potentially?
That's a specific thing.
See, I love how honest he is sometimes. That's a specific policy that I can't commit to because it would lose me viewers. I have to keep my support for better medical care to be very general, because if I start specifically supporting stuff like that, it really leans me towards candidates that I don't actually support.
It's a public option. How about that?
I call it universal basic health care.
What does that mean?
We provide basic health care to all people.
How so?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the intricacies.
See, he can't do it. Literally, he's talked about this for over a decade, but he can't commit to it because the economic populism shit is all fake. It's all fake. He could only commit to it in this general, but if you try to get him on anything, even simple, public option shit, which is stuff that, even Biden could probably be persuaded to do some degree of, even that he'll be like, it's complicated. Yeah, he has no specific policy because it doesn't benefit him to have one.
Of it, I could ask you the same question. I'm saying
I could ask you the same question, even though we both know you're going to say Medicare for all immediately because you actually do have positions, Emma.
Through taxation. For me, creating a socialized healthcare system.
But I don't know if I would call it a socialized healthcare system
because that would also lose me viewers, so I have to.
Probably because I think you're going further than I'm going with it. Okay. I'm saying
how else do you raise money then to have a
I'm not saying not taxes. I'm saying if my limit is usually if someone's got some rare degenerative genetic disorder that requires $20 billion to treat, we have a limit. We can't do that. You know what I mean? That's why I say basic. There was a story about.
Okay, so a public option. The medical systems of Europe do not collapse the moment somebody with a debilitating disease comes in. What do you mean?
A kid in I think it was Louisiana who had a genetic disorder. The treatment cost $1 million. And the family demanded the state cover it. The state said we can't afford to cover it. And
but why do you think that healthcare is so heavily inflated in terms of costs in this country?
Well, for one, the insurance companies are all corrupt and broken.
Absolutely. In Germany and the UK, they spend.
So if we had, say, for example, system which had no healthcare, no healthcare insurance at all, like Medicare for all, then we wouldn't have to deal with the artificially inflated prices for the insurance companies that act as nothing but middlemen.
Spend half of what we do, and they have socialized healthcare, and they have better outcomes in terms of life expectancy and mortality.
Didn't Trump do the thing with like cheaper insulin from Canada or something?
I think Biden might have done something to like
the insulin was a part of the negotiations in the Inflation Reduction Act.
But I just want to point out, like, those are horrible metrics, life expectancy and infant mortality, for two reasons. Number one, if you take out car accidents in the United States of America, our life expectancy shoots dramatically up. In Europe, a lot less people drive. And considering we're talking about medical care, I think we should focus on things that describe the impact of medical care. As for infant mortality, this is one of the worst metrics, because if you are born at any point for a split second and you die, you go into our infant mortality statistics. In France, for example, you have to have the pregnancy gestate for over 20 weeks, and you have to be alive for a full 24 hours. So this is just not an apples to apples comparison.
I think the doctors would disagree with your assessment that the infant mortality rates are overinflated, but I'll then just
they're just measuring different things. They can disagree with that, but they would be incorrect, wrong,
but how about
close.
the cost element that I just mentioned?
Yeah, cost is definitely a huge problem. And I think this has to do with third-party payers.
Healthcare. That's because we have privatized healthcare.
I would disagree.
It dominates.
I don't completely disagree. I got a kidney stone, and my bill was like 40 grand.
So I've had a kidney stone before.
They charged me like 40 grand. And then because I was between jobs, I left Vice, and I was starting at Fusion, and I had this 1 week gap where I told the guys, I was like, give me a week to move my...
I hate how pretty Emma is. If you want to commentate on Emma being pretty, why do you have to say you hate how pretty Emma is? Is that a hateable thing? I think it's nice when people are pretty. And I think that she has, I'll say it, anime hair. I think that her hair has volume befitting an anime character. And I mean that in a positive way.
Stuff, and then I'll start. And that week, all of a sudden, I'm like, what's happening? It was crazy. People think that kidney stones are like you're going to the bathroom, and all of a sudden you're like, no, it's like in your body, up in your back, like in your gut. They thought it was appendicitis at first.
Yeah.
I went to the hospital for, I think, like 2 days, and they charged me something like 40 grand.
No insurance.
It was because I had just left. So they sent me a bill, and I'm like, holy crap. So I call, and I was like, I just left my job, and I have a 1 week lapse in my insurance. And they went, oh, no problem. And then they emailed me the new bill, and it was 4 grand. And then I was like, now hold on there a minute. What happened? Fortunately, shout out to all the complaints I've had about Fusion. They said, don't worry, man, we're going to pay for it for you. That shouldn't have happened to you. And I said, thank you.
Yeah.
But like the idea that...
The real thing that happens when you go to a hospital is that they have a brain damaged monkey in the back room scribble, and they translate the scribbles into characters, and that is your bill. And if you complain about it on the phone, so they'll go, hey, they didn't like this one, and they'll take a 0 off of it, and they'll give it back to you.
I went to the hospital for 2 days, and they did nothing for me. Now, to be fair, I shouldn't say that. I got put in like a CAT scan or whatever. They were trying to figure out what it was. They thought I had appendicitis, and they're like, you may need to get surgery right away. And they were like, good news, it's a kidney stone. And I was like, that sounds like terrible. And it's like, well, we're not getting surgery. It just means go home.
Well, now you know, Tim, what it's like to have a baby. So.
Oh, yeah, apparently.
That's apparently it's the equivalent pain.
Was it a viable stone, though?
Was it what?
Was it a viable stone? Did you like keep it and raise it to be your own?
No. Okay. But the point is, all they did was give me painkillers and a diagnosis, and then told me to leave. Mm-hmm. And for that, it was like 40 grand.
And I'm Chad's laughing at a joke from the most racist
I can understand.
But if that happened to you, by the way, in France or Germany, you know, like, or Italy, you go
like
in
$20 or something.
It could be free.
Yeah. But so my question is, how did they drop it by 90%? And they didn't give me an answer. They're just like, oh, it's a discount. And I'm like, what's going on? Well, why are the costs this way? Now, look, I know the left often says the insurance companies are corrupt and they're driving it, but I can tell you this. They were trying to bill the insurance company 40 grand. And then when they found out I didn't have insurance, they said, 4 grand?
Oh, no. Corporate hospital chains are really bad too.
Yeah.
They're all a part of a sick system.
That you often will actually get charged more if you are insured than if you're uninsured, because if your insurance covers 90%, which is a lot, they'll be like, oh, you have an insurance company? Your procedure was $9 billion squatillion. And then the insurance company is like, okay, you pay 10% of that. Whereas if you're uninsured, they're like, oh, there's 300. Now get out of here. This varies. This is not medical advice. Like, don't get off your insurance to save money. It's a varied thing. It's complicated.
It's to be dismantled and
I
nationalized.
get the pun there. Sick system.
That was not even intentional.
Yeah, the whole system's broken. I don't think I have the absolute answers. I don't know for sure. I just think, like, I see these stories. There was a kid who was like 15, got the flu and died. And I'm like, how does that happen? The mom was like, I couldn't afford Tamiflu. And I'm like, it's like $30.
Oh, we're just in like the story
that guy who was
section here at the end,
and then he couldn't afford the $50 for his insulin, and he dies. And I'm like, whoa, hold on, I'll give him the money. Like, I can give him the money. I will gladly. So the challenge, I suppose, is if we do increase taxes to pay for this, do we really trust the system to not be corrupt and just steal it?
Well, I do, because I think that there are models in Canada and the UK.
Well, the system is the insurance companies. If you have Medicare for all, you don't have insurance companies. They can't be corrupt anymore because they don't exist.
In Germany,
yeah, but the United States has prison systems the way it is with our tax money too. You know what I mean? Like if we can clean the corruption up, I'm on board for a lot. I think that's the question.
All right, well then there's something we can work on there, Tim.
Yeah, I think like a lot of the conversations I have about taxes, people will be like, I oppose taxes because look what the government does with it. And I'm like, so you oppose corruption? You know what I mean? Like if you were told that you were getting a really sweet deal at a discounted price, you wouldn't be complaining about it. When you're told that they take your money and go blow up kids with it and then, you know, beat prisoners or whatever nonsense, I can understand why you're upset. The concept of taxes doesn't bother me. The concept of the government not being held accountable and
I'm so sorry. Do they not have water runoff outlets for this road with the wall on the side? Did nobody think it might have been a good idea in case of heavy rains to like pop a couple of holes at the base of that stone so that the water would run down? This is, look at this. This is like a fucking slip and slide. What is this? Now there's some water runoff in the background. Yeah, but that's because of overtopping, not because of like, maybe they got clogged. Maybe. Highland Falls and West Point underwater. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Look at this waterfall coming from a house up here. Where is this? It's Highland Falls and West Point. What do you want from me? Yankees Twitter. Fox Weather, Fox News Report, LOC. New York. It's somewhere in New York.
Corruption emerging from it bothers me. And like our tax dollars, not even our tax dollars, but printing money and giving it to massive pharmaceutical companies or war, then I'm just like, now I can understand why, you know, someone can come out and say taxation is theft. I disagree. But I understand their point. And I'm kind of just like, you know, it's really hard to argue against someone who says that when we know that a lot of evil people are stealing our money for evil things. Like, how do you clean that up? I think you clean that up and most people are going to be fine with it. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
If you were spending $50 a month on Netflix.
Okay, hold on. I've been streaming for 5 hours, which is a lot considering the cough, but I think I've done pretty well. Are we is that the end of substantive?
You knew that
nobody's ever going to be as careful spending your money as you. So like there
of society resulting in a conservative worldview, and those who are less attractive have it harder, resulting in a collectivist worldview. And instead of just like telling me I was wrong, they just
anyone who believes conservatives are more attractive has legitimately just like not been to cities. The narrative that people have is that like conservatives all look like Lauren Southern and liberals are all these like fat soy boys. But let's be real, okay? The majority of people in cities are liberal, and people in cities are prettier than people out of cities. That's because people in cities are more likely to get less sun time, and they tend to have access to more like beauty stuff. And there's also a lot more pressure to be beautiful in cities. I'm generalizing, but it tends to be true. If you go to a city, you will find more attractive people than in rural areas. If you don't believe that, you're delusional. Not every like, you know, innocent farm girl is like a bombshell. In fact, that's often very much not the case. I'm not like shitting on rural people or whatever, but there are legitimately like actual socioeconomic forces that compel higher standards of attractiveness for people living in cities. Or to put it another way, go to an airport that's in a rural area and look at people walk around. Okay, moving on.
Called me ugly.
Well, I mean, do you have statistics to back up your their? But who decides?
Tempests don't make fun. I know for an absolute fact that you know plenty about makeup.
Who's ugly and who's unattractive?
So they did studies where they would show images of people to men and women and ask them to rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, then create a curve of attraction. And those people that they showed pictures of, they had interviewed them on their political leanings and found a correlation between attraction and political leaning. I'm sorry, beauty, perceived beauty and political leanings. But this is like not even controversial among the left. This is privilege, right?
Hey, if we're on the right side of things and we're uglier, I'm totally fine with that.
But so what happens is you go through life and you're ugly. People are meaner to you. They're less interested in you. You have a harder time of things. You're going to lean towards collectivist approaches to things like we need to work together to fix these problems. But if you're attractive and people are nice to you all the time, it's like that 30 Rock episode, The Bubble, where I
love 30 Rock.
What was that guy's? That John Hamm. It's like everyone's super nice to him.
Yeah.
He thought he was really good at everything, but he was just attractive. But like my point is not to talk about that. My point is to just insult me instead of address the issue.
I disagree with the ad hominem, but you know, it's not me. So
well, anyway, I think we should wrap it up. It's a little bit long. Do you guys want to say anything before we finish?
Well,
I do think it's extremely funny though that like we're having a conversation about liberals being ugly in a room with Tim Pool, the Chud Jack, and Emma. You know, right? Like It must have been her physical imperfections that drove her towards progressivism. I don't know. Get me out of this video. I'm so over time.
A little heated, but I appreciate you having me on, Tim,
Absolutely.
for sure. And I know you don't want to have Sam on, but I hope you reconsider. I think it could be a good discussion.
Yeah, there's, I will say it with absolute conviction. There's a lot of people who have blacklisted that guy from various shows, and he knows it.
Yeah,
and he's talked about it.
He wears it like a badge of honor.
But he needs to stop saying it's because they're scared of him. It's because he's a dick.
I think he might be both. It might be.
But that's what people say about me too. People who are scared of me say that I'm a dick. That's why.
Both.
No one's scared of him.
All right.
Like it's not my business to bring up other podcasts and networks in general. But like I've even had people ask me, and I'm like, well, I don't know. Look, man, we're willing to have people on the show, and then they'll highlight something he did, and they're like, that crossed the line, and I'm like, all right,
Right. Well, if it's about free flowing,
didn't he say
debate,
he was going to kill somebody?
I don't think so.
Was it Patrick Bet David?
I have no idea.
I could be wrong about this, but I probably
I'm
should.
pretty sure you're wrong about this.
Let me see if I can look it up.
That Sam was going to kill somebody?
In a karate battle, or like
It was something like if he had the right and he would hang the rich, he would hang Patrick Bet David or something like that.
Yeah, that was a joke.
All right, well, I don't know too much about it. I can tell you it's like
he's sarcastic.
Free speech.
Jokes
free
like
speech.
that.
Free
freak people
speech.
out, I guess. So you can call it a joke.
I think he was responding to something. I can't. Again, these are people who are not myself, and I do 15 hours of new content on my program every day, or every week. So it's hard for me to keep track.
Every day.
Right on, Sean.
Yeah. So you can find me on YouTube at Actual Justice Warrior.
I will not.
On Twitter at IamSean90. And as for Sam Teeter, I'm also a New Yorker. I will not only go on his show in studio and debate him. I will also take him out to dinner, hang out with him, become his best friend, maybe even wear matching shirts and all of that. So I am available. I'm not afraid of Sam Teeter. So deliver the message.
Love it.
Right on. Well, I really do appreciate you coming. I think it was great.
Yep.
And Sean, thanks for joining in. And we're trying to figure out how to do this properly.
Please let me go. Please.
Think because of who I am, it's impossible for just to like me to sit back and have people have a conversation.
Please.
Guys, for watching and become a member.
Please.
So I'm just sitting
Who's
where
they? I'm
Just where Seamus. No, he sat there.
Please.
See you all next time.
Okay, thank God. Oh my God. I'm so overdue. I've got stuff to do today. I think that Emma kicked ass there. I think that tonally, Emma did a really good job. The only thing that I knew about this was that Emma got Tim really upset at points, and that's true, but I think the conversational tone was defined less by him being upset and more by her being calm, because she was like rock solid. Like unflappable, Yeah, men are too emotional. Is my thing. Is what I think, personally. Unironically, though. Yeah, she held frame. Tim admitting he only had Emma on to get clips.
I want to do shows like this. I do not believe we will convince Emma or anyone at the Majority Report or any liberal or leftist of any of our positions, but I don't care. What I think is important is that we produced a show where Emma said that she wanted children to be able to watch porn at the age of 10 years old. And so I'm like, I don't.
So again, like, and as if we needed any more evidence to this, like, we know he's a liar, because she, of course, did not say that. Yeah, he was complaining about her being a dishonest grifter who just was like farming clips, but he openly admits that he does this.
Need you to argue that point to me. I don't care. What I need to do is when I'm talking to my friend from back home in Chicago who's telling me it never happened, I'm going to play that clip of me being like, we should not be showing a book to children that contains blowjobs, and have this person on the left say, we should, and it's fine, and they're okay with it. And I'm like, that's all I needed. I needed for you to say it so I can prove to people you believe these things. So they can, I'm like, you're allowed to believe that, and she did, adamantly defend kink education and pornography for children. And I'm like, you can absolutely be.
Tim later complained that Emma didn't want to stick around after the show to have sushi and play poker with the boys. Yeah, because again, like, he doesn't, his grudges don't really carry off the screen unless they interfere with his like bottom line.
Beyond
kink education being, in this case, acknowledging the existence of blowjobs, I guess.
Or with it, I'm not telling you to stop believing any of that. I think it's disgusting. I just need you to say it. Say it right there to the camera for everyone to watch, so that finally, when I go to my friend and say, you know, these people put porn in schools, they'll say, that's not true. I'll be like, let me play the video for you. Let me show you the clip where and here's the...
He's literally saying, like, the only reason I have these conversations is because it's a part of a show production, and now I have clips that I can show to dishonestly represent other people's positions, right? Yeah, good stuff. AJW is a lot more honest by far. I think that AJW misrepresents statistics, but for the most part, I think he actually engages with the material. Are we getting to the titular topic now? No! I'm going to read super chats. I'm also going to hit the ad button. I think my cough has done great today. David Henry thanks the 2 Canadian. True. Still alive in the Laughing Philosopher. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I don't know anything about Larry Nassar being stabbed in prison. I don't even remember who that is, but the name sounds familiar. I'd have to look. Herenya Hope, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Happy birthday. Congratulations. I'm glad you're having some sushi with friends later. David Henry, thank you for the 5 Canadian. I think that would be a good shirt design, yeah. Gaming Zombie MC and Naomi Chance, thank you for the $2 both. I forgive you, Naomi. Thoughts on urban vertical farming? If you have room for it, then give it a shot. But like, I don't think it like logistically solves any issues. Ziggy Zack, thanks the $5. Fosh, you should play Cubivore for the GameCube. Is good. I haven't heard of it. Marcin Kogu Wix, thank you for the 100 PLN. Saharan sands nurture Amazonian rainforest. We can't cover all the Sahara. No, we have to be considerate of the desert environment. Keep maintaining its integrity, even though it's a desert. You know, it's still important. Prairie Fire and David Henry, thank you for the $2 both. I don't know how much of a discussion I'm willing to have on that Prairie Fire, but it is an important subject. Benjamin, thank you for the incredibly kind $50. That's very, very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Kyle uploaded a video on a disagreement between TYT and Republicans. Can you watch? That would be good looking. Maybe I'll take a look at that next stream. There are other videos I want to look at, after all. We're not nearly done on me catching up with the time that I've been gone. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the kindness. Snowy Thompson, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Yeah, no, utilitarians always get a bad rap in movies. They're not real utilitarians. Gemma Giraffe, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. I am feeling better. Balthazar, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. True. YouTube stealing my money. Very, very true. Larry was a physical therapist who raped hundreds of underage girls. Oh, and he was stabbed to death. Oh, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. As before, the site donation backlog continues to grow in power. My cough is clearly doing better, so pretty soon, huh? All right, folks. He was stabbed, is still alive. Ah, I see. Well, whatever. Let me throw you over to someone. I'm going to send you over to a good friend of the stream. If you're looking for more politics, go on over to I'm Really Important. In fact, you don't even have to do it. I'll do it. I'll send you over there myself after hitting this ad button. Go. Where's the button? Where's the button? Go. Wow. I'll see you tomorrow.